The Migration of Symbols. By Goblet d'Alviela. Introduction. Those familiar with the delightful papers contributed in recent years by the Count Goblet d'Alviela to the Bulletin de l'Académie Royale de Belgique on l'Utricula, au Vardemana de Bouddhists, l'Histoire du Globe et le Croix Gammie au Swastika, les Arbres Paradisaics, and other elusive types of the ancient religions of the Old World, warmly welcomed the publication, at Paris, in 1892, of his collective work on La Migration des Symboles. Setting forth on a more systematic plan, and with fuller references to original authorities and illustrations from authentic examples. The matured and permanent results of the learned and accomplished author's examination of the enigmatic subject of which he is now everywhere recognized as the greatest living exponent. It had been treated by others in a similar comprehensive spirit, but never before in the same thoroughly scientific manner. And thus, while the writings of Dupuy and Kreutzer have, in spite of their immense erudition, but served to discredit it, and are already obsolete, the Count Goblet d'Alviela, by pursuing his investigations on a severely inductive basis, at once. And, so to say, single-handed, raised the inquiry to its proper position as a department of archaeological research, producing a work destined to exert an abiding influence on the whole future of the study of symbolism, and also, I would fain hope, on that of the decorative designs of the artistic industries of the West. One, indeed, of Messrs. Archibald Constable and Company's special objects in publishing the present English translation of the Count Goblet d'Alviela's alluring book has been to bring it within the reach of the schools of art throughout the United Kingdom, the other being to make it as widely accessible as possible to archaeological students in India, where so much of the symbolism of antiquity still survives as a quickening religious and aesthetic force, permeating the entire mass of the Hindu populations. Like that idealizing thread of scarlet which runs through the ropes used in the British Royal Navy, from the strongest to the weakest, elevating it by the constantly felt presence of the unseen realities of human life, and the diffusion throughout it of a popular spiritual culture. And where, consequently, the clues to the mystery of so many historical emblems may be successfully followed up on every hand, even among the humblest and the most illiterate. Of course, the way had been prepared for the Count Goblet d'Alviela by the remarkable discoveries made during the passing generation of the rich remains of ancient art in Egypt, Phoenicia, Mesopotamia, Syria, Phrygia, and Greece. And by the wide interest created on the continent of Europe in the ancient arts of India by the French International Exhibition of 1878. All this the Count Goblet d'Alviela frankly and generously acknowledges. But none the less is his merit in having applied the true Baconian principles of observation and comparison to the classification of the bewildering mass of materials thus placed at his disposal, and elaborating therefrom. In the laborious processes of his most patient analysis, a volume that will always remain the locus classicus on the various transcendental types constituting the materials of its seductive theme. The general conclusion arrived at by the Count Goblet d'Alviela is, as the superscription of the volume indicates, that the religious symbols common to the different historical races of mankind have not originated independently among them, but have, for the most part, been carried from one to the other, in the course of their migrations, conquests, and commerce. And his specific achievement is to have demonstrated the fact by an overwhelming induction of ancient and modern instances. The imprint of The Feet of Buddha on the title page further indicates the Count Goblet d'Alviela's tentative opinion that the more notable of these symbols were carried over the world in the footsteps of Buddhism, or rather of that commerce of the East and West with Babylonia and Egypt, promoted by Nebuchadnezzar III and Semiticus I, respectively, out of which, through the internationalization of Hinduism, Buddhism arose in India, as later on, under the influence of the continued intercourse thus initiated between the countries of the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean Sea, Christianity and Islam were successively developed from Judaism. One of the most remarkable instances of the migration of a symbolical type is that afforded by the triskelion, tripes, or, as we more familiarly know it, the three legs of man. It first appears on the coins of Lycia, circa BC 480. And then on those of Sicily, where it was adopted by Agathocles, BC 317-7, but not as a symbol of the morning, midday and afternoon sun, the three steps of Vishnu, but of the three-sided, or rather, three-ended, or three-pointed, triquetras, land of Trinacria, i.e. three capes, the ancient name of Sicily, and, finally, from the 17th century, on the coins of the Isle of Man, where, as Mr. John Newton has shown, in the Athenaeum of the 10th of September, 1892, it was introduced by Alexander III. of Scotland, when, in 1266, that prince took over the island from the Norwegians, he having become familiar with the device at the English court of Henry III. 1216-72, who for a short time was the nominal sovereign of Sicily. 1. The triskelion of Lycia is made up of three cocks' heads, a proof added to that presented by the cock sculptured on the Harpy monument at Xanthus, that in the 5th century B.C. 2. This exclusively Indian bird had already reached the Mediterranean Sea. But on the coins of Sicily and the Isle of Man the triskelion consists of three human legs of an identical type, excepting that those of the latter island are spurred. This form of triskelion is borne on the armorial coats of several Old English families. And it was in all probability first introduced throughout this country between the 11th and 13th centuries by crusaders returning from the east by way of Sicily. The triskelion is but a modification of the Gammadion, or Philpot cross, a type formally identical with the swastika of the Hindus. The latter was long ago suspected by Edward Thomas to be a sun symbol. But this was not positively proved until Percy Gardner found a coin of the ancient city of Mesoamerica, struck with a Gammadion bearing within its open center an image of the sun, Mesoamerica, meaning the city of the midday sun. This name being stamped on some of its coins by the decisive legend. Such a discovery makes one of the fairy tales of science, and inspires the sequestered student of the days of old, the years of ancient times, with the perennial enthusiasm that is the true end and highest recreation of all labor. 3. The Gammadion or swastika, for we may now absolutely identify them, has traveled farther afield than any other sacred type of antiquity, and from Iceland, which it reached in the 9th century AD. And Thibet and Japan, between the 3rd and 8th, and China, Persia, North Africa, France, Germany, Scandinavia, and the British Isles, between the 2nd century AD and the 2nd BC. And India 4 and Sicily between the 3rd and 4th centuries BC, and Asia Minor and Greece between the 6th and 12th centuries BC. The Count Goblet di Alviella traces it back on the monuments to the Troad, sometime anterior to the 13th century BC. Then there is the strange eventful history of the migration of the imperial type of the double-headed eagle. It is now borne on the arms of Austria and Russia. And as a form of the Garuda bird, cf. the Assyrian Nisroch, and Etruscan Tuchulcha, is to be found everywhere in southern India, on the temple sculptures, in wood carvings, on embroidered, printed, and woven cloths, and on amulets. Also the cherubim guarding the tree of life, on the modern Syrian amulet presented by me to the Count Goblet di Alviella, and figured by him at page 249 of his original volume, and page 202 of the present translation, are distinctly modeled on the traditional type of the double-headed eagle. It first appears on the so-called Hittite sculptures at Ayuk, the ancient Tyria, in Phrygia. In 1217 it is seen on the coins and standards of the Turkmen conquerors of Asia Minor, and H. de Hell, in his Voyage en Turkey Etienne Perse, reproduces, plate 12, a variant of it from the walls of their old fortress at Diyarbakir. Now it was in 1227-28 that the Emperor Frederick II set out on the Sixth Crusade, landing at Acre on September 7 in the latter year, and being crowned king in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre at Jerusalem on March 18, 1229. And within 30 years from these dates we find the type struck on the coins of the Flemish princes, Otho, Count of Geldres, Arnold, Count of Luz, Robert de Thouret, Bishop of Liège, and others. In 1345 it for the first time replaced the single-headed eagle on the armorial bearings of the Holy Roman Empire, represented, since 1806, by the dual state known, since 1868, as the Austro-Hungarian monarchy. It first appeared as the cognizance of the Russian Empire in 1497, on a seal of Ivan, John, III. 1462–1505, the first of the Grand Dukes of Moscow who took the title of Tsar of Muscovy, 10 years after his marriage, 1472, with Sophia, niece of the last Byzantine Caesar, Constantine Palaeologus. The winged globe, the sun of righteousness with healing on its wings, of Malachi 4. 2, is another sacred type that has wandered under various modifications into every part of the Old World, until it appears over the doors of the Secretary of State's rooms at the India Office, reduced to a meaningless circle. With two appended flowing ribbons, representing the two Urias snakes of the original Egyptian winged globe, the Urim Thummim jewel, attached to the divining zodiacal breastplate of Aaron. 5. One of the most unexpected results of the critical study of these symbols is the establishment of their essential paucity. They undergo, alike by devolution and evolution, and a sort of ceaseless interfusion also, infinite permutations of both type and meaning, but in their earliest monumental forms they are found to be remarkably few. They were at first but the obvious ideographs of the phenomena of nature that made the deepest religious impression on archaic man, such as the outstretched heavens above him, and the outspread earth beneath. Both of which he naturally divided into 4 quarters, the east fronting him as he watched anxiously for the returning sun, the south on his right hand, the west backing him, and the north on his left hand. And this fourfold heaven and earth he signified by a circle, or a square, divided crossways, from which he was led to conceive of a heavenly garden, watered by 4 rivers, and of a foursquare heavenly city with its 4 went ways. And gradually to model more and more in their similitude the foursquare cities of antiquity, and those foursquare well-watered paradises, far, i.e., heavenly, country, the ground plans of which yet survive in every part of India. Then came the observation of the daily renewed miracle of the phenomena of vegetable, animal, and human reproduction, expressed at first, as still in India, by the most directly realistic types, and afterwards by the lotus bud and flower, the date palm, and other conspicuously phallic flowers and trees, and that the symbolical tree of life of the Chaldeans, Assyrians, and Babylonians is indeed but a conventional representation of the date palm is sufficiently proved by the description given of the adorning of King Solomon's temple in 1 Kings 7. 29–35, and he carved all the walls round about with carved figures of cherubims and palm trees, Tamar, the date palm. And for the entering of the oracle he made doors of olive tree. And he carved upon them carvings of cherubims and palm trees and open flowers, and overlaid them with gold, and spread gold upon the cherubims and upon the palm trees. And the 2 doors of fir tree. He carved thereon cherubims and palm trees and open flowers, and, again, of the adorning of the visionary temple of Ezekiel, chapter 41. 18. And it was made with cherubims and palm trees, so that a palm tree was between a cherub and a cherub. And chapter 40. 26. And there were 7 steps to go up to it, and the arches, propylons, torans or goppers of the 4 cardinal points, thereof were before them, and it had palm trees, one on this side, and another on that, upon the posts thereof. These are exact descriptions of the architectural decoration of the temples and palaces of Nineveh and Babylon, and they should satisfy anyone of, at least, the proximate botanical source of the sacred tree of the Nineveh marbles. The Syrian brasses which have recently become articles of regular import into Europe, however, place the question beyond dispute. The so-called Cybis, the people who make these articles, call themselves Mando Yehia, or disciples of St. John, and are generally referred to by Western writers as Christians of St. John, and Mendeans. By their neighbors they are called Sabian, literally, washers, i.e., in the ritualistic sense, Baptists. They are, and they are not, confoundable with the Sabaeans, not the people of that name in ancient South Arabia, but the Chaldean worshippers of the host, Saba, of heaven. 6. The Cybis of Muhammad were not idolaters in any form, but their modern representatives combine with pseudo-Christian and pseudo-Zoroastrian doctrines, the whole remaining body of ancient Chaldean astrology. And how this carn about is a matter of the utmost importance to the students of the history of the arts of the East, and of their applied symbolism. The Sybis of Muhammad's time were recognized by him as believers in a revealed religion, and were always treated by his followers with toleration. But their sword was unsparing against the still surviving star worshippers of Syria and Mesopotamia, and particularly against the handicraftsmen among them, who, in their several ritualistic arts, perpetuated the familiar types and motives of the obsolescent idolatry of Nineveh and Babylon. These Sabaeans of the Haran and valley of the Tigris and Euphrates, to escape extermination, sheltered themselves under the name of the Sybis, and introduced all their own pagan practices among the latter sect, which is now really idolatrous. Its members are nearly all artisans, and most of the metalwork from the neighborhood of Mosul, and Damascus, and Hilla, sold in Alexandria and Cairo, and now largely imported into Paris and London, is fabricated by these Sybis. The tree of life appears everywhere on their brass dishes and bowls, and on a dish presented to me by the Count Goblet d'Alviella, and figured in his original volume and in the present translation on plate V. Letter L, the sacred tree is realistically rendered by the date palm. The conventional tree of life, under the name of Saturvan, is an object of still living adoration among them, and as its worship has been traditionally handed down by them from the remotest Chaldean period. The dish figured by the Count Goblet d'Alviella conclusively proves, so it seems to me, that the ancient Mesopotamian tree of life, encinctured with a twine of leaves, was indeed none other than the date palm of the waters of Babylon. Associated, at times, with the half-mythical Homa plant of the Iranian Aryas, the Soma of the Vedic Hindus, as the source of the earliest intoxicating sap known in Persia and India. 7. In the Industrial Arts of India, Chapman and Hall, 1880, I traced this type through all its marvelous metamorphoses in the arts of the ancient Greeks and Romans, and of the Islamite Saracens, and the medieval and modern Europeans. And that it was received by the latter not only through the intermediation of the Greeks and Romans and Arabs, and as modified by them, but also, at different unascertained dates, in its crude forms directly from Mesopotamia and Syria, is suggested by a silver coin of Seolf II, king of Mercia, A.D. 874, bearing on its reverse a 9-branched tree of life, standing among the host of heaven, or host of God, between two cherubim or other acolytes, the whole overshadowed by the winged globe, with wings as of palm branches, and the globe marked like a face. The coin is figured, 580, in Edward Hawkins' Silver Coins of England, Quaritch, 1887, and its reverse type is there described as follows: 2 figures seated, holding a globe between them, above victory with expanded wings, unique. But beside the sun and moon the others of the 7 planets of the ancient astronomers came slowly into the observation of archaic man, and the whole universe was perceived to be full of moving life, and was now symbolized by a holy mountain, with its cosmical palm, deep-rooted in the earth, the Garden of Eden of the Semitic races, and lifting up its laden branches of clustered dates to the highest heavens. And again by a Virgin Mother. Everywhere he saw creative force in operation, and everywhere adopted the most homely and personal implements of that force as the visible and material symbols of the invisible and spiritual creator, or creators, in whose express image he postulated that the worlds were made. It was in this ingenuous unaffected spirit that the Semite nations named their phallic stone, or phallic tree, Beth-El, the house of God, or simply El, the Godhead self. Ashtoreth was symbolized by the phallic Cupressus sempervirens, one of the original arbors vitae, ashrim, of anterior Asia. And from it are derived not only the pyramidal images of the goddess in Phoenician sculptures, but the stiff cypress-like representations on the talismanic jewelry of southern Europe of the Blessed Virgin Mary, to whom we have also consecrated, since the 16th century, the American arbor vitae, Thuja occidentale. It is under the impulse of the same naive and artless temper of mind that the Hindus everywhere set up the lingam, and the yoni, and combined lingam and yoni images, and bowed down to them and worshipped them as the supreme symbols of creative deity. And the inability of English people, and of Europeans generally, to enter into their mental disposition in this matter is a most pertinent illustration of that ubiquitous antagonism between Eastern and Western ideas. Or between the ancient pagan world still left to us in Southern and Eastern Asia and the modern world of Christendom and Islam, which constitutes one of the greatest difficulties besetting British rule in India. Only 3 years ago I recorded in the Times 8 the flogging, by order of the police magistrate of Black Town, Madras, of a Hindu boy for exhibiting an indecent figure in public view. What he had explicitly done was to set up, in accordance with universal custom, a phallic image before a house that was in course of erection by a Mr. K. Srivanasa, who was first tried under the indictment, but was acquitted, he, the owner, not having been the person who had actually exhibited the image. It is the fact that the image referred to is often very naturally fashioned in southern India, a most fortunate fact in relation to the history of art. But even so it conveys no more idea of indecency to a Hindu, than do the words, fascination, testimony, cf. Genesis 24, 2, 3, 9, 32, 2, 5, and 47, 29, Lord and Lady, Aram Sps, Orchid, Etikitera, to ourselves. It has indeed for the Hindus a significance of the highest sanctity, of which only the remotest trace remains in the words, fascination, and testimony, and of which there is no trace in the word orchid or orchis. The testiculus of the Romans, unless possibly through its Greek synonym sigma alpha tau rho iota omicron nu. The image was indeed set up before Mr. Srivanasa's house as a symbol of the deity in whose strength alone can any work of man be surely established, and as a devout and public acknowledgment that, in the words of the Hebrew psalmist, except the Lord build the house they labor in vain that build it. The pillars Jachin and Boaz set up by King Solomon before the porch of his temple at Jerusalem, 1 Kings 7:21, had exactly the same significance, and their restorations by Chippies and Perrault, although they disclose none of the offensive realism sometimes observed in similar phallic presentments in the Madras Presidency, are not nearly so severely conventional as those to be everywhere seen in northern and western India. 9. The ultimate artistic form of the symbol, as I have been able to trace it, step by step, from India to Greece and Italy, is the conventional tree of life, or symbolical tree, guarded by affronted beasts or cherubim, that is, the two witnesses. 10. At every page we have similar exemplifications of the long results of time, 11 worked out with rare scholarship, conscientiousness, and enthusiasm. And with that lucidity of literary expression for which the Count Goblet di Alviella is distinguished. His book is, therefore, likely to be as welcome to the general reader as to the specialist in archaeology. I wish, however, to emphatically recommend it to the earnest attention of the students of ornamental art, for it is a book which, like Huizenbetha's emblems of the saints in art, should ever be with them. Beauty in decoration ought not to be sacrificed to symbolism, but it is always enhanced by being symbolical. While to employ these sacred ancient types irrespective of their significance is to make nonsense of an artistic composition, and is, in reality, as distressing a solecism as the use of fine words by pretentious people ignorant of their etymological derivation and full meaning. I am in no way responsible for the present translation. But having read it through from beginning to end I have found that, although it cannot be said to in any degree reflect the literary quality of the original French, it is perfectly accurate. And this is what would above all else be desired of the translation of so strictly a scientific work as La Migration des Symboles, alike by its English readers, and its author, who, I have, in conclusion, to gratefully add, has been good enough to completely revise the text where it has occasionally been found necessary to adapt it to the discoveries made since the first publication of the Count Goblet di Alviella's profoundly fascinating volume. George Birdwood. 7, Apsla Terrace, Acton, near London, W. Saturday, July 7, 1894. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Postscriptum. At the last moment of going to press I have chanced upon 3 remarkable variants of the swastika which the Count Goblet d'Alviella wishes me to reproduce here. The first is from a sepulchral stone at Meagle in Perthshire, and the second, which is a sinister swastika, from a cross at St. Vigians in Forfarshire. Both these are illustrated in Stuart's sculptured stones of Scotland. The third is from one of the old Mahometan buildings of the MON-GOL period at Lahore. This is also ignorantly rendered as the inauspicious swastika, and twisted into a legend, which I read as, Yafata, O opener, beginner, leader, victorious, conqueror, and so forth. G.O.B. The author's preface. Few words have acquired such a wide signification as the word symbol. 12 originally applied, amongst the Greeks, to the 2 halves of the tablet they divided between themselves as a pledge of hospitality, in the manner of our contract forms. Detached along a line of perforations from the counterfoil record, it was gradually extended to the engraved shells by which those initiated in the mysteries made themselves known to each other, and even to the more or less esoteric formulas and sacramental rites that may be said to have constituted the visible bond of their fellowship. At the same time its meaning was so amplified as to include on the one hand oracles, omens, and every extraordinary phenomenon that could be passed off as a warning from the gods, and on the other, military passwords, badges of corporate bodies, tokens of attendance, and pledges of every kind, from the wedding ring, to the ring deposited before partaking of a banquet as an earnest for the due payment of one's share of it. In short, the term came to gradually mean everything that, whether by general agreement or by analogy, conventionally represented something or somebody. A symbol might be defined as a representation which does not aim at being a reproduction. A reproduction implies if not identity with, at least similitude to, the original. But a symbol only requires that it shall have certain features in common with the object represented, so that, by its presence alone, it may evoke the conception of the latter, as is the case with a missile weapon and lightning. A sickle and harvest time, a ring and marriage, a pair of scales and the idea of justice, kneeling in the sentiment of submission, and so forth. By symbolism the simplest, the commonest objects are transformed, idealized, and acquire a new and, so to say, an illimitable value. In the Eleusinian Mysteries, the author of Philosophomena relates that, at the initiation to the higher degree, there was exhibited as the great, the admirable, the most perfect object of mystic contemplation. An ear of corn that had been reaped in silence. 13. The scrap of cloth which, in ordinary circumstances, we discard as a rag, at the top of a staff sums up all the aspirations included in the idea of one's country. And 2 crossed lines suffice to recall to millions of Christians the redemption of the world by the voluntary sacrifice of a God. We live in the midst of symbolical representations, from the ceremonies celebrating a birth to the funereal emblems adorning the tomb. From the shaking of hands all round of a morning to the applause with which we gratify the actor, or lecturer, of the evening, from the impressions figuring on the seal of our letters to the bank notes in our pocketbook. The pictorial and plastic arts are naught else but symbolism, even when they claim to adhere to the servile imitation of reality. We write, as we speak, in symbols. And it is in symbols again that we think, if those schools of philosophy are to be believed which affirm our powerlessness to perceive things in themselves. The philosophy of evolution goes the length of proclaiming, through the organ of its founder, that the conception of force, to which it refers all phenomena, is simply the symbol of an unknown and unknowable reality. Herbert Spencer even adds, in the most explicit terms, that it will always be permissible for us to picture to ourselves that reality by concrete symbols, so long as we do not regard them as resemblances of that for which they stand. 14. In this sense we may apply to the symbol what Professor Sabatier has written of the myth, to create a myth, that is to say, to catch a glimpse of a higher truth behind a palpable reality, is the most manifest sign of the greatness of the human soul, and the proof of its faculty of infinite growth and development. 15. Without doubt the symbols that have attracted in the highest degree the veneration of the multitude have been the representative signs of gods, often uncouth and indecent. But what have the gods themselves ever been, except the more or less imperfect symbols of the being transcending all definition whom the human conscience has more and more clearly divined through and above all these gods. It is sentiment, and above all, religious sentiment, that resorts largely to symbolism, and in order to place itself in more intimate communication with the being, or abstraction, it desires to approach. To that end men are everywhere seen either choosing natural, or artificial, objects to remind them of the great hidden one, or themselves imitating in a systematic manner the acts and deeds they attribute to him, which is a way of participating in his life, or again rendering objective by acts, as various as they are significant. All the gradations of the sentiments with which he inspires them, from the most profound humility to the most ardent love. Hence the extreme diversity of symbols, which may be divided into two classes, according as they consist of acts or rites, and of objects or emblems. We will here occupy ourselves exclusively with this second category, or rather with the figured representations it suggests, and which past generations have transmitted to us as so many material vestiges of their beliefs. Even thus restricted, the field of investigation is vast enough to make one fearful of wandering from the right way. Studies in comparative symbolism have fallen, during the latter half of this century, into a discredit which their former vicissitudes sufficiently explain. To the syntheses no less premature than brilliant, constructed with insufficient and imperfect materials by the rationalistic school, whose most illustrious representative was the French Dupuy, there succeeded, more than 50 years ago, the system, more philosophical than historical, of Kreutzer and his followers, who claimed to discover in all the religious practices of antiquity the disguised or disfigured reflection of a profound primitive wisdom. All these theories, after having successively captivated the learned, have been slowly overthrown by the accumulated objections afforded by later discoveries in archaeology, ethnography, philology, and history. And, as so often happens, the reaction against them has been in proportion to the first infatuation in their favor. Even the more recent attempts of M.M. Lagert and Émile Berneuf, although keeping more closely to facts, were not of such a nature as to cause us to retrace our steps. It seemed as if comparative archaeology must definitely sacrifice all imagination that could profit critical research. And today certain scientists would even attempt nothing less than the proscription of all hypothesis in investigations relating to the origin and signification of symbolism. As if hypothesis was not in every sort of study a necessary factor of scientific progress, provided it be not enunciated as an ascertained fact. Meanwhile, for anyone who would wish to resume this kind of investigation, the situation has greatly changed within the last 35 years. Documents which allow us to compare, under all the desirable conditions of authenticity, the symbolic representations of different nations, have accumulated to such a degree that henceforth the principal bar to their utilization lies in their number and their dissemination. It is not so many years ago that the transactions of the academies founded in the principal capitals of Europe, and the newborn annals of a few archaeological societies, constituted, together with certain great publications relating to the monuments of classical antiquity and of Egypt, the only collections to which the historian of symbolism could turn. Today we have everywhere at hand, in publications which will never be surpassed in importance and in accuracy, the result of excavations carried on simultaneously in Chaldea, Assyria, Persia, Asia Minor, Phoenicia, Egypt and Libya. Not forgetting the reproduction of memorials discovered or studied anew in Greece, Italy, India, the extreme East, and even in the two Americas. Archaeological reviews and special collections, which have rendered so much service to the study of ancient art, have multiplied even in the smallest states of Europe. There is no branch of archaeology, from the study of seals to numismatics, which has not its organs and societies. Thanks specially to the liberality of the different governments, not only have museums been enriched in proportion to the discoveries made, but the more important collections form the subject of descriptive catalogues which allow of the utilization of materials at a distance. Lastly, the joint labors of many workers, planned from the most various points of view, are centralizing all these documents, thus lightening the task of those who desire to restore the traces and elucidate the meaning of the principal symbols of the world. Moreover, the deciphering of inscriptions, the classification and interpretation of written documents, the general advancement of the study of history, more especially religious history, whilst enlightening us on the creeds of nations, enable us the better to establish the connection between their symbols and their myths. At the same time that a more exact knowledge of the social and geographical centers whence these symbols originated aids us to discover in many cases the origins of the image which has furnished a body to the idea. Henceforth there is no longer any reason why in the study of symbols we may not arrive at results as positive as in the study of myths. The comparative examination of myths long ago entered upon a scientific phase, whether, with Professor Max Muller and the philological school, we are content to compare the traditions of nations speaking allied languages, or, with Mr. Andrew Lang and the majority of ethnographers, we do not scruple to compare the mythology of all known peoples. Now, the myth, which may be defined as a dramatization of natural phenomena, or of abstract events, offers more than one feature in common with the symbol. Both depend upon reasoning by analogy, which in the one case creates an imaginary tale, in the other a material image. Doubtless there is this difference, somewhat ignored by those who have obscured the idea of religious symbolism by blending it with mythology, that in the symbol we must be conscious of a distinction between the image and the object, or being, thus represented, whilst an essential feature of the myth is to believe the narration to be in conformity with the reality. But it is easy to understand that both are frequently formed by the help of the same mental operations, and above all are transmitted through the same channels. In any case, there are religions which we cannot understand if we do not endeavor to supplement the insufficiency of the texts by the study of the monuments. A significant symptom in this connection is the growing tendency among savants to utilize, in the study of particular religions, the texts to verify the symbols, and the symbols to verify the texts. As may be seen in the recent works of Senart on the history of Buddhism, Gaidas and Bertrand on the symbols of ancient Gaul, J. Menant on the sculptured stones of Central Asia, and Father Lenormand, Clermont-Ganneau, Ledrein, and Ph. Berger on the symbols of the Semitic religions. These works are the best proofs of the services which the interpretation of symbols can render to the history of religions when strictly scientific methods are rigidly followed. It is not merely a question of avoiding preconceived ideas and hasty generalizations. What is needed above all is to provisionally substitute analysis for synthesis, the history of symbols for the history of symbolism. In other words, to take the principal symbolical figures one by one, in order to establish their respective history, first among each people, and then over the whole area of countries where they are found. It may happen that we may succeed. After repeated and patient investigations of this kind, if not in establishing the laws of symbolism, as has been done for comparative grammar, at least in collecting together the materials for a general history of symbolism, as has been already accomplished for almost every other branch of knowledge. My aim is simply to furnish a contribution to this history, by investigating the limits within which certain symbolical representations have been transmitted from people to people, and how far in the course of their migrations their meaning and their form may have been modified. I have here applied myself particularly to figures which, by the importance and the very complexity of their role, have seemed to me the most capable of throwing some light on the general conditions of symbolical transmission. Such as the Gammadion or tetraseal and the triseal, the Paradisaical tree, or rather the special type it assumed amongst the Assyrians, the sacred cone of the western Semitic nations, the winged globe of Egypt, the caduceus of the Phoenicians, and the trisula of the Buddhists. This selection will further permit me to bring into prominence one of the most curious and perhaps least explored sides of comparative symbolism. I speak here of the attraction which analogous symbols exercise on one another, or rather of the tendency they display to coalesce and lose themselves in intermediate types. Most of the observations which I have brought together in the following chapters have already appeared during the last 3 years in the Bulletins de l'Académie Royale de Belgique, the Revue de Deux Mondes, and in the Revue de l'Histoire de Religions. In recasting them as a whole I have fully considered the remarks which their first publication elicited from sympathetic critics, as well as the modifications produced in my own views by subsequent researches. I have also added a variety of illustrations calculated to show more strongly the cases of symbolical filiation and fusion of which I have endeavored to verify the existence and elucidate the theory. Goblet d'Alviella. Court Saint-Étienne, Brabant. March, 1891. Chapter 1. On Symbols Common to Different Races. Identity of certain images and the symbolism of different races. On spontaneous coincidences in the applications of the symbolical faculty. The cross apart from Christianity. St. Anthony's cross potency. The fight between the eagle and the serpent. Readiness with which symbols are transmitted from nation to nation. Principal causes of their diffusion. The complexity and singularity of identical symbols is a presumption in favor of their unity of origin. The triseal. The double-headed eagle. The hand of providence. Information supplied by identity of meaning and use. The lotus flower. The variety of symbols seems at first to be as boundless as the combinations of the human imagination. It is not uncommon, however, to discover the same symbolical figures amongst races the furthest apart. These coincidences can hardly be explained by chance, like the combinations of the kaleidoscope. Except in the case of symbols found amongst peoples who belong to the same race, and who, consequently, may have carried away from their common cradle certain elements of their respective symbolism. There are only two possible solutions: either these analogous images have been conceived independently, in virtue of a law of the human mind, or else they have passed from one country to another by a process of borrowing. There exists a symbolism so natural that, after the manner of certain implements peculiar to the Stone Ages, it does not belong to any definite region or race, but constitutes a characteristic feature of humanity in a certain phase of development. To this category belong, for example, the representations of the sun by a disk or radiating face, of the moon by a crescent, of the air by birds, of the water by fishes, also by a wavy line, and so forth. Perhaps certain more complicated analogies should be added to these, such as the symbolizing of the different phases of human existence by the life of the tree, the generative forces of nature by phallic emblems, the divine triads. And generally every triple combination whose members are equal, by the equilateral triangle, and, lastly, the four main directions of space by a cross. What theories have not been built upon the existence of the equilateral cross as an object of veneration amongst nearly all the races of the Old and the New World? Of late years Orthodox writers have protested with good reason against the claim of attributing a pagan origin to the cross of the Christians because earlier creeds had included cruciform signs in their symbolism. And the same objection might be urged against those who seek for Christian infiltrations in certain other religions under the pretext that they possess the sign of the redemption. When the Spaniards took possession of Central America, they found in the native temples real crosses, which were regarded as the symbol, sometimes of a divinity at once terrible and beneficent, Tlaloc, sometimes of a civilizing hero. White and bearded, Quetzalcoatl, stated by tradition to have come from the east. They concluded from this that the cross had reached the Toltecs through Christian missions of which all trace was lost, and, as legend must always fix upon a name, they gave the honor to St. Thomas, the legendary apostle of all the Indies. Although this proposition has again found defenders in recent congresses of Americanists, it may be regarded as irrevocably condemned. It has been ascertained beyond all possibility of future doubt that the cross of pre-Columbian America is a kind of compass card, that it represents the four quarters whence comes the rain, or rather the four main winds which bring rain. And that it thus became the symbol of the god Tlaloc, the dispenser of the celestial waters, and, lastly, of the mythical personage known by the name of Quetzalcoatl. 16. By a similar process of reasoning the Assyrians were led to represent by an equilateral cross their god of the sky, Anu. The ideogram of this god is formed by four cruciform characters which radiate at right angles from the circle or lozenge denoting the sun in the cuneiform inscriptions. Figure 1. Ideogram of Anu. Rawlinson. Western Asia Inscriptions, Volume 2. PL 48, Figure 30 of. Is not the sky indeed the space in which light radiates? It is proper to remark that amongst the Assyrians themselves the equilateral cross, as denoting the main directions in which the sun shines, became also the symbol of that luminary, and consequently, here again, of the god who governs it. It was the same with the Chaldeans, the Hindus, the Greeks, the Persians, and perhaps with the Gauls, and the ancient civilizers of Northern America. Figure 2. Figure 2. Solar crosses 17. In China, the equilateral cross inscribed in a square represents the earth, and according to Mr. Samuel Beal, a saying is met with there to the effect that God made the earth in the form of a cross. 18. Egyptian writing utilizes among its signs the Greek and even the Latin cross. In connection with this we find in a recent article by the Abbé and Salt a characteristic example of the readiness with which one may go astray in the identification of symbols, if satisfied with a merely superficial resemblance. On the famous Damietta stone, the Greek words pi tau omicron lambda epsilon mu alpha omicron sigma omega tau rho, Ptolemy the Savior, are rendered by the demotic characters forming the equivalent of pi tau omicron lambda epsilon mu alpha omicron, followed by the sign. From which the author concludes that the term Savior being rendered by a cross, this sign was with the Egyptians, an allusion to the future coming of the Redeemer. 19. Figure 3. Hieroglyph of the Hammer. E. Comans, Manuel de Langue Egyptian, page 47, section 18. Unhappily for this ingenious interpretation, M. de Harlez, who has taken the trouble to refute M. and Salt's article, points out to him that in demotic the sign is the simplest form of a hieroglyph representing a hammer, or a boring tool, and is usually employed to express the idea of grinding, avenging, and by amplification, the grinder. The avenger, a not uncommon epithet of Horus, and some other gods. 20. Even in the presence of an analogy of signification combined with a resemblance of forms, it is well to look twice before identifying symbols. The St. Anthony's cross, Croix Potency, literally, gibbet cross, is found, with almost the same symbolical signification, in Palestine, in Gaul, and in ancient Germany, in the Christian catacombs, and amongst the ancient inhabitants of Central America. Among the Phoenicians and their kindred races, it was the character known by the name of Tau, and from an oft-quoted passage in Ezekiel 21 we learn that it was accounted a sign of life and health. Among the Celts and the ancient Germans it was the representation of the celestial two-headed mallet which was accounted an instrument of life and of fecundity. Amongst the early Christians it was a form sometimes given to the cross of Christ, itself called the Tree of Life. 22 in Central America where, according to M. Albert Reville, the cross was surnamed the Tree of Plenty. 23 It assumed also the form of the Tau. Are we to conclude from this that all these gibbet crosses have the same origin and the same aim? That would be a rather hasty conclusion. The symbolical signification of the Tau is explained by its resemblance to the key of life or crux ansata of Egypt, so widely diffused throughout all Western Asia. The double hammer of Thor and of Taran is a symbol of the lightning, and, for this reason, could not fail to represent the vivifying forces of the storm, according to the tradition common among the Indo-European nations. 24 Similarly, if in pre-Columbian America, the cross became an emblem of fertility, it is, as we have seen, because it represents the rain god. As for the early Christians, if they made of the cross a symbol of life, it is especially in the spiritual sense. And, if they sometimes gave it the form of the polybulum, it was because such was the instrument employed among the Romans in the punishment by crucifixion. In the mythology of primitive nations the contest between the sky, or sun, and the clouds is frequently represented by a fight between an eagle and a serpent. This subject has been treated more than once in ancient art. 25 Already in the Homeric ages it had become a symbol of victory. For we are told in the Iliad that the Trojans were on the point of abandoning the assault on the Greek entrenchments through having seen an eagle which held a serpent in its claws take flight, being wounded by its prey. 26 Now according to the tradition of the Aztecs, the founding of Mexico is said to have been resolved on owing to the apparition of an eagle which, perched upon an agave, and with wings outstretched towards the rising sun, held a serpent in its talons. 27 The first conquerors of Mexico saw therein an emblem of future greatness, and to the present day this emblem figures in the arms of the capital. Yet it is unlikely that the Aztecs had read Homer. On the other hand, the ease with which symbols are borrowed is indisputable. Represented on the ordinary productions of industry, favorite subjects with artists, they pass unceasingly from one country to another, with commodities of commerce and articles of ornament. As witness the specimens of Hindu, Chinese, and Japanese symbolism and pictorial art which have penetrated among us with the vases, the fabrics, and all the curiosities of the Far East. The centers of artistic culture have always been foci of symbolic exportation. Have there not been found even among the treasures of our medieval churches on the one hand, and among those of Chinese and Japanese temples on the other, masterpieces of Sasanian art, which themselves reproduce the symbols of classic paganism? 28. In olden times soldiers and sailors and travelers of every profession never left home without taking with them, under some form or another, their symbols and gods. A knowledge of which they thus spread in remote parts, bringing back from abroad others in return. Slavery, so largely known in the ancient world, must likewise have favored the importation of symbols through the medium of those innumerable captives whom the fortune of war, or the chances of piracy, brought everywhere from the most distant regions, without depriving them of the memory of their gods and the forms of their worship. Lastly, coins have never failed to propagate through immense distances the symbols of the nations who put them into circulation. Gallic coins are nothing but counterfeits of the Greek coinage of Philip or Alexander, and even in the tumuli of Scandinavia native coins have been found which roughly imitated the coinage of Bactria. 29. Now nothing is so contagious as a symbol unless perhaps a superstition. They are all the more so when combined together, as they generally were among the nations of antiquity, who scarcely adopted a symbol without attaching a talismanic value to it. Even today there are tourists who return from Naples with a coral horn, suspended, according to the sex of the traveler, from the bracelet, or the watch chain. Do they really believe that they have found a preservative against the evil eye in this Italian survival of an old Chaldean symbol? To many of them it is assuredly only a local curiosity, a trinket, a souvenir of travel. But there are some amongst the number who let themselves be influenced, even unconsciously, by the Neapolitan superstition. It can do no harm and may perhaps do good, they would be tempted to reply, in imitation of certain gamblers when bantered about their fetishes. We have here an argument which is almost universal among polytheistic populations, where everyone thinks it safe to render homage not only to his own gods, but also to those of others, and even to unknown divinities. For do we ever know of whom we may have need in this world, or in the next? Egyptian scarabei have been found by the thousand from Mesopotamia to Sardinia, wherever either the armies of the pharaohs or the ships of the Phoenicians penetrated. Everywhere too in these latitudes there have been found native scarabei made in imitation of those of Egypt, and reproducing with more or less exactness the symbols which the engravers of the valley of the Nile displayed so lavishly on the flat side of these amulets. It is thus again that, long before the diffusion of coins, the pottery, the jewels, the statuettes of Greece and of Etruria, furnished Central and Western Europe with divine types and symbolic figures. Are there any indications which enable us to determine whether analogous symbols have been produced independently, or were derived from the same source? Intricacy and singularity of forms when they exceed certain limits may justify the second of these propositions. We may well suppose that in the desire to symbolize the strength or activity of superhuman beings, the Egyptians, the Aztecs, the Hindus, and the Chinese, have been separately led to enrich by several pairs of arms and legs, or even by several heads, certain figured representations of their superhuman beings. 30. But does this hypothesis of an independent origin hold good when, for example, we see both on the ancient coins of Lycia and in the feudal coat of arms of the Isle of Man, a figure at once so precise as the triceal or triquetra, those three legs joined together at the thigh, which radiate from a central point? Figure 4. Triceal on the shield of Enceladus. De Witt and Lenormand. Monuments Ceramographiques, Volume 1, pl. 8. There is nothing for it but to ask oneself how this ancient solar symbol can have passed from one country to the other. The intermediate stage may perhaps be found in Sicily, where the triseal was used in the coinage, from the time of Agathocles, to symbolize the configuration of the island with 3 promontories. As the Isle of Man also presents this geographical peculiarity, it is very possible that, at the commencement of the Middle Ages, a Norman baron, or even a crusader, or simple adventurer, returning to his home after a sojourn in Sicily, applied to his native country a symbol still living in the classic traditions of the ancient Trinacria, save that in order to suit the age he added spurs to the heels. 31. We are familiar with the double-headed eagle of the old German Empire, still blazoned on the armorial bearings of Austria and of Russia. What was the surprise of the English travelers Barth and Hamilton, when, in exploring Asia Minor about 50 years ago, they discovered a double-headed eagle of the same type sculptured in the midst of religious scenes on Tyrian bas-reliefs dating back to the civilization of the Hittites? Figure 5. Bas-relief of Ayuk. Perrault and Chippies. L'Art d'un Atlantiquite, Volume 4, Figure 343. It is difficult to admit that, on both sides, there was conceived spontaneously, on identical lines, a representation of the eagle so contrary to the laws of nature. M. De Longperrier has solved the enigma by reminding us that it was only about 1345 that the eagle with 2 heads replaced the monocephalous one on the armorial bearings of the Western Empire. It would seem to have been Flemish princes who, during the Crusades, appropriated the device from the coins and standards of the Turkomans, then the masters of Asia Minor. The latter had adopted it as the symbol of omnipotence, perhaps the hamka, the fabulous bird of Moslem tradition, which carries off the buffalo and the elephant, as the kite carries off the mouse. Thus, observes M. Perrault, there would seem to have been transplanted into our modern Europe a symbol belonging originally to an Asiatic creed of the highest antiquity. And by a singular turn of fortune the Turks saw, at Belgrade and at Lepanto, their advance towards the west barred by that same eagle which had conducted them triumphantly along the banks of the Euphrates and the shores of the Bosphorus. 32. Perchance the Turkomans themselves had borrowed this symbol from the sculptures carved by their mysterious predecessors on the rocks of Ayuk and of Ayasalaikaya. But it is equally possible that they acquired it through the medium of the Persians. We find in the collection of M. de Gobineau an intaglio, attributed by him to the time of the Arsacidi, on which is engraved the traditional type of the double-headed eagle holding, as at Ayuk, a hair in each claw. M. De Longperrier observes that if the stem of certain ferns, Pteris aquilina, be cut transversely a fairly accurate image of the double-headed eagle is obtained. Figure 6. Arsatian intaglio. Revue archéologique of 1894, Volume 27, PLV, No. 391. Now the fern is named in Greek Paitau rho iota or Paitau epsilon rho alpha, as is the province where the bas-reliefs of Ayuk are found. The learned archaeologist wondered if it was not this similarity which caused the double-headed eagle to be chosen as the symbol of Tyria. 33. But we know now that the bas-reliefs in question date from a period far earlier than that of the appearance of the Greeks in this part of the world. And, besides, it is probable that the Greeks had given a name to the fern before knowing Tyria. The most that can be admitted is that the resemblance of the Hittite symbol to the bicephalous figure obtained from the fern led the Greeks to name the country after the plant. The Greeks, whom we have seen adopting as a symbol of victory the figure of an eagle holding a serpent between its talons, sometimes replaced the serpent by a hare which corresponded with the Hittite scheme. Only they rejected anything monstrous that the latter might offer, and contented themselves with faithfully copying nature. 34. India on the contrary seems to have accepted without hesitation the bicephalous type which Persia probably transmitted to it. We there find the double-headed eagle on ancient coins, where it holds an elephant instead of a hare, not only in each talon, but also in each beak. More saw in this a representation of Garuda the solar eagle which Vishnu rode. In any case we here draw singularly near the hamka of the Turks, and it may even be that the latter derived their legend of the fabulous bird from some representation of this kind, where the part of the hare was taken by an elephant, or buffalo. Figure 7. Ancient Indian coin. More. Hindu Pantheon, PL 103, Figure 3. It cannot, however, be said that Greece had nothing to do with the production of this emblem. M. Clermont-Ganneau has shown how, in the popular iconography, complex monsters were frequently produced by a false interpretation of groups formed of separate individuals. There is, for example, an image of Phoenician origin which shows us orthros in the form of two dogs distinctly apart. Hellenic image makers, he goes on to say, unite the two animals, while fable goes still further and endows the imaginary creature with a third head which it does not always possess in ancient art. 35 Thus again the chimera originates in the group, so widespread in Lycian art, of a lion devouring a goat, the two animals having been taken for one by the Greek copyist. In the same manner the triple Geryon slain by Heracles owes its existence to a wrong interpretation of the scene, taken originally from Egypt, in which a king is seen raising his club as if to strike three barbarians, who are grouped in such a manner as to give the illusion of a single body with 3 heads, 6 arms, and 6 legs. I had long since surmised a similar origin in the double-headed eagle, when, turning over once more the pages of Schliemann's Mycenae, I discovered the solution of the problem in some golden fibulae dug up by the famous archaeologist among the tombs of the ancient Mycenae, Fig. 8 and 9. We there find 2 eagles, as Schliemann says, leaning against each other with their whole bodies and even with their claws while turning their heads in opposite directions. At Iuc the 2 eagles are fused in one. In this instance it is not Greek mythology which has clumsily interpreted a Phoenician image, but the Asiatic sculptor who has misunderstood the real meaning of the Mycenaean image. When, therefore, the double-headed eagle changed sides in the 13th century of our era, during the struggle which has waged for more than 30 centuries between Europe and Asia, it did nothing else than return, after many wanderings, to its original home. Figure 8 and 9. Jewels from Mycenae. Schliemann, Mycenae. I will cite yet another symbol, come from afar, the Semitic origin of which is not to be gainsaid. Even when we cannot identify all the stages of the route it followed in order to reach us. Christian symbolism has often represented God the Father, or Providence, the hand of God, by a hand emerging from a cloud. In some of these figures the fingertips emit rays of light, as if it were a living sun, observes M. Diderot in his Histoire de Dieu. And a miniature of the 9th century in the Bibliothèque Nationale of Paris, shows the divine hand in the middle of a nimbus encircling a cross. Figure 10. The Hand of God. Diderot. Histoire de Dieu, page 32. M. Gaydas has compared this figure with certain Gallic amulets, the solar wheels formed of 4 rays through which a hand passes. 36. Might not the 2 symbols have their prototype upon an Assyrian obelisk, where 2 hands are shown to issue from a solar disk, the right open and exhibiting the palm, the left closed and holding a bow? Figure 11. Assyrian symbol. G. Rawlinson. The 5 Great Monarchies, Volume 2. Page 233. The representation of the open, or uplifted, hand, intended to typify the divine might, is, moreover, common to all branches of the Semitic race. It appears already amongst the Chaldeans, for a cylinder, of Babylonian origin, exhibits an uplifted hand, which emerges from a pyramidal base, between persons in an attitude of adoration. This is precisely the type of our hand of justice. Fig. 12, Chaldean cylinder. Laggard. Mitra, PL 27, Figure 5. According to M. François Lenormand, the celebrated pyramid of Borsippa was called the Temple of the Right Hand, and one of the names of Babylon was that of the City of the Hand of Anu, or, what amounts to the same thing, of the Celestial Hand. 37. The hand uplifted towards the sky is an oft-repeated image on the ex-voto of Carthage, and even at the present time it is figured on native houses in Palestine and Morocco to ward off evil spirits from the dwellers therein. 38. Moreover, this symbol passed also to India, where it decorates the pedestal of the holy tree in a bas-relief at Bharhut, CPL 4, Figure H. In default of adequate proofs drawn from singularity of form, identity of meaning and of use may afford strong presumptions in favor of the relationship of symbols. There would be nothing surprising in Hindus and Egyptians having independently adopted, as a symbol of the sun, the lotus flower, which every morning opens under the first rays of that luminary to close again at eventide, and which seems to spring up of itself on the surface of the placid waters. However, the hypothesis of a transmission becomes very plausible when, in the iconography of the two nations, we see this flower serving both as a support to the solar gods, Horus and Vishnu, and figuring in the hand of the goddesses associated with these gods, Hathor and Lakshmi, the Venuses of Egypt and India. Lastly, this plausibility becomes a sort of certainty when, on both sides, we find the lotus employed to interpret the same shade of thought in some indirect and subtle enough applications of solar symbolism. It must indeed be remarked that on either side the lotus flower symbolizes less the sun itself than the solar matrix, the mysterious sanctuary into which the sun retires every evening, there to acquire fresh life. This miracle, which was believed to be renewed every day, was regarded as the origin of whatever exists. The Egyptians, who believed that the world had sprung from the liquid element, made the sun to proceed from a lotus which one day had emerged from the primordial waters. 39 This they rendered in their iconography by representing Horus as springing forth from a lotus-shaped calyx held by Hathor. 40 In the same way the Indian sacred books constantly speak of gods as sprung from the lotus. It is on a golden lotus that Brahma appears in the beginning of time, and it is with the different parts of this plant that he created the world. 41 A Hindu legend, related by Father Vincenzo da Santa Caterina, states that Brahma keeps watch 6 months of the year and sleeps the other 6 in a lotus flower of extraordinary size and beauty. 42. Hence a fresh enlargement given to the figurative meaning of the lotus. The symbol of solar renaissance, it became, with the Egyptians, the symbol of human renaissance and, generally, of life in its eternal and unceasingly renewed essence. On a sarcophagus in the Louvre there is depicted a scarabaeus emerging from a lotus between Isis and Nephthys in their characteristic attitude of guardians and protectresses of the dead. 43 Thus were represented both the sun and the deceased passing through the tomb to renew their existence in the luminous fields of space. The lotus was even adopted with this signification in the funeral symbolism of Europe. It is met with again, not in the Greek traditions relating to the lotophagi, those fabulous people who partook of the lotus in order to forget life and its troubles, but even in the inscriptions on tombstones which are met with. Dating from the latter centuries of paganism, from Libya to Belgium. 44. Renaissance has but few attractions for the Brahmins, and still fewer for the Buddhists. The latter adopted the ancient flower of life but to symbolize, according to their different schools, nature in the sum of her manifestations, the eternally active matter, the innumerable worlds which fill space, the Buddha dwelling in each of them, lastly, the teaching of the Master, that is to say, the means of escaping from that chain of causes and effects which engenders personal existence. It is thus that they carried to the confines of Asia the lotus of the good law. And even today in the Himalayas there is no valley so remote that the traveler does not hear everywhere on his approach, as an utterance of sanctification and of welcome, the mystic formula, Om Mani Padme Om, O. The jewel in the lotus. However, popular traditions and engraved monuments would suffice to remind us of the ties which unite the lotus of Buddhism to that of Egypt. A legend relates that, when the Bodhisattva appears, a miraculous lotus springs out of the earth, and he seats himself thereon, and takes in all the worlds at a glance. 45 Buddha, besides, is everywhere represented seated on the lotus flower like Vishnu and Horus. It is perhaps not impossible to fix the intermediate stages of this symbolism. The lotus passed from Egypt to the monuments of Phoenicia and, towards the 8th century before our era, to those of Assyria, 46 which in their turn transmitted it to Persia. Thus, in the sculptures of Phoenicia goddesses are found who hold in the hand a lotus flower, and, in the Sasanian bas-reliefs at Taphi-Boston, the solar god Mithras stands upon a lotus flower. 47 Lastly, among the Mesopotamians and the Persians it is not uncommon to find the lotus blossoming on shrubs in which may be recognized either the sacred tree of the Semitic religions, or the Iranian tree which secretes the elixir of immortality. 48. Nowadays the beautiful rose-blossomed lotus, Nymphea nelumbo, observed on the monuments of Egypt, no longer grows in that country in its wild state, but by a curious coincidence, it has remained in the flora, as in the symbolism, of India. 49. Figure 13. Caves of Kanurki. Ferguson and Burgess. Cave Temples of India, PLX, Figure 35. We may add that it has been imported from India to China and Japan. So that it is still one of the principal symbolical figures by which at the present day we recognize the sacred vases and other objects employed in religious services by the Buddhists of these countries. 50. Chapter 2. On the Gammadion or Swastika. 1. Geographical distribution of the Gammadion. Geographical distribution of the Gammadion. Different patterns of the Gammadion. Its common occurrence amongst all the nations of the Old World, with the exception of the Egyptians, the Phoenicians, the Mesopotamians, and the Persians. The Filfat, the swastika. Figure 14. Gammadions. The name Gammadion is given to that form of cross whose extremities are bent back at right angles, as if to form four gammas joined together at the base, Figure 14. It may be called a cross petit when the bent parts end in a point so as to form a sort of foot, Figure 15a, and a cross with hooks when the arms after being bent a first time are again twisted either inwards, 15b, or outwards, 15c. Lastly, it takes the name of tetraseal when the arms are rounded off whilst curving backwards, 15d. Figure 15. Varieties of the Gammadion. With the exception of the solar disk and the Greek cross there are few symbolical marks so widely distributed. Dar. Schliemann, exploring the debris of the towns piled upon the plateau of Hisarlik, beginning with the second or burnt city, which the learned explorer identifies with the Ilium of Priam, 51 found innumerable Gammadions. Especially amongst the decorations of those terracotta discs which have been thought to be whorls, and which served perhaps as ex voto. 52 It likewise ornaments certain idols of feminine shape, which recall roughly the appearance of the Chaldean Ishtar. In one of these statuettes, a leaden one, it occupies the center of the triangle denoting the belly. 53. In Greece, as in Cyprus and at Rhodes, it first appears on that pottery with geometrical ornamentation which constitutes the second period of Grecian ceramics. 54 It then passes to those vases with decorations taken from living objects, whose appearance seems to coincide with the development of Phoenician influences on the shores of Greece. 55. It is seen on the archaic pottery of Cyprus, and of Rhodes, and of Athens, on both sides of the conventional tree, so frequently reproduced on the inscribed monuments of Hither Asia between two monsters facing each other, see further on, pl. 4. It appears on an Athenian vase in a burial scene. 3 times repeated in front of the funeral car. 56 On a vase from Thera several Gammadions are reproduced round an image of the Persian Artemis. 57 At Mycenae it figures on ornaments collected during Dr. Schliemann's excavations. 58 At Pergamus it adorns the balustrade of the portico which surrounded the Temple of Athene. And at Orchomenus the sculptured roof of the so-called nuptial chamber in the palace of the treasury. 59 Lastly, when the introduction of money disclosed a new outlet for the symbolic forms of religion and of art. It became a favorite emblem in the coinage, not only of the archipelago and of Greece proper, but also of Macedon, Thrace, Crete, Lycia, and Paphlagonia. From Corinth, where it figures amongst the most ancient mint marks, it passed to Syracuse under Timoleon, to be afterward spread abroad on the coins of Sicily and of Magna Graecia. 60 In northern Italy it was known even before the advent of the Etruscans, for it has been met with on pottery dating from the Terramare civilization. 61 It appears also on the roof of those ossuaries, in the form of a hut, which reproduce on a small scale the wicker hovels of the people of that epoch. 62 In the Villanova period it adorns vases with geometrical decorations found at Caira, Chiusi, Albano, and at Cumae 63, and when Etruria became accessible to Oriental influences it appears on fibulae and other golden ornaments. 64. At a still later period it is found on the breasts of personages decorating the walls of a Samnite tomb near Capua. 65. Lastly it appears as a motif for decoration in the Roman mosaics. It is singular that at Rome itself it has not been met with on any monument prior to the 3rd, or perhaps the 4th, century of our era. About that period the Christians of the catacombs had no hesitation in including it amongst their representations of the cross of Christ. Not only did they carve it upon the tombs, but they also used it to ornament the garments of certain priestly personages, such as the fossors, and even the tunic of the Good Shepherd. 66. At Milan it forms a row of curved crosses round the pulpit of St. Ambrose. On the other hand, it appears to have been widely distributed throughout the provinces of the Roman Empire, especially among the Celts, where in many cases it is difficult to decide whether it is connected with imported civilization or with indigenous tradition. From Switzerland, and even from the Danubian countries, to the most remote parts of Great Britain, it has been found on vases, on metal plates, on fibulae, on sword belts, and on arms. 67. In England it adorns fragments of mosaics collected from the ruins of several villas. 68. As well as a funeral urn unearthed in a mound of the Bronze Age. 69. In Gaul it is observed frequently enough on coins ranging from the 3rd century BC to the 3rd century of our era, and even later, for it is met with on a Merovingian piece. 70. We may add that it already figures on fragments of pottery and even on terra cotta matrices found in a lacustrine city in Lake Bourget. 71. In Belgium, we meet with it at Estins, Hainaut, and at Anthy, province of Namur, in tile debris dating back to the Roman epoch. 72. It is also seen repeated several times, in association with the lotus flower, among the inscriptions on tombstones discovered, some years ago, in the Belgo-Roman cemetery of Juslinville, near Pepinster, figure 16. An interesting discussion arose in the Institut Archéologique Ligiois as to whether, in spite of the invocation d. iis, m. anibus, the presence of the Gammadion did not imply the Christian character of this sepulchral monument. 73. Figure 16. Tombstone from Juslinville. Institut Archéologique Ligiois, Volume 10, 1870, pl 13. To the arguments brought forward to refute this theory we may add that a sepulchral stele of an unquestionably pagan character, discovered in Algeria, offers an analogous combination of two Gammadions placed over a wheel. Figure 17. Libyan sepulchral stele. Proceedings of the SOC Frank. Denumism. ETD Archaeology, Volume 2, pl 3. 3. The fact may be mentioned that in the middle of the Christian era, 11 or 12 centuries later, the Gammadion reappears on a sepulchre in the same Belgian province. On a tombstone of the 14th century, discovered in 1871, during the construction of a tunnel at Huy, 3 personages are sculptured, one of whom is a priest clothed in a chasuble. And on this chasuble 3 bands of Gammadions can be distinctly seen. 74. The Gammadion, associated with the wheel, as well as with the thunderbolt, likewise adorns votive altars found, in England, and near the Pyrenees, on the site of Roman encampments. 75. At Valo, in the Bouches-du-Rhône department, there has been found the headless statue of a god sitting cross-legged, who bore on its breast a row of crooked crosses surmounting another row of equilateral crosses. 76. Figure 18. Altar in the Toulouse Museum. Revue archéologique de 1880, Volume 40. Page 17. In Ireland, however, and in Scotland, the Gammadion seems really to have marked Christian sepulchres, for it is met with on tombstones associated with Latin crosses. 77. The Reverend Charles Graves, Bishop of Limerick, has described an Ogham stone found in an abandoned cemetery in Kerry, which he believes to belong to the 6th century. It bears an arrow between 2 Gammadions. 78. The Anglo-Saxons gave to the Gammadion the name of Filfot, from the Norse file, full, veal equals, numerous, and fot, foot. 79 It has been observed on pottery and funeral urns of the Bronze Age in Silesia, in Pomerania, and the eastern islands of Denmark. In the following ages it is met with on ornaments, on sword hilts, on golden brackets, on sculptured rocks, and on tombstones. 80 Amongst the Scandinavians it ended by combining, doubtlessly under the influence of Christianity, with the Latin cross. Figure 19. Cross on a runic stone from Sweden. Ludwig Müller, page 94, figure A. In an old Danish church it ornaments baptismal fonts which date from the early times of Christianity. 81 In Iceland, according to Mr. Jaltalin, it is still in use at the present day as a magic sign. 82. Amongst the Slaves and Finns it has not yet been found, save in a sporadic state, and about the period of their conversion to Christianity only. We may remark, by the way, that it is very difficult to determine the age and nationality of the terracotta or bronze objects on which it has been observed in countries of mixed or superposed races, such as Hungary, Poland, Lithuania and Bohemia. In the Caucasus, M. Chantre has met with it on eardrops, ornamental plates, sword hilts, and other objects found in burial places dating back to the Bronze period and the First Iron Age. 83. Amongst the Persians its presence has been pointed out on some Arsatian and Sasanian coins only. 84. The Hittites introduced it on a bas-relief at Ibris, in Lycaonia, where it forms a border on the dress of a king, or priest, who offers up a sacrifice to a god. 85. The Phoenicians do not seem to have known or, at least, to have used it, except on some of the coins which they struck in Sicily in imitation of Greek pieces. A coin of Byzantium on which it is figured, near the head of Astarte, dates from the reign of Augustus. 86. It is not met with either in Egypt, in Assyria, or in Chaldea. In India it bears the name of swastika, when its arms are bent towards the right, figure 14a, and swastika when they are turned in the other direction, figure 14b. The word swastika is a derivative of svasti, which again comes from su equals well, and the verb osti equals it is. The expression would seem therefore to correspond with a Greek formula, epsilon epsilon sigma tau, and, in fact, amongst the Hindus as amongst the Buddhists, its representation has always passed for a propitious sign. 87. The grammarian Panini mentions it as a character used for earmarking cattle. We see in the Ramayana that the ships of the fleet, on which Bharata embarked for Ceylon, bore, doubtlessly on their bows, the sign of the swastika. 88. Passing now to inscribed monuments, we find the Gammadion on the bars of silver, shaped like dominoes, which, in certain parts of India, preceded the use of money proper. 89. It even appears upon a coin of Crenanda, which is held to be the oldest Indian coin, and which is likewise remarkable as exhibiting the first representation of the Trisula. Figure 20. Ancient Indian Coin. Archaeological Survey of India, Volume X, PL2, Figure 8. Occurring frequently at the beginning and the end of the most ancient Buddhist inscriptions, several examples of it are to be seen on the footprints of Buddha sculptured at Amravati. 90. The swastika represents, moreover, according to Buddhist tradition, the first of the 65 marks which distinguish the master's feet, whilst the fourth is formed by the swastika, and the third by the Nandyavarta, a kind of labyrinth, which, in the manner of the Greek meander, may be connected with the Gammadion. 91. Figure 21. The Nandyavarta. It must be observed that amongst the Jains, the Gammadion is regarded as the emblem of Saparsva, the 7th of the 24 Tirthankaras, whilst the Nandyavarta is that of the 18th. 92. Even at the present day, according to Mr. Taylor, the Hindus, at the time of the New Year, paint a Gammadion in red at the commencement of their account books, and, in their weddings and other ceremonies, they sketch it in flower on the floors of their houses. 93. It also figures at the end of manuscripts of a recent period, at least under a form which, according to M. Kern, is a development of the tetraseal. 94. The Gammadion has been likewise preserved to the present time amongst the Buddhists of Tibet, where the women make use of it in the ornamentation of their skirts, and where it is placed on the breasts of the dead. 95 in China, where it bears the name of Oan, and in Japan it adorns vases, caskets, and the representations of divinities, as may be seen in the Musée Guémet at Paris. It is even figured upon the breasts of certain statues of Buddha and the Bodhisattvas, where, according to M. Paleologue, it would seem to symbolize the heart. 96 According to another interpretation, given by the Annamite bonzes, it might be the cicatrice of a spear thrust received by Buddha, but these bonzes, according to M. G. de Moutier, continue to venerate this symbol without understanding it. 97. In the Woolwich arsenal the Gammadion may be seen upon a cannon captured at the Taku forts by the English. According to M. G. de Moutier it is nothing else than the ancient Chinese character Che, which implies the idea of perfection, of excellence, and would seem to signify the renewal and the endless duration of life. 98 In Japan, according to M. de Milu, it represents the number 10,000, which symbolizes that which is infinite, perfect, excellent, and is employed as a sign of felicity. 99 A statue of the Bodhisattva Jaiso, in the Musée Guémet, rests upon a pedestal ornamented with swastikas. Lastly, let us conclude this long recital, which is in danger of becoming tedious without hope of being complete, by mentioning the presence of the Gammadion in Africa, on bronzes brought from Kumasi by the last English Ashanti expedition. 100 In South America, on a calabash from the Lenguas tribe, in North America, on pottery from the mounds and from Yucatan, as also on the rattles made from a gourd which the Pueblos Indians use in their religious dances. 101. 2. Different interpretations of the Gammadion. Previous interpretations of the Gammadion. Opinions of Messrs. George Birdwood, Alexander Cunningham, Waring, W. Schwartz, Emile Bernouf, R. P. Gregg, Ludwig Müller, and others. That a great number of Gammadions have been mere ornaments, monetary signs, or trademarks, is a fact which it would be idle to dispute. But the uses which have been made of this figure in all the countries which I have just instanced, the nature of the symbols with which it is found associated, its constant presence on altars, tombstones, sepulchral urns, idols, and priestly vestments, besides the testimony of written documents and popular superstitions, afford more than sufficient proof that in Europe as in Asia it partook everywhere of the nature of the amulet, the talisman, and the phylactery. 102 Moreover, for the Gammadion to have thus become a charm, it must first of all have been brought into contact with a being, or a phenomenon, more or less concrete and distinct, invested, rightly or wrongly, with some sort of influence on the destiny of mankind. Might it not be possible to find out this original meaning of the Gammadion by laying stress on the indications provided by the monuments themselves? Many archaeologists have thought so, whilst however arriving at different solutions. There is hardly a symbol which has given rise to more varied interpretations, not even the Trisula of the Buddhists, which is saying a great deal. I will confine myself to mentioning the opinion of those who have confounded the Gammadion with the crux ansata of the Egyptians, the Tau of the Phoenicians, the Vajra of India, the hammer of Thor, or the arrow of Perkin, all of which are signs having a form and meaning too clearly defined for this identification to be maintained without corroborative evidence. If even the Gammadion ever replaced one of them, as in the catacombs it sometimes takes the place of the cross of Christ, it only did so as a substitute, as the symbol of a symbol. Several writers have ascribed a phallic import to the Gammadion, some, like M. J. Hoffman, seeing therein the union of the male with the female principle. 103 others, as Sir George Birdwood, believing that they recognize in it especially the symbol of the female sex. 104 The latter supposition would seem to be sufficiently justified by the position assigned to the Gammadion on some female idols from the Troad, as also by its association with the image of certain goddesses, the Persian Artemis, here, Demeter, Astarte. But the Gammadion may very well have furnished a symbol of fecundity, as elsewhere a common symbol of prosperity and of salvation, without therefore being necessarily a phallic sign. In the one case, as in the other, the point in question is to ascertain if this is not a secondary meaning, connected with a less abstract conception. General Cunningham believes that he found in the swastika a polymonogram formed of 4 characters corresponding to our letters S, U, T, I. 105 But Professor Max Muller maintains that the likeness is hardly striking, and seems to be purely accidental. 106 In any case, the explanation would apply only to the Indian Gammadion, an objection which may likewise be urged against Mr. Frederick Pincott's hypothesis, that the swastika is the emblem of the four castes united in the same symbolical combination. 107. Waring held that the Gammadion was a figurative representation of water, on account of its resemblance to the meander, and also of its frequent occurrence in combination with the wavy line, a well-known symbol for water in motion. 108 However, as we shall see further on, this combination is far from being invariable, and certainly the form of the Gammadion has, in itself, nothing which conjures up the idea of running water, or of rain. Others have discerned in it a symbol of the storm, or lightning, because it can be separated into two zigzags or interlaced Z's. W. Schwartz, who, with his usual ability, has upheld this theory, which conforms with his general views on the meteorological origin of myths and symbols, draws attention to the numerous points of contact existing between the lightning and the different forms of the cross not only in the symbolism of many religions, but also in popular language. 109 This agrees with the practice, so common in Catholic countries, of making the sign of the cross, on the appearance of lightning, to prevent being struck, as also with the custom spread amongst our peasantry, especially in Flemish Brabant, of tracing a cross in whitewash on their houses to preserve them from the same calamity. But it may be questioned if these customs are not owing to the general talismanic value which the Christian symbol receives in the popular beliefs. The sign of the cross, in fact, is reputed to drive away evil spirits and to call in divine protection. As for crosses painted on the outer walls, they seem to be held of use not only against lightning, but also against fires, epidemics amongst cattle, and, generally, against all the unforeseen accidents which threaten the dwelling place. In any case there is here no question of the Gammadion, and the popular talk about the flashes of lightning, which cross, is not sufficient to account for the derivation of the form of the Philpot. I am well aware that amongst the ancient Germans, and even amongst the Celts, the Gammadion is sometimes met side by side with the symbols of thunder on weapons, amulets, ornaments, and even on altars. But these objects present also to our view the image of the disc, the crescent, the triceal, and many other symbolical figures. 110 It would seem as if the engraver had simply wished to bring together all the symbols possessing, to his knowledge, a phylacteric or talismanic character, by a process of reasoning analogous to that which, in the latter period of Greek paganism, prompted the manufacture of pantheon figures. M. Émile Bernouf makes the Gammadion the symbol of fire, or rather of the mystical twofold Arani, that is to say of the fire drill, which was used to produce fire amongst the early Aryans. This sign, he writes, represents the two pieces of wood forming the Arani, whose extremities were curved, or else enlarged, so that they could be firmly kept in place by 4 nails. At the point where they joined there was a small hole in which was placed the piece of wood, shaped like a spear, whose violent rotation, produced by whipping, made Agni to appear. 111. Up till now it has been by no means proved that the lower part of the Arani ever had the form of the swastika or even of the cross. On the contrary, there are reasons for supposing that it was usually a mere log of wood in which the point of the pramantha was made to turn. 112 Perhaps, in some cases, it had a circular form. The fire was then produced by making it revolve round a nave. If, as has been maintained, it really assumed, in some Indian temples, the appearance of the Gammadion, it had doubtlessly been given this form to imitate the swastika. 113 As for the 4 points which are placed between the arms of certain Gammadions, there is nothing to prove that they represent nails, see our Plate 2, lit. B. Nos. 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23, and in most cases they do not even touch the branches of the cross which, according to M. Bernouf, they are intended to fasten. Schliemann, who seems not unwilling to subscribe to M. Émile Bernouf's theory, observes that in Troas the Gammadion accompanies the linear drawings of burning altars. 114 But, admitting that these are altars, can they not blaze in the honor of some other god than the fire itself? Further, nothing prevents us from supposing that the sun itself has been represented as a blazing altar. In support of M. Burnouf's theory, attention might further be called to the fact that the swastika with branches turned towards the right is, amongst the Hindus, accounted of the feminine gender, which would make it agree with the symbolism of the Irani. But it must be remarked that the swastika turned in the other direction passes as masculine. Moreover, according to Sir George Birdwood, it is a common custom in modern India to divide into the two sexes all objects occurring in interdependent pairs. Mr. R. P. Gregg has written, in the memoirs published by the Society of Antiquaries, London, a very interesting study on the Gammadion, in which, whilst striving to deal impartially with the other explanations of this sign, he contends it is especially a symbol of the air, or rather of the god who rules the phenomena of the atmosphere, Indra with the Hindus, Thor with the ancient Germans and the Scandinavians, Perkin with the Slaves, Zeus with the Pelasgians and Greeks, Jupiter Tonans and Pluvius with the Latin race. 115. Unfortunately, the proofs which he adduces are neither numerous nor conclusive. The fact that in India the bull is sacred to Indra, and that on certain monetary ingots the Gammadion surmounts an image of this animal, is hardly sufficient to prove that the swastika is a symbol of Indra. 116. It is likewise difficult to admit that the Gammadion represents the god of the atmosphere amongst the Greeks because on some pottery from Cyprus there are Gammadions which recall the image of birds flying in the air. The above-named writer makes much of the fact that on many incised monuments the Gammadion is placed above images representing the earth, or terrestrial creatures, and below other images symbolizing the sky, or the sun. But this arrangement is far from being invariable or even predominant. Frequently the Gammadion is found on the same level with astronomical symbols, sometimes even it occupies the upper place. Mr. Gregg, it is true, gets over the difficulty by asserting that in this case it must represent the god of the ether in the capacity of supreme god. 117. The only example I am acquainted with of a Gammadion consecrated to Zeus, or to Jupiter, is on a votive altar, where it is incised above the letters I, O, M. 118. But this is a Celto-Roman altar, erected, to all appearance, by Dacians garrisoned in Amblogana, a town in Great Britain. That is to say, that here again we may be in the presence of a strange god, assimilated to the supreme divinity of the empire, the Jupiter Optimus Maximus of the Romans. Moreover, the Gammadion is here flanked by two four-rayed wheels, symbols which M. Gaidas has clearly proved to have been, amongst the Gauls, of a solar character. 119. Lastly, Ludwig Müller, Percy Gardner, S. Beale, Edward B. Thomas, Max Müller, H. Gaidas, and others, have succeeded, by their studies of Hindu, Greek, Celtic, and ancient German monuments, in establishing the fact that the Gammadion has been, among all these nations, a symbolical representation of the sun, or of a solar god. I should like here to sum up the respective conclusions of these authors, setting forth, at the same time, the other reasons which have led me, not only to accept, but also to develop their interpretation. This attempt may perhaps be the less superfluous since, judging by the comparatively recent works of M. Gregg and Schwartz, the solar, or even the astronomical character of the Gammadion is not yet beyond dispute. 3. Probable meaning of the Gammadion. Probable meaning of the Gammadion. The Gammadion a charm. The Gammadion symbolical of the solar movement, and, by analogy, of the heavenly bodies in general. The arms of the Gammadion are rays which move. Connection between the tetraseal and the triseal. Figures connected with the Gammadion. Equivalence of the Gammadion and certain solar images. The 3 steps of Vishnu. Lunar tetraseals. We have seen that most nations represented the sun by a circle. Some, also, have depicted it by a cruciform sign, more particularly the Assyrians, the Hindus, the Greeks, the Celts, etc. See Figure 2. This symbolism doubtlessly renders the idea of the solar radiation in the 4 directions of space. But the sun does not restrict itself to darting its rays in all directions, it seems, further, animated by a circular movement from east to west. The latter action may have been symbolized, sometimes by changing the disk into a wheel, sometimes by adding to the four extremities of the solar cross feet, or broken lines, usually turned in the same direction. Sometimes the curve of the rays was rounded off, perhaps either to accentuate still further the idea of a rotary motion by a figure borrowed from the elementary laws of mechanics, or else by an effect of that tendency, which, in primitive writings, has everywhere substituted the cursive for the angular. Thus was obtained the tetraseal, cf. figure 15d, which, as I have said above, is simply a variety of the gammadion. M. Gaydos has defined the gammadion as a graphic doublet of the wheel. 120. The expression is exact, and is even a very happy one, provided it means, not that the gammadion is derived from the wheel by the suppression of a part of the fellow, but that it is, like the wheel, a symbolical representation of the solar movement. For the very reason that the gammadion represents the sun in its apparent course, it has readily become a symbol of prosperity, of fecundity, of blessing, and, with the help of superstition, it has everywhere received the meaning of a charm, as in India the very name swastika implies. Moreover, after having figured the sun in motion, it may have become a symbol of the astronomical movement in general, applied to certain celestial bodies, the moon, for example, or even to everything which seems to move of itself, the air, water, lightning, fire, in as far as it really served as a sign of these different phenomena, which fact has still to be made good. 121. This, in brief, is the whole theory of the gammadion. This theory is not the outcome of any a priori reasoning, it is founded on the following considerations. A. The form of the gammadion. B. The connection between the tetraseal and triseal. C. The association of the gammadion with the images, symbols, and divinities of the sun. D. The part it plays in certain symbolical combinations, where it sometimes accompanies and sometimes replaces the representation of the solar disk. A. The branches of the gammadion are rays in motion. To be convinced of this, it is only necessary to cast one's eyes on the manner in which, at all times, the idea of solar movement has been graphically expressed, figure 22. The first of these figures, A, is an ancient fibula found in Italy. At the top is seen a disk from which radiate small rays, bent at right angles. These rays seem to have been modeled on the branches of the gammadions sketched immediately beneath. The second, B, is taken from the whirls of Troy. Crooked rays, turned towards the right, alternate with straight and undulating rays, all of which proceed from the same disk. Figure 22. 122. The third, C, comes from a reliquary of the 13th century, on which it forms a pendant to the lunar crescent, with an image of Christ between them. That this is a representation of the solar disk results not only from its parallelism with the crescent, but also from the fact that on a number of medieval Christian monuments Christ is thus represented between the sun and moon. 123. The same image, a disk with 5 inflected rays, is met with on coins of Macedon, D, where it alternates sometimes with the tetraseal, E. Mr. Samuel Beal, who distinguishes 2 parts in the gammadion, an equilateral cross and 4 hooks, thinks that the purpose of the former is to symbolize the Earth. As for the hooks, they might serve to indicate the direction of the solar movement round our planet. 124. But the figures which we have reproduced here give more than sufficient proof that the arms of the gammadion, if they are solar rays, are so in their whole length. Besides, the disk which sometimes forms their point of intersection is certainly an image of the sun. Lastly, there is no indication that, either in classic antiquity, or in India, the earth was ever symbolized by an equilateral cross. B. The triseal, formed by the same process as the tetrascale, was an undeniable representation of the solar movement. This assertion is especially obvious in the case of triscales formed of 3 legs bent, as in the act of running, so frequently seen on coins of Asia Minor. Figure 23. Varieties of the triseal. 125. On Celtiberian coins the face of the sun appears between the legs. The same combination is found, above the image of a bull, on a votive stele of Carthage, reproduced by Gesenius. 126. Is it possible to better interpret the idea of motion, and of its application to the image of the sun? I will further instance the coins of Aspendus, in Pamphylia, where the 3 legs, ranged round a central disc, are literally combined with animal representations of the sun, the eagle, the wild boar, and the lion. 127. Lastly, on certain coins of Syracuse the triseal permutes with the solar disk above the quadriga and the winged horse. 128. Moreover, the connection between the triseal and the tetraseal is manifest from their very shape. The transition from one to the other is visible on the whorls of Troy as well as on coins of Macedon and Lycia. Figure 24. Symbols on Lycian coins. Ludwig Müller, figures 48 and 49. C. The images oftenest associated with the Gammadion are representations of the sun and the solar divinities. Greek coins often show, side by side with the Gammadion, the head of Apollo, or the reproduction of his attributes. On a piece from Damascene, in Epirus, the Gammadion is engraved between the supports of the Delphic tripod. 129. On painted vases from Rhodes and Athens it figures beside the omphalos. 130. A crater in the Museum of Ancient Art in Vienna shows an image of Apollo bearing it on his breast, cr plate I. On a vase from Melos it precedes the chariot of the god. 131. Even amongst the Gauls it accompanies, on coins, the laurelled and nimbus-encompassed head of Apollo Belinus. 132. To be sure. It is also found on Greek medals associated with the images of Dionysus, Hercules, Hermes, and of several goddesses. But, in addition to the explanations of this peculiarity which I have given, it must be borne in mind how readily polytheistic nations and cities assign to their principal god the emblems as well as the attributes of other divinities, witness, in classic antiquity, the use of the caduceus, the thunderbolt, the cornucopia, and so forth. Amongst the symbols accompanying the Gammadion there is none nearly so frequent as the solar disk. The 2 signs are, in a manner, counterparts, not only amongst the Greeks, the Romans, and the Celts, but also with the Hindus, the Japanese, and the Chinese. I have already given some examples, figures 17 and 18, 20. On a whorl from Hisarlik this parallel order is repeated 3 times. Figure 25. Whorl from Hisarlik. Schliemann. Ilios, number 1990. Figure 26. 133. Sometimes, as if to accentuate this juxtaposition, the Gammadion is inscribed in the disk itself. Sometimes, on the contrary, it is the solar disk which is inscribed in the center of the Gammadion, as may be verified particularly on a Tibetan symbol reproduced by Hodgson 134 and also on a coin from Knossos, in Crete, where, perhaps, it depicts the labyrinth. Figure 27. Cretan coin. Numismatic Chronicle, Volume 20. New Series, PL3, Number 6. On a Gallic coin, of which numerous specimens have been found in the Belgian province of Limburg and in the Namur country, a tetraseal is visible, formed by 4 horses' heads ranged in a circle round a disc. Figure 28. Gallo-Belgian coin. Hutcher. L'Art Gaulois, page 169. It is impossible not to recognize here an application of solar symbolism, as Meug. Hutcher has so frankly admitted, in language whose terms exclude all preconceived ideas upon the solar nature of the tetraseal, or even on the affinity existing between the Gallic symbol and the Gammadion, these 4 busts of horses, he writes, are evidently the rudiments of the 4 fiery steeds which draw the chariot of Helios in Etruscan and Greek antiquity. But the fact cannot be ignored that the gyratory arrangement, not in use amongst the Greeks, is a product of the Celtic imagination. 135. What, perhaps, is the product of the Celtic imagination, is the ingenious transformation of the arms of the Gammadion into horses' busts. Would it not be possible to find in Greek symbolism precedents, and even models for this metamorphosis? Witness the cocks' heads and lions' busts which take the place of the rays of the triseal on Lycian coins. 136. We may observe, by the way, that the horse, and the cock, as well as the eagle, and the lion, are essentially solar animals. It is interesting to verify the fact that the same combination has been produced, doubtlessly through the spontaneous agency of similar factors, in Northern America. There have been found, amongst the engraved shells of the mounds or tumuli of the Mississippi, several specimens of solar crosses inscribed in circles, or squares, each side forming a support to a bird's head turned in the same direction, which, as a whole, forms a veritable gammadion. Figure 29. Engraved shell from the Mississippi Mounds. Holmes. Bureau of Ethnology, Volume 2, page 282. D. In certain symbolical combinations the gammadion alternates with the representation of the sun. Edward Thomas has pointed out the fact that, amongst the Jains of modern India, the sun, although held in great honor, does not appear amongst the respective signs of the 24 Tirthankaras, the saints or mythological founders of the sect. But, whilst the eighth of these personages has the half-moon as an emblem, the seventh has the swastika for a distinctive sign. 137 Moreover, as the same writer remarks, the swastika and the disk replace constantly each other on the ancient coins of Eugène and Andra. Another proof of the equivalence between the gammadion and the image, or, at least, the light of the sun, is found amongst the coins of Mesembria in Thrace. The very name of this town, mu epsilon sigma eta mu beta rho alpha, may be translated as midday, that is, the town of noon, as Mr. Percy Gardner calls it. 138 Now, on some coins, this name is figured by a legend which speaks for itself. It is impossible to show more clearly the identity of the gammadion with the idea of light or of the day. But, objects Mr. Gregg, the day is not necessarily the sun. In addition to this distinction being rather subtle, how can one continue to doubt, in face of the facility with which in Greece, as in India and elsewhere, the gammadion interchanges with the solar disk and vice versa? 139. I will take the liberty of calling attention to the adjoining plate, 2, where I have brought together several peculiar examples of those transpositions. They are arranged in two classes of combinations, which, by their regularity no less than by their frequency, seem to imply a symbolical intention. In the first is visible a grouping together of three signs gammadions, or disks, round the one central disk. In the second it is these same signs, to the number of 4, which are arranged in a square or lozenge, either round a fifth analogous sign, or else, between the branches of an equilateral cross. I should here like to attempt, in connection with the general meaning of the gammadion, an explanation of these symbolical arrangements, in so far, of course, as on certain disks these signs are not merely ornaments intended to fill up the empty spaces. The three first numbers of the first combination, lit. A, are taken from the whorls of Hisarlik, 140 the fourth from a sepulchral vase from Denmark, 141 the fifth from Silesian pottery. 142 the sixth, which represents a footprint of Buddha, from the bas-reliefs of Amaravati, 143 the seventh, a curious example of the Trisula, from the Greco-Buddhist sculptures of Yusufzai, in northwestern India. 144 to these must be added, on the following page, the image taken from Hindu symbols and reproduced by Gignot, after Nicholas Muller. It is this latter figure which will assist us in explaining the others, or, at least, in formulating a conjecture as to their signification. The subject is a tree, standing apparently for the cosmic tree of Hindu mythology, which sprang from the primordial egg in the bosom of the chaotic ocean. Plate 2. It spreads out into three branches, each of which supports a sun, whilst a fourth and larger sun is placed at the bifurcation of the branches. Figure 30. Hindu symbol. Gignot, Volume 4, Second Part, PL 2, Figure 16. Gignot informs us, in his translation of Kreutzer, that this image was a symbol of the Trimurti, the Hindu Trinity. We need not here investigate this very questionable proposition. I think, however, that the learned Frenchman was right when he added, in a footnote, there are here three suns, and yet it is always the same sun. 145. In reality, might not the object of this combination be to represent the sun in the 3 points or positions which circumscribe its apparent daily course, its rising, its zenith, and its setting? Which the figurative language of Vedic mythology has rendered by the 3 steps of Vishnu. We know that at all times popular imagery, in order to represent movements, or changes of position, has resorted to the artifice of multiplying the image of the same personage or object, whilst assigning to it a different attitude each time. It is the process of juxtaposition applied to the idea of succession, or, as M. Claremont Gano has expressed it, the reappearance of the actors to mark the succession of the acts. 146. Do we ourselves represent otherwise, in our astronomical diagrams, the phases of the moon, or the different positions of the sun in the ecliptic? The same meaning seems to me to be applicable to the 3 swastikas incised round a disc on a footprint of Buddha, lit. A. Number 6. In fact, Buddha's feet were originally the feet of Vishnu. Buddhism was content to attribute to the footsteps of its founder the marks already worshipped by Hindu tradition. 147. The other signs which adorn this mark seem to singularly complicate its symbolism. But it must not be forgotten that the Buddhists have accumulated, on the sacred foot of their master, almost all the symbols they have been able either to invent or borrow. Tradition counts as many as 65. Moreover, most of these signs are also solar symbols, at least the rosettes, the trident, and the trisula, the latter representing, as I shall hereafter show, the effulgence, or the radiation of the solar fire. Edward Thomas has fully admitted that there must be some connection between the 3 diurnal positions of the sun and the incised symbols on the footprint at Amaravati. But if, in the central disk, he discerns the noonday sun, it is the trisula, on the heel, which seems to him to represent the rising sun, whilst the swastikas depicted on the toes might typify the last rays of sunset. As for the other swastikas, the 2 signs on the heel might symbolize the aspens, the third, the god Pushund. For my part, I see nothing which can justify these latter comparisons. Mr. Thomas was more fortunate when he connected an image, taken by Sir Henry Rawlinson from an obelisk at Koyunjik, with the Hindu symbolism relating to the 3 positions of the sun. 148. 3 solar disks are there represented side by side. The middle one sends forth straight rays, and a hand holding a bow, see above, figure 11, the 2 others, of rather smaller dimensions, emit rays which are bent at the extremities, as if by an effect of centrifugal force. 149. This interpretation may be further applied to the 3 wheels placed on the points of the trisula in a Greco-Buddhist bas-relief of Yusuf Zai, lit. A. Number 7. If, as I believe I shall prove, 150 the central disk of the trisulas was an image of the sun before it became, with the Buddhists, the wheel of the law, as much may be said of the 3 wheels which here crown the points of the ancient symbol. In Greece, I am not aware that the mythology alludes to the 3 strides of the sun. But symbolical images sometimes take the place of figures of speech. Does not, for example, the triceal, formed of 3 legs radiating round a disc, admit of the same interpretation as the Hindu tree with its 4 suns? There is, moreover, presumptive evidence that the Greeks distinguished 3 positions of the sun, and even that they selected distinct personages to represent those principal moments of its daily life. Near Lycosura, in Arcadia, stood the sanctuary of Zeus Lycaeus, where, according to Pausanias, bodies cast no shadow. It was situated on a mountain between 2 temples, one, to the east, was sacred to the Pythian Apollo, the other, towards the west, was dedicated to Pan Nomios. 151 Apollo, the slayer of the Python, well represents the morning sun dispelling the darkness in the east. As for the Lycaean Jupiter of Arcadia, it is the sun in all its midday glory, at the hour when bodies cast the least shadow. 152 Lastly, Pan, the lover of Selene, has incontestably a solar character, or at least is connected with the sun when setting. M.Ch. Lenormand has brought into prominence the light-giving character of this divinity, whom Herodotus compares, without hesitation, to Chem or Min, an Egyptian personification of the nocturnal or subterranean sun. 153. Our own popular traditions seem also to have preserved the remembrance of the 3 solar steps, at least in those parts of Germany and England where, till lately, the villagers climbed the hill on Easter Eve, in order to perform 3 bounds of joy at sunrise. And yet, adds Sir Thomas Browne, the sun does not dance on that day. 154. It must be remarked that popular language still speaks of the legs of the sun, referring to those rays which sometimes seem to move about on the ground when their focus is hidden behind a cloud. Let us now pass to the second group, PL2. Lit. B, which represents combinations of 4 secondary figures ranged round a central 1.155. I will here venture, always by way of hypothesis, an explanation similar to the preceding ones. Equilateral crosses representing the sky, or the horizon, have been found on Assyrian monuments. Their extremities are sometimes ended by little discs. 156. It may be questioned, not only whether these discs do not represent so many suns, as is the case in the preceding combinations, but also whether they do not relate to 4 different positions of the luminary, which would, perhaps, suggest no longer its daily course, but its annual revolution, marked by the solstices and equinoxes. However this may be, the symbol of 4 discs united by a cross, spread, as a subject of decoration, through Asia Minor, Greece, Italy, and India, being sometimes simplified by the substitution of a central disc for the cross, PL2, lit. B, numbers 9 to 13, sometimes complicated by the introduction of the Gammadion, numbers 8, 16, and 18 to 23, without counting the variations produced by the partial or general transpositions of the discs and gammadions. No. 17 represents a cross whose gamma character results precisely from the addition of a disc to the right of each arm. Nos. 14 to May 18 be considered as forming a transition to the symbols 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23, where it is no longer the gammadion which is inscribed in or alongside the discs, but where the discs themselves are placed between the branches of the gammadion. Perhaps also the combinations reproduced at the bottom of the plate may come directly from the equilateral cross, with discs placed between the branches. The latter, after having ornamented Hisarlik pottery and the most ancient coins of Lydia, was preserved even on the coins and coats of arms of the Christian Middle Ages, its intermediate stages being the pottery of the Palafittes in Savoy, and later, the numerous Gallic coins on which the discs between the arms are sometimes changed into wheels and crescents. 157. In these 4 discs or points, Mr. Gregg discerns stars or small fires. 158. I wonder what fires would be here for. We might as well accept the 4 nails of Émile Berneuf. I much prefer to believe that, in conformity with the usual interpretation of the disc, they were originally representations of the sun. And do not these suns, perhaps, represent, to use Gignot's expression, always the same sun at a different point of the celestial horizon? The theory that the Gammadion symbolizes the sun's motion, has met with the objection that the ancients were not acquainted with the rotation of the sun on its own axis. But, properly speaking, there is here no question of a rotatory motion. What they wished to denote in bending the rays of the disk, was the circular translation in space which the sun seems to undergo during the day, or the year. The proof of this is found in the symbolism of the wheel, which likewise served to represent the progress of the sun, without, for that reason, implying a knowledge of the solar rotation. An ancient rite, occurring in different branches of the Indo-European family, consisted in making the circuit of the object intended to be honored, or sanctified, keeping, meanwhile, the right side turned towards it, that is to say, following the apparent direction of the sun. Known in India by the name of Pradakshina, and still practiced by the Buddhists of Tibet round their sacred stones, this custom has survived to our own times in different parts of Europe. Dar. MacLeod relates that the Highlanders of Scotland, when they came to wish his father a happy new year, made in this manner the circuit of the house, in order to ensure its prosperity during the year. Addesti. Fillans, by Comrie, in Perthshire, this circumambulation, called diesel, was performed round a miraculous well, to which people came in search of health. A similar custom seems to have existed in the Jura Mountains. 159. Another objection is, that a certain number of gammadions have their branches turned towards the left, that is to say, in the opposite direction to the apparent course of the solar revolution. 160 Prof. Max Muller has remarked that, perhaps, in this case, it was intended to represent the retrograde motion of the autumnal sun, in opposition to its progressive movement in the spring. 161 Unfortunately, the eminent Indian scholar produces no evidence in support of this hypothesis. 162 Would it not be simpler to admit that the direction of the branches is of secondary importance in the symbolism of the gammadion? When it was desired to symbolize the progress of the sun, namely, its faculty of translation through space, rather than the direction in which it turns, little attention will have been paid to the direction given to the rays. Although, in general, the form of the swastika predominates, the branches are turned towards the left in a great number of gammadions or tetraseals which are undeniably connected with the personifications or the symbols of the sun. 163 The same peculiarity may, moreover, be remarked on triseals whose solar character is not disputed. 164 And even on direct images of the sun, such as disks whose rays, bent in order to render the idea of motion, are turned towards the left as well as towards the right. 165 Lastly, it sometimes happens that the same monument includes several gammadions whose branches are turned respectively in the opposite direction. 166 Tradition, as we have seen, counts the two forms among the signs of good omen which adorn the feet of Buddha. The Musée Guémet possesses two statues of Buddha decorated with the gammadion. One, of Japanese manufacture, bears the swastika. The other, of Chinese origin, the swastika. I must here call attention to an ingenious theory brought forward, in 1891, by M.E. Haroui, director of the École Moyenne de Verviers, at the Archaeological and Historical Congress of Brussels, to account for the origin of the gammadion, and its connection with the equilateral cross. 167 He believes he has discovered, in the arrangement of certain cromlechs, indications which would point to their having formed a sort of astronomical dial, as exact as it was primitive. For its construction he only requires 3 stones. Fig. 31. At 20 paces from a point of observation, A, let us place, he says, a stone, B, in the direction in which the sun rises on the 21st of June. Then at the same distance from a place a second stone, C, in the direction in which the sun rises on the 21st of December. The line BC will point north and south, AE east, and AE west. AB, AE, AC, and AE, will give the directions in which the sun rises on the 21st of June, the 21st of September, the 21st of December, and the 21st of March respectively. AC, AE, AB, and AE, the directions in which it will set on the same dates. This cross, illustrating the course of the sun, will naturally become the symbol of the luminary. And 4 strokes might have been added to the extremities of the lines in order to give the notion of impulsion of the rotatory movement of the regulating orb. I will draw attention to the fact that, as the points B and C approach or go further apart, according to the latitude, this figure can only depict a cross in a fairly narrow zone of the terrestrial globe, and that, consequently, the explanation of M. Haroui is solely applicable to our latitudes. Even here, moreover, however simple the reasoning processes are which might have led to the construction of this natural observatory, there remains to be proved satisfactorily that such an idea was ever entertained and put into practice by our prehistoric ancestors. I have admitted above that the gammadion, in so far as it was a symbol of the astronomical movement, may have been applied to the revolutions or even to the phases of the moon. The fact is all the more plausible since the equilateral cross seems itself to have been employed to symbolize lunar as well as solar radiation. If we may judge from a Mithraic image, where the points of the crescent supporting the bust of the lunar goddess are each surmounted by an equilateral cross. 168 In this manner the frequent attribution of the gammadion to lunar goddesses, such as the different forms of the Asiatic Artemis, might also be accounted for. On coins of Knossos, in Crete, the lunar crescent takes the place of the solar disk in the center of the gammadion. Figure 32. Cretan coin. Numismatic Chronicle, Volume 20, New Series, PL2, Figure 7. A coin, which is believed to belong to Apollonius ad Rindicum, shows a gammadion flanked by 4 crescents. Figure 33. Lunar tetraseal. Barclay v. Head. Numismatic Chronicle, Volume 7. 3rd Series, PL11, Figure 48. On the sepulchral stelae of Numidia the 2 gammadions surmounting the image of the dead, cr Fig. 17, where one of them is, so to speak, underlined by a wheel, may be seen to give place, sometimes to 2 radiated discs, sometimes to a wheel and a crescent, sometimes to an equilateral cross and a crescent, and, lastly, sometimes to 2 crescents. 169 from which it might be concluded that the gammadion serves equally to replace the image of the sun and that of the moon. M. Schliemann found at Hisarlik, in the strata lying above the burnt city, a terracotta sphere divided into parallel zones by horizontal lines. In the middle zone are 13 gammadions drawn up in line side by side. The celebrated explorer of Ilium believed he discovered therein a terrestrial sphere, on which the gammadions, symbols of fire, seemed to indicate the torrid zone. Mr. R. P. Gregg, faithful to his theory, prefers to discern therein a representation of the universe, where the swastikas would seem to symbolize the supreme power of Zeus. 170 May I be allowed to ask, in my turn, if there may not be seen herein a celestial sphere, on which the 13 gammadions represent 13 moons, that is to say, the lunar year? Figure 34. Fuséole or whirl from Ilios. Schliemann. Ilios, figures 245 and 246. 4. The birthplace of the gammadion. Cradle of the gammadion. Was it conceived simultaneously in several places, uniformity of its meaning and use. Discussion as to its Aryan or Pelasgic origin. Information furnished by the whirls of Hisarlik and the prehistoric pottery of northern Italy. The question is archaeological, not ethnical. Conclusions. Can we determine the cradle of the gammadion, or, at least, the region whence it sprang, to be transported to the 4 corners of the Old World? To be sure, it may have been formed spontaneously here and there, in the manner of the equilateral crosses, the circles, the triangles, the flower mark, and the other geometric ornaments so common in primitive decoration. But the specimens which we have been examining are too identical, in their meaning as in their use, for us not to admit the original unity of the sign, or, at the very least, of its symbolical meaning. A first observation, made long ago, is that the gammadion is almost the exclusive property of the Aryan race. It is found, in fact, among all the peoples of the Indo-European branch, whilst it is completely absent among the Egyptians, the Chaldeans, the Assyrians, and even the Phoenicians. Although these latter were not very scrupulous in borrowing the ornaments and symbols of their neighbors. As for the Tibetans, the Chinese, and the Japanese, amongst whom it is neither less frequent nor less venerated, it is not difficult to prove that it must have come to them, with Buddhism, from India. There was only a step from this to the conclusion that the gammadion is a survival of the symbolism created, or adopted, by the common ancestors of the Aryans, and this step has been easily got over. Had we not the precedents of philology, which cannot come upon the same radical in the principal dialects of the Indo-European nations without tracing its existence to the period when these people spoke the same language? We did not even stop there. Desirous of investing the gammadion with an importance proportioned to the high destiny imputed to it, one has endeavored to make it the symbol of the supreme God whom the Aryans are said to have adored before their dispersion. Thus we have seen Mr. Gregg exhibit the gammadion as the emblem of the god of the sky, or air, who, in the course of the Indo-European migrations, was converted into Indra, Zeus, Jupiter, Thor, and so forth. M. Ludwig Müller, on his side, after having by his very complete and conscientious work on the gammadion contributed so much to proving it to be a solar symbol, takes care to add that before receiving this signification it might well have been, with the primitive Aryans, the emblem of the divinity who comprehended all the gods, or, again, of the omnipotent God of the universe. To this end he draws attention to the fact that the Gammadion is associated with divinities of different nature, and that, therefore, it might well have the value of a generic sign for divinity. In the manner of the star which figures before the divine names in the cuneiform inscriptions of Mesopotamia, the sign, he concludes, expressed then figuratively the word theta epsilon, which corresponded with Deva, from which it is derived. It is thus the primitive Aryans called the divinity whose symbol this sign probably was. Who knows if it did not imply and retain a still higher signification? If, for example, the Greeks, following the Pelasgians, did not employ it to symbolize a god elevated above the Olympians, or even the one and supreme being of philosophy arid religious tradition, the unknown god, to whom, according to St. Paul, an altar was dedicated at Athens. 171. This is doing great honor to the Gammadion. To reduce these theories to their real value, it is only necessary to show that they are conjectures with no foundation in history. When the latter begins to raise the veil which conceals the origins of the Greeks, the Romans, the ancient Germans, the Celts, the Slaves, the Hindus, and the Persians, we find these nations adoring the vague noumena of which they caught a glimpse behind the principal phenomena of nature, worshipping the multitude of spirits, and indulging in all the practices of inferior religions, with here and there outbursts of poetry and spirituality which were as the promise and the dawn of their future religious development. It is probable that before historic times they had already fetishes, perhaps even idols, in the manner of those uncouth zoana which are met with in the beginnings of Greek art. But it is unlikely that at the far more distant epoch of their first separation they had already possessed symbols, that is to say, ideographic signs, figures representing the divinity without aspiring to be its image or receptacle. In any case we may here apply the adage affirmantis onus probandi, upon those who wish to make the Gammadion a legacy of the primitive Aryans. It is incumbent to prove that these Aryans practiced symbolism, that amongst their symbols the Gammadion had a place, and that this Gammadion typified the old Dio Pater, the heavenly father of subsequent mythologies. Should the same criticism be extended to the theories which make the Gammadion a Pelasgic symbol, whether by Pelasgians be understood the Western Aryans in general, or merely the ancestors of the Greeks, of the ancient Italians, and of the Aryan populations who, primitively, fixed their residence in the basin of the Danube? We can here no longer be so affirmative in our negations. It is, indeed, an undeniable fact that the Gammadion figures amongst the geometric ornaments on certain pottery styled Pelasgic, because, in the Bronze period, or the First Iron Age, it is found amongst all the Aryan peoples, from Asia Minor to the shores of the Atlantic. 172. But, to begin with, the very term Pelasgian does not seem to me a happy one, and it may be noted that there is now a tendency amongst archaeologists to drop it. This term either refers to the pre-Hellenic, and the pre-Etruscan phase of civilization in the south of Europe, when it is only a word designed to hide our ignorance, or else it claims to apply to a determinate people. And then it confounds under the same denomination very different populations, of whom nothing authorizes us to make an ethnic group. Moreover, in so far as the first appearances of the Gammadion are concerned, it is possible, and even necessary, to limit still further our geographical field of research. Without going into the question whether geometric decoration may not have originated in an independent manner amongst different nations, it must be observed that this style of ornamentation embraces two periods, that of painted and that of incised decoration. Now, in this latter period, which is everywhere the most ancient, the Gammadion is only found on the whorls of Hisarlik and the pottery of the Terramars. We have here, therefore, two early homes of our symbol, one on the shores of the Hellespont, the other in the north of Italy. Was it propagated from one country to another by the usual medium of commerce? It must be admitted that at this period the relations between the Troad and the basin of the Po were very doubtful. Etruria certainly underwent Asiatic influences. But whether the legendary migration of Tyrrhenius and of his Lydians be admitted or not, this influence was only felt at a period subsequent to the Palafites of Aemilia, if not to the necropolis of Villanova. There remains, therefore, the supposition that the Gammadion might have been introduced into the two countries by the same nation. We know that the Trojans came originally from Thrace. There is, again, a very plausible tradition to the effect that the ancestors, or predecessors, of the Etruscans, and, in general, the earliest known inhabitants of northern Italy, entered the peninsula from the north or northeast, after leaving the valley of the Danube. It is, therefore, in this latter region that we must look for the first home of the Gammadion. It must be remarked that when, later on, the coinage reproduces the types and symbols of the local religions, the countries nearest the Danube, such as Macedon and Thrace, are amongst those whose coins frequently exhibit the Gammadion, the tetraseal, and the triseal. 173. Besides, it is especially at Athens that it is found on the pottery of Greece proper, and we know that Attica is supposed to have been primitively colonized by the Thracians. In any case, to judge from the discoveries of M. Schliemann, it was especially amongst the Trojans that the Gammadion played an important part from a symbolical and religious point of view, which may be attributed to the belief that it was there closer to its cradle and even nearer to its original signification. The nations who had invaded the Balkan Peninsula and colonized Thrace, writes M. Maspero, crossed, at a very early period, the two arms of the sea which separated them from Asia, and transported there most of the names which they had already introduced into their European home. There were Dardanians in Macedon, on the borders of the Axios, as in the Troad, on the borders of the Ida, Kebrines at the foot of the Balkans, and a town, Kebrine, near Ilium. 174. Who will be astonished that these emigrants had taken with them, to the opposite shore of the Hellespont, the symbols as well as the rites and traditions which formed the basis of their creed in the basin of the Danube? Doubtlessly they borrowed a great deal from the creeds of the nations amongst whom they settled. But where has the Gammadion been discovered amongst the vestiges of the far more ancient civilization whose religious and artistic influence they were not long before feeling? Mr. Sayce, it is true, having met with it in Lycaonia, on the bas-relief of Ibris, maintains the impossibility of deciding if it is a symbol imported from the Trojans amongst the Hittites, or if, on the contrary, it is to be attributed to the latter. 175. Yet, whilst the oldest whorls of Hisarlik go back at least to the 14th or 15th century BC, the bas-relief of Ibris reveals an influence of Phrygian, and even Assyrian art, which is, perhaps, contemporaneous with King Midas, and which, in any case, cannot have risen long before the accession of the Sargonidi. That is to say, in order to determine the age of the monument we must come down to the 9th or 8th century before our era. 176. It is therefore not difficult, here, as everywhere else, to connect the origins of the Gammadion with the early centers which we have assigned to it. Even when it occurs in the north and west of Europe, with objects of the Bronze period, it is generally on pottery recalling the vases with geometric decorations of Greece and Etruria, and later, on coins reproducing, more or less roughly, the monetary types of Greece. It seems to have been introduced into Germany, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, and Iceland, in the same manner as that in which the runic writing was brought from the Danube valley to the shores of the Baltic and the ocean. It may have penetrated into Gaul, and from there into England and Ireland, either through Savoy, from the time of the Palafites, or with the pottery and jewelry imported by sea and by land from the east, or, lastly, with the Macedonian coins which represent the origin of Gallic coinage. We have already seen how it was brought among the islands of the Mediterranean, and into Greece proper, then from Greece to Sicily and southern Italy. It must be observed that even at Rome it seems to have always been connected with the traditions of the East. The only tombstone in the open air on which it has, so far, been noticed in the vicinity of the Eternal City is that of a Syrian. 177. We must not forget that the Christianity of the catacombs was likewise a religion of Oriental origin. In the extreme East, the origins of the Gammadion can be traced without difficulty to the swastika of India. It remains to be investigated if the latter, in its turn, may be connected with the Gammadion of the West. M. Ludwig Müller, desirous of proving that this symbol was prior to the dispersion of the Indo-Europeans, maintains that the swastika cannot have passed from the Hindus to the Greeks, or vice versa. Because the religions of these two races differed too much for an exchange of symbols to be possible. My whole book tends to prove that this is no obstacle. I will have occasion, in particular, to show how India borrowed several of its principal symbols from Mesopotamia, from Persia, and even from Greece. Why should the swastika form an exception? Here, however, occurs a difficulty, which we must not conceal. The swastika does not appear on the coins struck in Bactriana, or in India, by Alexander and his Indo-Greek successors. Even amongst the Indo-Scythians, whose coinage copies the Greek types, it is only visible on barbarous imitations of the coins of Vasudeva. 178 On the other hand, as we have shown, it adorns the coins of Crenanda, and the most ancient monetary ingots of India. Moreover, Panini, who already makes mention of the swastika, is sometimes considered to have lived in the middle of the 4th century BC. 179 It might therefore be possible that the Hindus had known the swastika before feeling in their arts, and even in their symbolism, the influence of the Greek invasion. Plate 3. Table illustrating the migrations of the Gammadion. Yet, for the best of reasons, it is neither the Chaldeans, the Assyrians, the Phoenicians, nor even the Egyptians, who can have imparted the Gammadion to Hindustan. There only remain, then, the Persians, whose influence on the nascent arts of India was certainly felt before Alexander. But in Persia itself the Gammadion only appears as an exception, on a few rare coins approaching our era. 180. Perhaps we would do well to look towards the Caucasus, where the antique ornaments with Gammadions, collected by M. Chantre, lead us back to a civilization closely enough allied, by its industrial and decorative types, to that of Mycenae. Until new discoveries permit us to decide the question, this gap in the genealogy of the swastika will be equally embarrassing for those who would like to make the Gammadion the common property of the Aryan race. For it remains to be explained why it is wanting amongst the ancient Persians. It is right, too, to call attention to its absence on the most ancient pottery of Greece and the archipelago, where it only appears with geometric decoration. In reality, the problem is less a question of ethnography than of archaeology, or rather of comparative art. 181. If the Gammadion is found amongst none of the nations composing the Egypto-Semitic group, if, amongst the Aryans of Persia, it never played but a secondary and obliterated part. Might it not be because the art and symbolism of these different nations possess other figures which discharge a similar function, whether as a phylactery, or else as an astronomical, or a divine symbol? The real talismanic cross of the country stretching from Persia to Libya is the crux ansata, the key of life of the Egyptian monuments. As for their principal symbol of the sun in motion, is it not the winged circle, whose migrations I trace in another chapter? There would seem to be between these figures and the Gammadion, I will not say a natural antipathy, but a repetition of the same idea. Where the Gammadion predominates, that is to say, in the whole Aryan world, except Persia, the winged circle and the crux ansata have never succeeded in establishing themselves in good earnest. Even in India, granting that these two last figures really crossed the Indus with the Greek, or the Iranian symbolism, they are only met with in an altered form, and with a new meaning. 182. In brief, the ancient world might be divided into two zones, characterized, one by the presence of the Gammadion, the other by that of the winged globe as well as of the crux ansata. And these two provinces barely penetrate one another at a few points of their frontier, in Cyprus, at Rhodes, in Asia Minor, and in Libya. The former belongs to Greek civilization, the latter to Egypto-Babylonian culture. As for India, everything, so far, tends to show that the swastika was introduced into that country from Greece, the Caucasus, or Asia Minor, by ways which we do not yet know. However that may be, it is owing to its adoption by the Buddhists of India that the Gammadion still prevails amongst a great part of the Mongolian races, whilst, with the exception of a few isolated and insignificant cases which still survive amongst the actual populations of Hindustan, and, perhaps, of Iceland, it has completely disappeared from Aryan symbolism and even folklore. 183. Chapter 3. On the causes of alteration in the meaning and form of symbols. Causes which may alter the primary interpretation of symbolical types. Loss of the primitive signification. New meanings attached to uncomprehended symbols. Harpocrates, the god of silence. Identical symbols applied to different traditions. St. George and Horus. Daniel and the Chaldean Hercules. The two doves facing each other. Chaldean origin of the religious symbolism of the Persians. Sources of the Christian symbolism of the catacombs. Causes which may alter the form of symbols. Tendency to simplify the figures. Tendency to beautify them. Origins and transformations of the thunderbolt. The antecedents of Sagittarius. Mistakes due to ignorance and maladroitness. Reconstruction of a new intelligible type from degenerate elements. Gradual transformation of linear symbols into human figures, and of human figures into linear symbols. Substitution of one element for another in a symbolical combination. Lily and lotus. Addition of new elements to a former figure. The Perron of Liege. For two symbolical figures to have a common origin, it is not always necessary that they should have the same meaning. It frequently happens that a symbol changes its meaning in passing from one country to another. In this manner a symbol can very well become a mere ornament when, on account of its aesthetic value, or simply by reason of its originality, it is reproduced by artists who are unacquainted with its primitive acceptation. Such, for example, are those clasps in the shape of gammadions which are frequently offered for sale to visitors at Hamburg and which, according to M. Gaidas, are reproductions of antique fibulae found, some years ago, on the site of a Roman encampment not far from that place. 184. A symbol, again, may retain merely a talismanic value, like those crucifixes, converted into fetishes, which are the only vestiges of Christianity left, among certain tribes of the Lower Congo, by the Portuguese domination of last century. Sometimes, in similar cases, the new owners of the image will endeavor to explain it by a more or less ingenious interpretation, and in this manner they will restore to it a symbolical import, though applied to a new conception. The rising sun has often been compared to a newborn child. Amongst the Egyptians, this comparison led to Horus being represented as an infant sucking its finger. The Greeks imagined that he placed his finger on his lips to enjoin secrecy on the initiated, and they made him the image of Harpocrates, the god of silence. 185. This is what M. Clermont-Ganneau has very happily termed iconological mythology. It is here no longer the myth which gives rise to the image, but the image which gives rise to the myth. We may further quote, as an interpretation of the same kind, the legend related by Hygiene, which made the caduceus originate in Hermes throwing his wand between two serpents fighting. It is evident that, here also, this hypothesis, soon to be transformed into a myth by the popular imagination, was due to a desire, unconscious perhaps, to explain the caduceus. Most frequently it is a conception pre-existent in the local traditions which we think we find amongst the products of foreign imagery. The Egyptians of the later period sometimes represented Horus under the form of a horseman piercing a crocodile with his spear. M. Clermont-Ganneau has shown how this symbolical image of the sun dispersing the clouds served as a model to the early representations of St. George and the dragon. 186. The same subject had already been employed by Greek mythology to depict Bellerophon slaying the chimera. 187. M. Gaidas attributes a similar origin, not only to the image, but also to the worship of the Virgin of the Seven Sorrows, or rather of the Seven Swords. He thinks that he discovers its prototype in certain Chaldean cylinders in which a goddess is depicted in the middle of 7 arrows or swords, which radiate doubtlessly from a quiver placed behind her back. The resemblance between the two images is remarkable. This is how the author explains this transmission: an Assyrian cylinder, or some other engraved stone, reached Italy in the Middle Ages. The image of a woman could be taken for nothing else than that of the Virgin Mary. But what could be the meaning of those weapons which were seen in the figure, and seemed to transpierce her breast? Without a doubt they were swords. And what might they signify? Some ingenious ecclesiastic was not wanting who assumed that they were the symbol of sorrows. The swords numbered 7. It was then only necessary to ascertain, and this was no difficult task, the 7 principal sorrows in the life of the Virgin Mary. 188. But here is a still better example, the image, so common on Chaldean cylinders, of the mythical hero, Idzuber or Gilgamesh 189 seen from the front and flanked by 2 lions, which he holds at arm's length. Was not only diffused amongst the Greeks and Hindus to symbolize their respective solar hero in the course of his exploits, it seems also, in our Middle Ages, to have suggested certain pictorial representations of Daniel in the lion's den. Figure 35. Assyrian cylinder. Laggard. Mitra, PL 44, Figure 10. Figure 36. On an old Christian staff. Martin ETKA. Mélanges d'Archéologie, Volume 2, PL 18. In these the prophet is drawn full face, standing with arms outstretched, in the classic attitude of prayer, between 2 rampant lions, which he seems to keep in awe as much by his gesture as by the effect of his prayer. In this manner might be explained the peculiar fact, pointed out by the Abbé Martigny, that Daniel is often represented between 2 lions, whilst the den contains 7 190. On a lintel of St. Gertrude's Church at Nivelles, in Belgium, there is a bas-relief representing Samson slaying the lion, which belongs to the oldest piece of carved stone still in situ in Belgium. Figure 37. Samson killing the lion. Cathedral of Nivelles. The biblical hero is there represented dressed in the Roman costume, astride of the lion, whose jaws he seizes with his hands, Figure 37. A mere glance will permit one to find in this image a reminiscence of the scene, so often reproduced on Mithraic bas-reliefs, where Mithras offers the bull in sacrifice, Figure 38. Figure 38. Mitra slaying the bull. From a bas-relief in the Louvre. The worship of Mithras was certainly practiced in Belgium at the time of the Roman domination, for inscriptions, Deo and Vicio Mithri, have been found in the Gallo-Roman cemetery at Juslinville. The Nivelles bas-relief, to be sure, is not prior to the 11th century, but then it must be observed that at Nivelles, and in its vicinity, traces of Roman occupation have been discovered. The sculptor of St. Gertrude may very probably have been acquainted with a local Mithraic bas-relief, in which he saw an episode of Samson's history. It may, however, be equally admitted that the model came from without. Medieval pictorial art, moreover, borrows frequently enough from Mithraic representations, wherein the sun and moon are depicted under the forms and with the respective attributes of the solar god and of the lunar goddess in the scene of the sacrifice. 191. A remarkable example is seen in the bas-reliefs of the baptistry of Parma. 192. The group of Mithras and the bull has received other adaptations again in the hands of Christian artists. M.Th. Roller has pointed out a singular instance in a Christian bas-relief of the 3rd or 4th century. Christ is there represented in the form of Orpheus, playing on the lyre, with a Phrygian cap on the head, and the right leg reposing on the body of a lamb, which turns its head towards the musician. 193. These alterations in meaning may sometimes be perfectly compatible with a knowledge of the primitive signification, for one is always prone to discover in everything one's favorite image or idea. It was in perfect good faith that the Neoplatonists believed they recognized the representations of their own doctrines in the symbols and in the myths of all contemporary religions. Did not the early Christians see the cross in all figures exhibiting an intersection of lines, as an anchor, a mast and its yard, a standard, a plough, a man swimming, a bird flying, a person praying with outstretched arms? The paschal lamb on the spit, and even the human face, in which the line of the nose crosses that of the eyes. When the Serapeum at Alexandria was destroyed, the Christian writers of the time relate that a certain number of cruces ansati were found in it. They themselves observe that in these figures was recognized the old Egyptian symbol of life. Which avowal, however, does not prevent them from seeing in this emblem a prophetic allusion to the sign of the redemption. Sozomen adds that this fact brought about many conversions amongst the pagans. 194. A legend, widely diffused throughout the ancient world, related that Zeus, wishing to know the center of the earth, let fly at the same moment from the ends of the world, in the east and west, 2 eagles, other versions say 2 crows, which came and settled at the same time on the omphalos of Apollo in the temple at Delphi. 195. It may be questioned if this tradition was not perhaps suggested by the desire to account for a representation of the omphalos, similar to the image of a temple found amongst the jewels collected by Dr. Schliemann at Mycenae. It is a sort of shrine, which stands between 2 doves facing one another. Figure 39. Jewel from Mycenae. Schliemann. Mycenes. Paris, 1879. Figure 423. The origins of this representation must, in their turn, be sought for in the symbolism of the worship paid, in Asia Minor, to the great goddess of nature, venerated by the Phoenician populations under the name of Astarte. The doves played a part in this worship either as personifications of the goddess, or as sacred birds reared in the temples. 196. 2 doves appear on some stelae in Libya, and, later, on imperial coins of Cyprus. In the former they are facing one another on the opposite sides of one of those conical Bethels which represented the goddess, figure 40, in the latter they are back to back on the roof of a temple containing a sacred stone, figure 41. Figure 40. Punic stela. Corpus inscript. Semit, I, Part 3, Number 183. Figure 41. Coin of Paphos. Gignot, Volume 4, PL Liv, Figure 206. This combination of figures might all the more easily relate to the omphalos, since the latter was a white stone, a real Bethel, round at the top. I am not aware that it has ever been found represented between 2 crows or eagles, but Strabo informs us that near the sacred stone, Pi Alpha Tau, in the sanctuary at Delphi, there was an image of the 2 birds mentioned in the fable. 197. Let us now pass over a dozen centuries, and, from the shores of the Aegean Sea, direct our steps towards the valley of the Sambre. Coins of the Principality of Liege, struck at Thuin under Bishop Otbert, 1092–1119, offer to our view the well-known type of the temple, which Charlemagne borrowed from ancient Italy, with this difference, that here the gable stands between 2 doves affronti. Figure 42. Figure 43. Coin of Thuin. De Chestret. Numismatique de la Province de Liege, PL 3, number 52. M. Le Baron de Chestret has drawn a parallel between this image and a legend relating to the siege of the monastery of Labs, in 955, by the Huns, who had invaded the territory of Thuin. The Labs Chronicle relates that 2 pigeons, having escaped from the church, had flown 3 times round the barbarians' encampment, and that forthwith a violent shower of rain, by swelling their bows, had put the besiegers to rout. 198. As Falcuin, the writer of the Chronicle, became abbot of Labs in 965, it cannot be maintained that this narrative was prompted by Otbert's coin. But the legend will probably have contributed towards establishing in the coinage of Thuin a type whose antecedents, perhaps, date back, across classic antiquity, to the sacred dovecots of Phoenicia. 199. It may also happen that the signification of a foreign symbol is intentionally modified in order to adapt it to an idea or a belief, till then devoid of all material expression, or confined to a few rudimentary figurations. When the Persians had taken possession of Mesopotamia, they converted to their own use almost the whole imagery of the conquered people, in order to give a concrete form to their own religious conceptions, which the absence of a national art left without well-defined plastic representations. The Assyrian genii, with a double pair of wings, provided a body for the 7 superior spirits of Mazdaism, the Amshaspans. The Chaldean demons, with their hideous and bestial forms, were employed to represent the Devas, those Iranian personifications of all that is false, dark, and impure. Lastly, as we shall see in another chapter, Ahura Mazda appropriated the symbol of Ashur, the great god of the Assyrian pantheon, and the Iranian holy tree, whose sap averts death, borrowed its shape from the conventional trees of Mesopotamian pictorial art. In the same manner, when the Christians began to reproduce on the walls of the catacombs the scenes of the Old Testament and the parables of the New, it was from classic, and even mythological art that they took their first models. Hermes Cryophoros furnished the type of the Good Shepherd. 200 Orpheus taming the wild beasts became a symbol of Christ and of his preaching. The Christian clinging to the cross, in order to overcome temptations, was represented by Ulysses bound to the mast of his ship, so as to resist the song of the sirens. By an ingenious application of a myth, which paganism had already spiritualized, Psyche offered the image of the human soul united to love, replaced by an angel. 201 The religions of Gaul and of India have offered instances of similar assimilations from the day they came into contact with the symbolism of more advanced nations. In general, there must be an analogy between the old and the new interpretation sufficient to justify the transition from the one to the other. On the monuments of Egypt and of Mesopotamia, divinities or genii are frequently met with possessing a double pair of wings, one raised, the other lowered. The Phoenicians easily made therefrom a symbolical image of perpetual motion. 202 Amongst the Egyptians, the phoenix rising from its ashes represented the sun resuscitating every morning in the glow of dawn. Depicted on a pyre, and encircled by a halo of glory, this solar bird became, amongst the Romans, the emblem of the imperial apotheoses, and then passed to the sarcophagi of the Christians, as a symbol of the resurrection. The connection, however, is not always so easy to trace, whether in the form or in the idea, especially when it is a question of metaphysical conceptions embodied, at a later date, in a symbol of naturalistic origin. So long as symbols remain the image of some object or perceptible phenomenon, the mental operation which produced them can always be reconstituted. But in the domain of abstract ideas the field of analogy is as vast as that of individual fancy, and the same image may be used to render the most dissimilar ideas. How could we ascertain the origin of so abstract a symbol as the representation of the world under the form of a serpent biting its tail, if the texts did not inform us that in the cosmogony of Egypt, of Chaldea, of Greece, and of India, the earth was believed to be circumscribed by an ocean or celestial river, whose circular course is compared to a serpent? We must observe that even in naturalistic religions one image may be applied to very different objects. The serpent, for instance, has also served to symbolize the lightning, solar rays, clouds, rivers, and even the course of the stars in the sky. Symbols may even differ in appearance and yet be genealogically connected with one another. This leads us to examine the causes which may alter the form of symbolical representations. There is a tendency, in the first place, to reduce or abbreviate the figure in order either to enclose it in a smaller space, or else to lessen the work of the artist, especially when it is a complicated image in frequent use. In all systems of writing where the characters first appeared under the form of hieroglyphs, the letter need only be glanced over in order to find the symbol. It is known that our vowel A was originally a bull's head, a bucrane, and that the latter, in its turn, represented the whole animal, in conformity with the popular rule that the part is equal to the whole in the matter of symbols, as well as of sacrifices. It is thus, again, that in the signs of the zodiac the lion is merely represented by its tail. At other times, on the contrary, we have additions and embellishments suggested by aesthetic considerations. Such, in particular, was the fate of nearly all the symbols adopted by Greece, whose art, so powerfully original, never accepted foreign types without stamping them with profound and happy modifications. We will see an important example of this in the Transformations of the Caduceus. The thunderbolt is another symbol which lent itself to all the refinements of classic art. Here, however, the germs of those improvements, like the origins of the symbol itself, must be sought for further towards the east. On bas-reliefs at Nimrud the thunderbolt is represented in the left hand of a god holding an axe in his right. At Malthai it is brandished in each hand by the god Merodach struggling with the monster Tiamat, the mythical assailant of the moon. We may add that in these Mesopotamian sculptures its antecedents are recognized without difficulty. It appears there, indeed, as a double trident, or rather as a trident doubled in the manner of the blade in the two-edged axe, or of the hammer in the two-headed mallet. Figure 44. Assyrian thunderbolt. Layered. Monuments of Nineveh, 2nd Series, PLV. Almost all nations have represented the lightning by a weapon. Among the Chaldeans it was depicted by a trident as well as by a pitchfork and an axe. The trident, with branches which zigzag like lightning, is frequently exhibited in the hands of the Assyro-Chaldean gods. On a cylinder dating back to the oldest times of Chaldean art, the handle of a trident held by the god of the storm lets fall a jet of water into the mouth of a deer. The Assyrian artist who, with the intention, perhaps, of accentuating the power of the god, first doubled the trident, or rather produced from it the trifid sheaf, of which Greek art was to make such good use. Secured thereby for the old Mesopotamian symbol an advantage over all the other representations of lightning with which it was to compete. Figure 45. Rawlinson. The Five Great Monarchies, Volume 2, page 251. The Greeks, like all the Indo-European nations, seem to have figured to themselves the light of the storm under the form of a bird of prey. When they had received the image of the thunderbolt from Asia Minor, they placed it in the talons of the eagle, and made it the scepter, and even the symbol, of Zeus. Explaining, in return, according to their custom, this symbolical combination by a myth, it was, said they, the eagle that brought the thunderbolt to Zeus, when the latter was preparing to fight the Titans. 203. Roman Italy transmitted the thunderbolt to Gaul, where, in the latter centuries of paganism, it alternated with the two-headed hammer on Gallo-Roman monuments. It is even found on amulets of ancient Germany, Scandinavia, and Brittany. In the east it penetrated into India in the track of Alexander. It had there to compete with other symbols having the same signification, the sparrowhawk with golden wings, and the stone with 4 points, of which the Vedas speak, the St. Andrew's cross, itself perhaps a double fork, which forms the Vajra, the redoubtable weapon of Indra, god of the stormy sky, 2 for the drum and the axe which figure in the hands of Shiva. Lastly, its own antecedent, the trident, which the Hindus had already borrowed from the West, or else imagined themselves spontaneously. Shiva, who succeeded Zeus on the coins of the Indo-Scythic kings when the last glimmering of Greek civilization in northwest India had died out, holds in his hand sometimes the thunderbolt, sometimes the trident. 205 And if the latter remains the essential weapon of the god in the later imagery of the Hindu sects, the thunderbolt made none the less its way amongst the Buddhists, who transported it with their symbolism as far as China and Japan. Figure 46. Dorje. From a specimen belonging to the author. Even at the present time it can be recognized there under the form of the dorje, a small bronze instrument shaped like a double sheaf, with 6 or 8 branches, which, held between the thumb and forefinger, is used by the lamas and bonzes to bless the faithful, and to exorcise demons. 206. A legend which M. Gustave Le Bon found in Nepal claims to justify the presence of the thunderbolt in the temples of the country by stating that Buddha had wrested it from the god Indra. 207 The assertion is true in this sense, that Buddhism, after having precipitated from his supreme rank the master of the Brahminical Olympus, made of his terrible and capricious instrument an ally of man in the struggle against the powers of evil. It is interesting to note the fact that with us, too, the antique and redoubtable attribute of the master of the thunder has become the emblem of lightning removed from the blind direction of natural forces and placed by science at the service of human industry. Are there many other symbols which can boast of such a long and fruitful career? This happy disposition of Greek genius reacted even on symbols of strange religions wherever their form was not invariably regulated by the canons of a perennial tradition. M. Menant has pointed out the hand of Greece in the transformation of the winged bulls which kept watch of old at the entrances to the Assyrian palaces. Their function as gatekeepers or guardians, in condemning them to remain immovable, imposed upon them, in spite of their wings, rigid contours and massive forms, calculated to give at once an impression of repose and force. With the advent of the Persian religion, in which the bull was a mythical character invested with a wholly active function, as representing Geomar, the firstborn of creation, it was no longer deemed necessary to fasten his images to the ground. The bull moved its wings, started at a gallop into space, brandished a bow, and ended, under the Greek rule of the Seleucidae, by assuming, on cylinders, the well-known physiognomy of Sagittarius. 208. Beside the improvements due to the artistic taste of their authors, we must place the disfigurations brought about by the maladroitness or ignorance of the copyist, as may be remarked on so many Gallic coins, where Greek symbols have assumed the most singular forms. Sometimes those corruptions tend to produce a new type, which, in passing through a whole series of intermediate forms, takes the place of the old. It is like those dissolving views where the outlines of the two succeeding pictures are blended in an image which is no longer the one, and is not as yet the other, but exhibits features borrowed from both. Nothing is more curious than to follow the gradual stages of the degeneration which, on Gallic coins, has finally transformed into the letter E the bust of Apollo 209 and into the letter H, on coins of Valenciennes. The type of the Carlovingian temple formed of 4 columns placed on a basement and surmounted by a pediment. 210. Figure 47. Degeneration of the temple type. A metamorphosis of the same kind may be noticed in the carved work on paddles from New Ireland, which were exhibited in 1872 by General Pitt Rivers at the annual session of the British Association for the Advancement of Science. We see here a whole series of deformations, which at last change a human form into a crescent placed on the point of an arrow. Had the intermediate figures not been found, the connection between the two extremes would never have been admitted, nor even suspected. Figure 48. Polynesian carvings. Flammarion. Étoiles de Curiosités du Ciel, page 445. As a counterpart of the metamorphoses which thus convert a face into a sign or instrument, we will see further on examples of symbols which, purely linear in the beginning, have gradually assumed a human physiognomy. 211. These transformations may, in certain cases, be systematic and premeditated, but generally they originate in a desire to give an intelligible character to a shapeless symbol by approximating it to the image which it seems most to resemble. When a foreign or antiquated symbol is formed of several images combined, it sometimes happens that one or more of its constituent parts are modified in order to better agree with the religious traditions, the aesthetic preferences, the national predilections, or even with the geographical peculiarities of its new environment. It is thus that, in the symbolism of Europe, the lily has generally taken the place which the Orient assigned to the lotus. There are also symbolical combinations in which several superposed elements, dating back to different periods, can in some measure be distinguished. The most curious monuments to be studied in this connection are the perrons or perrons which, in the Middle Ages, constituted the symbol of communal liberties in several cities of eastern Belgium. Figure 49. The Perron of Liege. Revue de Liège, Volume 6. 1846. Page 86. The most celebrated of those perrons is still standing, above a fountain, on the marketplace at Liege. It consists of a white marble column placed on a square base with 5 steps, guarded by 4 lions. Figure 50. Heraldic Perron. Loyens. Recule heraldique, Passim. The capital is surmounted by the 3 Graces, who support a crown encircling a fir cone with a small cross on its point. In other towns of the same country, at Namur, for instance, the perron only comprised a column on a pedestal with 3 steps. 212. The Perron of Liege has had a very checkered existence, which makes it all the dearer to its fellow townsmen. Transported to Bruges by Charles the Bold in 1467, after the defeat of the citizens of Liege, and solemnly restored to the old episcopal city 10 years later, twice blown down in a storm, in 1448 and in 1693. It figured as early as 1303 on the banner of the trades leagued together in defense of their privileges, as also on the gemmal blazon of the 2 annual burgomasters, or temporary masters, of the city. 213. In still earlier times it is seen on coins of the bishop princes from the end of the 12th century. On one of them, dating back to Rodolphe de Zeringen, 1167 to 1191, it only appears in the form of a column surmounted by a ball, above which is a cross, and the inscription Peru Voc, or, figure 51. On a coin of Jean d'Aps, 1229–1238, however, the fir cone is plainly visible at the top of the column, figure 52. Figure 51. Coin of Rod. De Zeringen. Figure 52. Coin of Jean d'Aps. De Chestret. Numismatique de la Principat de Liège, pl. 6, number 119, and X, number 192. The meaning and origin of the parens have been much discussed. 214 m. ch. Piot, General Archivist of Belgium, has proved in a conclusive manner that they were, in the Middle Ages, stones of justice, marking the place where the holders of municipal jurisdiction sat in the open air. And thus it is easily explained how they everywhere became the symbol of municipal life, as also of popular privileges. 215. But this explanation leaves the question of their origin untouched. Moreover, why were these stones surmounted by a column, and why did this column itself support a fir cone and a cross? According to some, the perron might simply be a sort of Calvary, or even an elevated cross, like that which figures on the farthings of Charlemagne, and on some coins of the bishop-princes. 216. According to others, it might date from the Eburons, and represent an ancient druidical stone. 217. There are those, again, who attribute it, together with the fir cone, to one or other of the Germanic races who successively occupied the basin of the Meuse. 218. Whilst some, lastly, would wish to make it a legacy of the Roman domination in Belgium. 219. For my own part, one consider that the perron of Liège may be resolved into 5 elements belonging to as many different periods. Putting aside the lions and the crown, which date from the Middle Ages, and the group of the Graces, which, in 1693, replaced 3 copper figures representing, it would appear, scoundrels embracing rods, there remain 1. The column, which represents the common element of monuments of this kind, and which may date back, as M. Rollenbeek thinks, to the Germanic tribes settled in western Belgium. Tacitus bears witness to the presence of sacred columns amongst the Frisians who occupied the valley of the Lower Rhine, nor far, consequently, from the Meuse. He even calls them pillars of Hercules. However, he hastens to recall to mind that many things are fathered upon Hercules which do not belong to him. 220. The Saxons, that is to say the inhabitants of the right bank of the Rhine, venerated, on their side, wooden or stone pillars dedicated to the god Irmin. Such was the famous Irminsul demolished by the order of Charlemagne. A stone column dug up at Eresburg or Stadtbergen in Westphalia, under Louis the Debonair, and placed in the Cathedral of Hildesheim, where it still serves as a candelabrum, exhibits a striking resemblance to the ancient representations of the perron of Liège. Figure 53. Column of Hildesheim. Kratz. Der Dom zu Hildesheim, second part, pl 7, figure 2. M. Piot, again, has proved that people were sworn on the perron. Now we learn from the saga of Gudrun that amongst the Scandinavians they swore, by the holy white stone. 221. Moreover, there have been preserved until our own times, on the tumuli or haugs of the Scandinavian peninsula, pillars of white stone to which the lower classes accord a certain veneration. One of these stones, now in the Bergen Museum, presents the similitude of a small pillar with an enlarged top 3 feet high and 16 inches in diameter. 222. Were the pillars of the Germanic nations dedicated to the divinities of the sky, or of war? Did they exhibit a simulacrum of Thor, of Odin, or of a god Irmin? Had they a phallic acceptation, as M. Holmboe thinks with respect to the Scandinavian Sippi, or did they provide a cosmogonical symbol, as might be inferred from a passage in Adam of Bremen to the effect that the Saxons venerated in their Irminsul the image of the universal pillar which supports all things. 223. All that can be said for the moment is that these pillars had a religious character, and that they had to play a part in the social life, so intimately connected, amongst all barbarians, with the religious life of the people. 2. The fir cone. This is, according to M. Henox, the symbol of an existence united but distinct, and represents the union of the tribes leagued together against the dominion of Rome. 224. We do not find, however, that the fir cone admitted of this interpretation in the symbolism of the ancient Germans, or even of the Gauls. To tell the truth, we possess very little information on the particulars of Germanic symbols and even forms of worship. To make up for this, however, we know that, in the Greco-Roman paganism, the fruit of the pine discharged prophylactic, sepulchral, and phallic functions. Amongst the Etruscans the fir cone occurs frequently in tombs and on urns, sometimes alone, sometimes on the top of a pillar. 225 Does it there figure a representation of the flames on an altar, and does it consequently symbolize the persistency of life in death? The pillar, whole or broken, and often adorned with bas-reliefs, was a fairly common monument on Belgo-Roman tombs. 226 But we nowhere find that it supported a fir cone, and nothing permits us to suppose that the parens ever had a sepulchral acceptation. Moreover, the thyrsus of Bacchus, composed of a stalk crowned by the fruit of the pine, was a familiar emblem in classic paganism. 227 An emblem of the same kind was borne by Silvanus Dendrophorus, that old god of the Latin forests, assimilated at a later date, on so many Gallic monuments, to one of the principal divinities of the Celtic pantheon. If not its supreme god, the god with the mallet. E tenerum abratus ferens, Sylvane, cupressum. 228. It may therefore be asked if the addition of the fir cone to the Perron of Liege is not due to the syncretic influence of Gallo-Roman art, which would thus have brought the Germanic column within the limits of classic paganism, as at a later period, the Church introduced it into Christian society by surmounting it with a cross. Perhaps also it was thus desired to keep alive in the monument a phallic signification, whilst correcting whatever too great coarseness this symbol might have had in its primitive form. It is probable that the Pyr of Augsburg, that gigantic fir cone, depicted, from time immemorial, on the arms, the coins, and the seals of that town, dates from the time of the Roman occupation. It has been found, indeed, at Augsburg itself, on a Roman monument, now in the museum of that town, and known as the Altar of the Duumviri. The pine fruit is there sculptured at the top of a pillar ornamented with flowerwork, which separates the statues of the two municipal magistrates, exactly as, at Liege, the Perron figures between the coats of arms of the two annual burgomasters. 229. Figure 54. The Pyr of Augsburg. It must be observed that the Pyr rests on a capital. Now, every capital supposes a column, that is to say, that we have here the remains of a veritable Perron, which was never baptized by the apposition of a cross, but was merely shortened by the suppression of the shaft. In order to be more easily introduced into armorial bearings and coins. I have been assured, but have not been able to verify the fact, that in Rome itself, in front of the church of SS. Nerio et Achilleo, built on the ruins of a temple of Isis, there was still to be seen, some years ago, an antique column surmounted by a fir cone with a cross on the top. Figure 55. Buckle from Invermew. Cochet. La Normandie Souterraine, Pl. 12, No. 4. Figure 56. Buckle from Epreuve. A. Biquet. SOC Arch de Namur, Volume 15, page 315. We have likewise the proof that the fir cone, placed at the end of a stalk or pillar, figured amongst the objects held in veneration by the Franks, who occupied, in the 5th century, the east of Belgium and the northeast of France. The Abbé Cochet and M. Alfred Biquet have separately found, the former in the Merovingian cemetery of Invermew, near Dieppe, the latter in the cemetery of Epreuve, not far from Namur, silver belt buckles adorned with an identical figure. In which I have no hesitation in recognizing a prototype of the parens. We have there, in the middle of a support or pedestal, which is placed between two peacocks facing one another, a long stalk, capped by a conical object, whose resemblance to the fir cone at once struck the Abbé Cochet. Though at that moment he was little thinking of the parens of Belgium, figs. 55, 56.230. It is to be remarked that the two birds facing one another are also met with on the sides of the Perron on the earliest coin of Liege, on which an attempt is made to represent this monument with the fir cone, fig. 52, and also on a seal which Loyens attributes to the year 1348, figure 57. Figure 57. Seal of Liege ad Legata. Loyens. Recueil Heraldique de Bourgmesters, page 2. If the fact be insisted upon, that the stock engraved in the Frankish image seems to be of wood, I will remark that the symbolical pillars of the ancient Germans were made of wood as well as of stone. This was particularly the case with the Irminsul, which the oldest chronicles define as the trunk of a tree erected in the open air. 231 The Hessians of the 8th century, who lived on the Lower Rhine, still venerated, at the time when they were evangelized by Saint Boniface, the trunk of a tree, which was to them the simulacrum of the god Thor. 232. Do not our maypoles, often a mere stalk surrounded with ribbons, take us back to the time when Lucan sang of our forefathers? Simulacrac moesta deorum. Arte carent, quaesisque extant informia truncis 233. Lastly, old chroniclers relate that in the 13th century the destruction of the Irminsul by Charlemagne was still commemorated at Hildesheim on the Saturday following the Sunday of the Laetaire, by planting in the ground. On the cathedral square, 2 poles 6 feet high, each surmounted by a wooden object 1 foot in height, and shaped like a pyramid or cone. The young people then endeavored with sticks and stones to overthrow this object. Does not this tradition directly connect the Irminsul, or rather the Irminsuls, with the stake which, surmounted by a cone, is presented to our view in the Frankish buckle? Just as the stone column of the Hildesheim Cathedral links them with the Parens of Belgium. The same custom, or rather the same popular sport, existed elsewhere too in Germany, at Halberstadt in particular. Here, however, it was the canons who indulged in it on the Sunday of the Laetaire itself. 234. We have, moreover, a more direct proof that the representation of the stalk, surmounted by a fir cone, and placed between animals facing one another, figured in Christian imagery from the 8th century of our era. The sculptures in question are taken, one from the parapet of the Cathedral of Torcello, near Venice, figure 58, and the other from a bas-relief on the Athens Cathedral, figure 59. Both of them are reproduced in the remarkable work of M.R. Cattaneo, L'Architecture and Italy. 235. 3. The cross. Tradition relates that the Christian missionaries everywhere overthrew, amongst the Belgians, the altars of Thor and of Woden. Figure 58. From the Cathedral of Torcello. Figure 59. From the Athens Cathedral. But the fate of the column of Hildesheim shows us how monuments of this kind managed to escape destruction by placing themselves, so to speak, under the protection of the new faith. At Hildesheim, they placed a virgin on the column, transformed into a candelabrum. At Liege, a cross was placed on the perron, and the oaths which were taken on the sacred whitestone continued to be taken on the cross which sanctified the ancient simulacrum. In Sweden also cippi are found, similar to the one I have mentioned above, on the top of which the cross has been incised. 236. The Abbé Cochet thinks that the figures engraved on the Envermu plate denote a Christian symbol, because we find in the catacombs, and even in Roman architecture, the symbol of a bunch of grapes between 2 peacocks facing one another, depicting the soul quenching its thirst at the eternal fountain of life. Nothing, however, entitles us to distinguish a bunch of grapes in the object placed at the end of the stalk. Moreover, its resemblance to the ordinary representation of the thyrsus is incontestable. Lastly, we have already seen in the present chapter that the custom of figuring sacred objects between 2 winged animals facing one another was spread throughout the whole Mediterranean basin long before the birth of Christian art. It is especially on the side of sacred stones and trees that they are met with, as I shall have an opportunity of pointing out in the following chapter. Now, in so far as it was a cosmogonical column, related to the Scandinavian Yggdrasil, the Irminsul is just as much connected with the tradition of the universal pillar as with that of the tree of the world. Both of which seem to have received their first plastic expression amongst the Assyro-Chaldeans. Curiously enough, the tree of life between 2 peacocks facing one another is even found in the symbolism of modern India, figure 60. It will be observed that here each of the 2 peacocks holds a serpent in its beak. Now the peacock was held amongst the ancients to kill serpents, and this also may be one of the reasons which brought about its introduction into Christian symbolism. 237. It is evident that, at least in its outlines, all this iconography takes us backwards, far beyond Christianity, into the very midst of antique symbolism. Figure 60. Cloth from Masulipatam. Sir G. Birdwood. The Industrial Arts of India. 1880. Lastly, it is proper to remark that traces of Christianity are entirely wanting in the cemeteries of Invermeaux and Ypres, as well as in nearly all the Frankish cemeteries of that period. Thus, to sum up, the Perron of Liege includes in harmonious order the legacies and, so to speak, the witnesses, of all the civilizations which have succeeded one another in this part of Belgium. In this respect it is more than a symbol of municipal liberty, it is the embodiment of the very history of the nation. 238. Chapter 4. Symbolism and Mythology of the Tree. 1. The Sacred Tree and its Acolytes. The Sacred Tree and its Acolytes. The tree in the art and symbolism of Mesopotamia. The tree between two animals, or two monsters. Adoption of this theme by the Persians, Phoenicians, Greeks, Hindus, Arabs, and Christians. The tree between two human personages, its migrations into Persia, India, and the extreme East. Characteristic features of the images derived from these two themes. The variety of certain details does not preclude relationship between symbolical combinations. Substitution of sacred objects for the tree between its acolytes. The tree is one of the oldest and most widely diffused subjects in Semitic pictorial art, especially in Mesopotamia. 239 It first appears, on Chaldean cylinders, as a stem divided at the base, surmounted by a fork, or a crescent, and cut, midway, by one or more crossbars, which sometimes bear a fruit at each extremity. Figure 61. Rudimentary forms of the sacred tree. 240. Figure 62. Varieties of sacred trees. 241. This rudimentary image frequently changes into the palm, the pomegranate, the cypress, the vine, etc. Figure 62. On the monuments of Nimrud and Khorsabad, beginning with the 10th century before our era, the tree becomes still more complex. It would sometimes seem to be composed of fragments belonging to different kinds of plants. The stem, which suggests a richly ornamented Ionic column, is crowned by a palmette. The base is concealed behind a bunch of slender loaves, which, in some cases, recall our fleur-de-lis, fig. 62e, or else it rests upon a pair of fluted horns, which recur again at the top and even in the middle of the stem, figure 63. On both sides branches spread out symmetrically, bearing conical fruits, figure 63b, or fan-shaped leaves, fig. 63c, at their extremities. Sometimes the ends of these branches are connected by straps which form a network of the most pleasing effect. 242. Figure 63. Conventional trees of Assyrian bas-reliefs. Whatever the ornamental value of this figure may be, it is certain that it has, above all, a religious signification. It is invariably associated with religious subjects, among the intaglios of the cylinders, the sculptures of the bas-reliefs, and the embroidery of the royal and sacerdotal garments. Above it is frequently suspended the winged circle, personifying the supreme divinity, Asur at Nineveh, Bel or Ilu at Babylon. Figure 64. The Acolytes of the Sacred Tree. Laggard. Mitra, PL 49, Figure 9. Lastly, it nearly always stands between two personages facing each other, who are sometimes priests or kings in an attitude of adoration, sometimes monstrous creatures, such as are so often met with in Assyro-Chaldean imagery, lions, sphinx, griffins, unicorns, winged bulls, men, or genii, with the head of an eagle, and so forth. Hence we have two types or symbolical combinations, whose migrations we can easily follow. A. The tree between two animals facing each other makes its first appearance on the oldest cylinders of Chaldea. In the de Klerk collection it is seen on engraved stones which are attributed, one to the archaic art of Chaldea, the other to the school that flourished, according to M. J. Menant, in the city of Agadi at the time of Sargon I. Some 4,000 years before our era. 243. Figure 65. From the Catalogue of the de Klerk Collection, Volume 1, PL 2, 15, and PL 7, 61. Explanation of Plate 4. Figure A is a bas-relief of Nineveh, reproduced from Layard, Monuments of Nineveh, 2nd Series, PL XLV, Figure 3. Figure B is taken from a Phoenician bowl discovered at Cyrenium by M. de Cesnola, and reproduced by M. Clermont-Ganneau, L'imagerie Phénicienne. Paris, 1880, PL 4. Figure C comes from a Persian cylinder inscribed with Aramean characters, the property of M. Schlumberger, and reproduced by M. P.H. Berger, Gazette Archéologique for 1888, page 143. Figure D belongs to a bowl which was found, together with products of Sasanian art, near the White Sea, J. R. Aspelin. Antiquites du Nord Finno-Ugrian. Helsingfors, Figure 610. Figure E is copied from a capital of the Temple of Athene at Preen, O. Read Eta Thomas. Millet et le Golfe Latinique. Paris, 1887, PL 49, No. 5. Figure F reproduces the ornamentation of an archaic vase of Athens belonging to the British Museum, Read et Collignon. Histoire de la céramique grecque, Figure 25. Figure G comes from the sculptures on the baptistry at Cividale, Lommagné. L'architecture in Italy. Venice, 1891, Figure 36. Figure H comes from the bas-reliefs of Barhut, probably anterior to our era, A. Cunningham. The Stupa of Barhut, PL 6. Figure I is copied from a Tanjore carpet at the India Museum in London, Sir George Birdwood. The Industrial Arts of India. London, 1880, page 53. Figure J is taken from a tympanum of the church at Marigny, in the Calvados department, de Caumont. Rudiments d'Archéologie. Architecture religieuse. Paris, 5th edition, page 269. However this may be, it was only at the time of the Assyrian domination that it received its definite and so highly artistic shape. While the tree becomes larger and more conspicuous, the two animals, no longer embracing or crossing one another, assume a more natural and strictly symmetrical attitude, see PL 4, Figure A. From Mesopotamia this subject passed on the one hand among the Phoenicians and into the whole of Western Asia, on the other among the Persians after the fall of Babylon. The latter confined themselves to copying the Assyrian type on their seals, their jewels, their cloths, and their bas-reliefs, until the end of the empire of the Sassanidae, in the 7th century of our era, PL 4, Fig C and D. From Persia it passed into India, doubtlessly during the period immediately preceding the invasion of Alexander. The presence of the tree between two lions facing one another among the Buddhist sculptures of Barhut is even one of the indications that help to prove the influence of Iranian art on the most ancient monuments of Hindu architecture, PL 4, Fig. H. 244. In the bas-reliefs of Kanheri, where the symbols of Buddhism are mingled with the reminiscences of an earlier form of worship, the sacred tree is sculptured as an object of veneration between two elephants facing one another. Whilst in other bas-reliefs it is transformed, flanked by the same two elephants, into the lotus flower which forms the throne of Buddha. 245. Lastly, after the extinction of Buddhism in India, it was resumed by the Brahmanical sects, which confined themselves to replacing Buddha on his lotus throne, still between the two elephants, by Parvati, the spouse of Vishnu. 246. Moreover, we again meet with the tree, in which Sir George Birdwood does not hesitate to recognize the tree of life, between two animals facing one another on the cloths, the carpets, the vases, and the jewels of contemporary India. 247. In this last case, however, it is not always easy to discriminate whether we are in the presence of a survival of pre-Islamitic symbolism, or of a reaction of Sasanian art introduced into India by the Islamic invasions, cf. Figure 60 and PL 4. Figure I. The Phoenicians borrowed it from Mesopotamia more than 1,000 years anterior to our era, developing its artificial appearance until all semblance of its arboreal origin has well-nigh vanished. To be replaced by an interlacing of spirals and strap-like curves, pl. 4, figure B. Some of those combinations, in which winged sphinxes cling to the spirals, betray a singular medley of Egyptian influences, whilst at the same time already suggesting the elegant modifications of Greek art. 248. This type, as conventional as it is aesthetic, occurs wherever Phoenician influence was felt, more especially among the archaic pottery of Corinth and of Athens, pl. 4, figure F. Perhaps it had already penetrated directly into Greece through Asia Minor, for it is seen on an amphora, discovered by General de Cesnola at Curium, which M. Rayet and Colignac place among the vases with geometric decorations belonging to an earlier time than the period of Phoenician influence. Figure 66. Steel from Cyprus. Perot et Chippes, Volume 3, Figure 152. Figure 67. Vase from Curium. Cesnola. Cyprus, Chapter 1, page 55. Figure 67. Vase from Curium. Cesnola. Cyprus, Chapter 1, page 55. The tree preserves here a more natural appearance. It is placed between two quadrupeds standing on their hind legs and overlooking the stem. This brings us back to the Chaldean prototype of our figure 65. If it did not furnish the Greeks with the first idea of the palmette and the honeysuckle ornament, it certainly suggested the decoration of certain capitals, such as those of the Temple of Apollo at Didyme, and of Athene Polias at Priene, pl. 4. Figure E, point 249. Greece, however, seems only to have made use of it by way of exception. If it penetrated into Italy, and even into Gaul, along with the other products of Oriental imagery, it did not become an ordinary motive of classic art. We may draw attention to its presence, by the way, in a decorative painting at Corneto 250 and on a Gallic coin found near Amiens, and attributed to the commencement of our era. Following in the footsteps of M. Hutcher, I had at first taken the object engraved on this coin between two quadrupeds to be a cup or drinking vessel. Figure 68. Gallic coin. Hutcher. L'Art Gaulois, Volume 2, page 36. But my attention has been directed to some intaglios of Cyprus, and even of Chaldea, where the tree assumes the form of a staff supporting a semicircle, as in the figure 61d given above. M. Hutcher, with his usual perspicacity, thinks that the subject engraved on this coin belongs to the same train of thought as that which in antiquity brought face to face the lions of Mycenae on the gates of that town. And the lions of the Arab or Sasanian fabric of Mans on the shroud of Asti. Bertin, or even, in the 13th century, the doves with serpents' tails on the capitals of the cathedral at Mans. It is strange to note the presence of the same theme, dealt with in an identical manner, on a fibula discovered near Geneva, which M. Blavignac considers to be of Christian origin. 251. However, it is by another way that it was introduced into Christian symbolism. It was, in fact, taken directly from the Persians by the Byzantines about the 7th century of our era. The influence of Sasanian art had made itself felt in the Byzantine Empire from the time of the death of Theodosius, if not earlier. The Byzantines, says M. Charles Bayet, did not invent all the ornamental combinations from which they got such pleasing effects. In this instance again they borrowed them from the East, and on the monuments of Persia models are found from which they drew their inspirations. 252 The same writer proves that in the 6th and 7th centuries the apartments of the rich, and even the treasures of the churches, were filled with stuffs which came from Persia, or which reproduced the subjects of Persian art. 253 It is related that even Justinian had employed a Persian architect to decorate several buildings in Constantinople. 254 Under these circumstances, how could the Byzantines help adopting one of the most pleasing and widely diffused Sasanian themes of decoration, which lent itself both to the refinements of ornamentation and to the fancies of the symbolical imagination? This is, moreover, the way by which the whole fantastic fauna of the East entered Europe, to form the Christian symbolic menagerie of the Middle Ages. 255. From the Grecian provinces it was introduced into Italy, where it is often found in religious architecture between the 7th and the 11th centuries in Sicily, at Ravenna, and especially at Venice, CPL 4, figure G, and also figure 58. Here it was even taken up and reproduced by the Renaissance, as may be seen at Santa Maria del Miracoli, at the Scuola of San Marco, etc. 256. Finally, it crossed the Alps with Roman art. M. de Calmont was one of the first to draw attention to its presence amongst the sculptures of the Roman period, in particular on a tympanum of the church at Marigny, in the Calvados department. It is here sculptured between two lions, which hold the stem with their forepaws, and bite at the extremities of the middle branches, PL 4, figure J. 257. What a strange fate for this antique symbol, which, after being used for several thousand years in the long since vanished worships of Higher Asia, came thus to be stranded, in the western extremity of Europe. On the sanctuary of a religion possessing also amongst its oldest traditions the reminiscence of the paradisaical trees of Mesopotamia. 258. Explanation of Plate V. Figure A is taken from an Assyrian cylinder, lagered. Mitra, PLLXI, figure 6. Figure B, from the ornamentation of a Phoenician bowl, Clermont Gano. L'imagerie Phoenicienne, PL 6. Figure C, from an imperial coin of Myra in Lycia, Collignon. Mythology Figure de la Greece. Paris, Bibliothèque des Beaux-Arts, page 10. Figure D, from a Persian seal, lagered. Mitra, PL 44, 46, number 3. Figure E, from the sculptures in the caves of Kinnerky, Ferguson and Burgess. Cave Temples of India, PLX, figure 35. Figure F, from the bas-reliefs in the cave of Karli, Moore. Hindu Pantheon, PL 72. Figure G, from a wooden group in the Musée Guémet. Figure H, from a Chaldean cylinder, lagered. Mitra, PL 16, figure 4. Figures I and J, from coins of the Javanese temples, Millies. Monets de l'Archipel Indian, PL 6, fig. 50, and PL 9, figure 67. Figure K, from a Maya manuscript known by the name of the Fejaveri Codex, Publications of the Bureau of Ethnography. Washington, 1882, Volume 3, page 32. Figure L, from the ornamentation of a modern Syrian copper dish inscribed with Cufic characters, presented by the Count Goblet d'Alviella to Sir George Birdwood. Figure M, from the bas-reliefs of the Cathedral at Montreal, D. B. Gravenat. Il Duomo di Montreal. Palermo, 1859, PL 15, H. B. The image of the tree between two human, or semi-human, personages invariably facing one another followed at first almost the same route as the type whose migrations I have just described. The two themes are sometimes combined, as we see, in Assyria itself, on the cylinder reproduced above, figure 64. Modified considerably by Greek art, like all symbols which made use of the human figure, PLV, figure C, and below, figs. 69 and 83, it remained more faithful to its earliest type in Phoenicia, PLV, figure B, in Persia, PLV, figure D, and even in India, where the two Assyrian eagle-headed genii, PLV, fig. A, which advanced towards the tree holding the symbolical cone, became the two Nagarajas, or snake kings, their heads entwined with cobras, who support the stem of the Buddhist lotus, PLV, figure E. In the grottos of Karli this stem, which serves as a support to the throne of the master, stands erect both between two of those Nagarajas and two deer facing one another, PLV, figure F. These sculptures date back to a period which cannot be prior to the reign of Asoka, i.e., the middle of the 3rd century BC, nor much later than the beginning of our era. It is interesting to again come across them, at an interval, perhaps, of 2,000 years, in Japanese wooden groups of the 17th century belonging to the Guémet Museum. In one of them the Nagarajas bear a genuine dragon on their shoulders. This substitution, together with some differences in the costume and the figure of these personages, is almost the only liberty which the native art took with the old Buddhist subject, long since forgotten in its original home, PLV, figure G. From India it reached, in company with Buddhism, the island of Java, where we meet with it upon those curious medals of temples which the natives, although converted centuries ago to Islamism, continue to wear by way of talismans. It occurs there, amongst other Buddhist symbols, between two figures with human bodies and beasts or birds' heads, which is surely the Mesopotamian conception in all its integrity, PLV, figs I and J. It is also found in China on Taoist medals, recalling the coins of the Javanese temples. 259 Here, however, the disposition of the tree, as also the costume of the personages, refer to quite a different type, whether it be that we are here in the presence of a corruption of Javanese coins, or that these, in imitating the Taoist coins, cast, so to speak, the subject of the latter in a mold provided by the Buddhist symbols of India. From the Indian archipelago, or from Eastern Asia, it may have even reached the New World. If we are to judge from the resemblance of the scene depicted on the Javanese medals to certain images found in manuscripts connected with the ancient civilization of Central America, we have seen that the cross was used, in the symbolism of the ancient inhabitants of America, to represent the winds which bring the rain. These crosses sometimes assume a tree-like form, and are then composed of a stem bearing two horizontal branches, with a bird perched on the fork, as in the famous stele of Palenque. 260 Moreover, this tree is sometimes placed between two personages facing one another, with a sort of wreath of feathers on their heads, who cannot but recall the monstrous aspect of the beings depicted on both sides of the tree upon the medals of Javanese temples. The reproduction which I here give, PLV, Fig. K, from the Fejaveri Codex 261 shows up this parallel all the more, since it is placed close to medals of Java and underneath a Chaldean cylinder which might be almost made the prototype of all these images, PLV, figure H. We have here certainly fresh evidence in favor of the theory which already relies upon so many symbolical and ornamental similarities in order to discover, in the pre-Columbian civilization of America, the traces of intercourse with Japan, China, or the Indian archipelago. Finally, by a singular case of atavism, this subject, which already adorned the Chaldean cylinders of 5,000 or 6,000 years ago, reappears in our own times in the decoration of the copper vases or plates, known as masuli, which are still manufactured in Syria, on the banks of the Euphrates and the Tigris, PL. V, figure L. There is still the palm tree between its two acolytes, henceforth dressed as fellaheen, who are engaged in plucking the two large fruits, or rather conventional clusters, suspended side by side beneath the crown. On the other hand, it was quite adapted to furnish the first Christian artists with a model of the scene of the temptation. All that was needed was to give a different sex to the two acolytes, PLV, figure M. Already in the art of the catacombs it frequently occurs with this application. 262. The Cabinet of Antiquities at the Bibliothèque Nationale of Paris possesses a cameo which has likewise been held to represent the scene of the temptation, although it depicts the quarrel between Poseidon and Athene under the sacred olive tree, in the presence of the serpent Erichthonios. 263 What makes the case very interesting is, not only that we have here engraved upon the stone the Hebrew text of Genesis 3:6, but that we also find at work those touching-up processes which were sometimes made use of in order to adapt a pre-existent image to the expression of a new tradition. The olive tree has been changed into an apple tree. Neptune's trident and Minerva's spear have been scraped out. The attempt has even been made to transform into some sort of a headdress the helmet, inappropriate enough, to be sure, on the head of our first mother, and in her companion's hand has been placed a round object, which may pass for an apple. Figure 69. Antique cameo. Babylon. Cabinet de Medailles, PL 26. To be sure, the occurrence of the representation of a tree between two animals or personages, even when facing one another, is not in itself sufficient for one to infer that it is connected with the types described above. Yet, in the examples I have given, the original identity of the inspiration may be verified, not only by a general resemblance spread throughout the whole image, we might call it a family likeness, but also by the presence of certain features. Its ineffaceable characteristics, so to speak, by which it may everywhere be recognized. In the first place, there is the symmetry in the expression and attitude of the two acolytes, often also in the form of the tree and the arrangement of the branches. Then we have the presence, often unaccountable, of a pair of volutes between which the stem rises. These two spirals sometimes represent branches, or petals, of flowers, PL4, figures A and B and C and E and G and I, J, PLV, figs. A, D, H, I, L, sometimes curved horns, figures 63, 64, PL4, figures A and B and E and F and G and I, J, PLV, figures A and B and F and I, K. We may, perhaps, attribute their origin either to the conventional representation of the clusters which adorn the image of the Chaldean palm tree, or to the introduction of the horns which were amongst the Assyrians a distinguishing sign of the divinity. Finally, a detail which seems to be equally characteristic of the sacred tree in the most different countries is the appearance of serpents, which sometimes twine themselves round the stem, figures 60 and 69, 83, PL4, figure D, PLV, figs. C, E, F, G, M, and sometimes figure merely in the background of the image, figure 59, and PLV, figure H. It must be observed that it is not the identity of the species of plants which constitutes the essential feature of the symbol through all its local modifications, but rather the constant reappearance of its hieratratic accessories. Each nation seems, indeed, to have introduced into this symbolical combination the tree which it deemed the most valuable. Thus we see depicted in turn the date palm in Chaldea, the vine or a cone-bearing plant in Assyria, the lotus in Phoenicia, and the fig tree in India. 264. Moreover, following in the footsteps of the Assyrians, who had inserted into this tree features which were quite extraneous to the vegetable kingdom, some creeds replaced the plant itself by other sacred objects. The Phrygians placed the representation of a pillar, a phallus, or an urn, between winged sphinxes, lions, or bulls, facing each other, as is still to be seen on the pediments of the tombs hewn in the rocks of Phrygia. Figure 70. Tomb at Cumbet. Perrault et Chippes. Histoire de l'Art, Volume 5, Figure 84. As M. Perrault observes, though one element is substituted for another, the group preserves none the less the same character. 265. On a cylinder, which M. Menand considers of Hittite origin, the arborescent stalk becomes a winged globe. Figure 71. Hittite cylinder. The Clerk Collection, Volume 1, of Catalogue, PL 28, number 289. The Pelopides of Mycenae, and, later, the Persians, put in its stead a pyre or fire altar. 266. Figure 72. Persian cylinder. C.H. Lenormand, in the Mélanges d'Archéologie, Volume 3, pages 130 and 131. The group which formerly surmounted the celebrated Gate of Mycenae certainly represented an object of this nature between lions facing one another, figure 73. The Buddhists introduced their principal, jewels, into the image, as may be seen in the following reproduction of a small portable altar, where the object, portrayed between two animals in a crouching attitude, represents perhaps the astronomical emblem of the 9 planets, the Navaratna, borrowed by Buddhist symbolism from the Hindus, Fig. 74. Figure 73. Gate of Mycenae. Schliemann. Mycenes. Figure 74. Tibetan symbol. Hodgson. Jern. Of the Roy. Asiatic SOC, Volume 18, First Series, PLI, Number 18. In Chinese and, perhaps, Japanese art, the great jewel becomes a pearl, frequently depicted between two dragons facing one another, with partly open jaws. We may, perhaps, find a curious application of this symbol in the customs of the Chinese. M. De Groot relates that in the Festival of Lanterns they lead about a dragon made of cloth and bamboo, before whose mouth they wave a round lantern like a ball or pearl of fire. Whether this scene represents the conflict of the celestial bodies with the devouring dragon, in keeping with the Chinese conception of eclipses, or the vain efforts of falsehood to swallow up truth. 267. Figure 75a. Bas-relief on a sarcophagus. Milan. Voyage dans le Midi, pi. LXV. Figure 75b. Christian sculpture of the 3rd century. Roller. Catacombs, Volume 1, page 53. We have seen above that the Greeks, in imitation of the Phoenicians, represented between two birds the Bethel of the Cyprian Aphrodite and the Omphalos of the Delphic Apollo, thus creating a new theme less extravagant and fantastic. The Christians, in their turn, from the time of the catacombs, placed two figures on the sides of their principal emblems, not only of the cross, which is also called a tree of life, but also of the chrism, the labarum, the ruelle, the crown, the bunch of grapes, the Eucharistic cup, and so forth. 268. Sometimes these figures are lambs, and sometimes peacocks, or doves, figure 75, A and B. Among the wooden ornaments of Romualdus' episcopal throne in San Sabino at Canossa, we even find the mystic candelabrum thus sculptured between two griffins. Figure 76. Wooden sculpture at Canossa. H. W. Schultz. Kunst de Mittelalters in Italian, PL 6, Figure 1. Then chivalry placed its coats of arms between the two creatures facing one another, lions, leopards, unicorns, griffins, giants, etc. Charles Lenormand was not mistaken in saying, with respect to the filiation of these types, when the use of armorial bearings began to develop in the West, Europe was deluged with the manufactured articles of Asia. And the first lions drawn on escutcheons were certainly copied from Persian and Arabian tissues. These tissues themselves dated back, from one imitation to another, to the models from which, perhaps, over 1,000 years before Christ, the author of the bas-reliefs of Mycenae, drew his inspiration, 269. The same tendency is still at work. When, more than half a century ago, the Royal Institute of British Architects wished to have arms parlantes, it chose a Corinthian column, on the sides of which it placed two British lions facing each other. Figure 77. Seal of the R. Inst. of British Architects. Some time ago, while on a visit to the fine estate, well known in the country round Liege under the name of the Ron Chain, I observed, sculptured on a mantelpiece of recent construction, an oak of pyramidal form with a heraldic griffin on either side. On inquiring whether these were not the old armorial bearings of the domain, I was told that it was merely an artistic conceit, suggested by the name of the locality. I could not give a better instance of how the sculptor, or engraver, even whilst yielding to quite a different inspiration, upholds, nevertheless, a tradition unbroken for 30 centuries, and obeys, more or less consciously, a law which may be formulated thus: when an artist wants to bring into prominence, as a symbol, the isolated image of an object which lends itself to a symmetrical representation, particularly a tree or pillar, he places on either side two creatures facing one another, giving rise sometimes, in return, to a myth or legend in order to account for the combination. 2. Signification of the sacred tree amongst the Semites. Interpretation of the sacred tree amongst the Semites. The sacred tree does not merely represent a plant venerated for its uses. Simulacra of the goddess of nature, the Asherim. The representation of the artificial fertilization of the palm tree became, in Assyria, the symbol of fecundation in general. Myths and symbols relating to the tree of life. The cosmogonical tree in the cuneiform texts. The tree of knowledge. The calendar plant or lunar tree. We have just seen that the adoption of a complex symbol, such as the Assyrian image of the sacred tree, does not necessarily imply the acceptance of the myths with which it is connected in its original home. But if distrust is wise when it is a question of interpreting the earliest meaning of these images by means of the beliefs which they represent amongst nations unconnected with the Assyrians, such as the Hindus, the Greeks, the Christians, And the ancient inhabitants of America, this is no longer the case when we have to deal with nations belonging to the same race, or possessing at least a common fund of mythological traditions, as, for instance, almost all the inhabitants of anterior Asia, from the Tigris to the Mediterranean. Though, even then, we have to ascertain whether the interpretation which certain branches of the Semitic race give to their sacred trees meets with any confirmation in the texts of Mesopotamia properly so called. We might afterwards, perhaps, go a step further, and find out, amongst some at least of the nations belonging to other races, whether, in their own traditions, there are not points of contact which justify or explain the assimilation of the Assyrian symbol. The first question to be inquired into is as to whether we are not in the presence of a mere case of tree worship. Nearly all nations, and the Semites in particular, venerated the trees which impressed them by the singularity of their forms, the vastness of their proportions, their great age, and especially by the usefulness of their fruits. The first beings, according to the Phoenician traditions, consecrated the plants which grew on the earth, they made gods of them, and worshipped the very things on which they lived, offering up to them libations and sacrifices. 270. M. Bonavia, a botanist who has subjected to a minute examination the flora of the Mesopotamian monuments, maintains that the sacred tree of Assyria is merely an amalgamation of the plants formerly venerated in that country by reason of their uses. The palm for its dates, the vine for its juice, the pine tree and the cedar for their timber and firewood, the pomegranate for its services in the production of tannin and in the preparation of sherbets. As for the horns grafted on the stem, they would represent the horns of animals, oxen, wild goats, ibex, and so forth, which doubtless were suspended from the branches to ward off the evil eye. 271. I would be the first to admit that purely utilitarian considerations of this kind had originally suggested to the Mesopotamians the worship of certain trees which were afterwards used to represent the sacred tree. Yet the boldly conventional form of the latter, the nature of its hieratic accessories, starting with the symbolical horns of the divinity, its frequent association with the figure of the supreme god, the prominence everywhere accorded in public worship, to its representations, already imply that it not only exhibits the image of a plant venerated for its natural qualities, but that it must be something more. Either the vegetable symbol of a divine power, like the Eshira mentioned in the Bible, or the simulacrum of a mythical plant like the winged oak, on which, according to a Phoenician tradition quoted by Pherecydes of Syros, the supreme god had woven the earth, the starry firmament, and the ocean. Let us therefore carefully consider what share conceptions of this kind may have had in the mythology of the Semitic nations. In the first place, these peoples frequently represented by a tree the female personification of nature, who, under various names, and even with different attributes, seems above all to have embodied in their opinion the conceptions of life, of fecundity, and of universal renovation, Ister, Melita, Anat, Astarte, Tanit, and others. At Heliopolis, where the worship of the great goddess prevailed, coins present to our view a cypress of pyramidical form, planted beneath the peristyle of a temple, in the very place where other metals have either a conical stone. The well-known representation of Astarte, or else the image, or bust, of the goddess herself. 272. Movers informs us that the Venus of Lebanon bore the local name of the cypress. 273. At Rome there is an altar of the Palmyrene which exhibits on one of its sides the image of a solar god, and on the other a cypress of pyramidical form, whose foliage admits a child carrying a ram upon its shoulders. 274 m. Laggard quotes in this instance the story related of Apuleius, who, wishing to paint the son of Venus in his mother's lap, depicted him in the foliage of a cypress. 275. To the same class of images belongs the pine in which Cybele imprisons the body of Hades till the springtime. This tree has been thought to be the simulacrum of the solar god. It seems to me more logical to seek therein the symbol of the matrix in which Hades awaits his annual resuscitation. We are all acquainted with the legend of Myrrha, another Asiatic variety of Artemis Aphrodite. Myrrha, bearing Adonis, was transformed into a tree, and, according to a version recorded by Hyginus, was set free by the stroke of an axe. Now, on an imperial coin of Myra, in Lycia, a tree is seen whose fork supports the image of a goddess, PLV. Figure C. On either side is a woodcutter with a raised axe. Whatever the meaning of this scene may have been in the local mythology of the period, it is difficult not to refer it to the Oriental representations of the sacred tree, in so far as it was a simulacrum of the goddess. In Palestine, the Bible tells us, they venerated, beside the stelae or hamonim symbolizing Baal, simulacra of Ashtaroth, representing this goddess of the fruitful and nourishing earth under the form of a tree, or rather stake, begirt with drapery and bandelets. These are the Asherim which the Hebrews, in spite of the upbraidings of the prophets of Yahweh, did not cease to construct and plant, in imitation of the former inhabitants of the country. From the time when the 12 tribes settled in the land of Canaan 276 till the day on which the king Josiah burnt, near the Kedron, the Asherah set up by Manasseh in the temple of Jerusalem itself. 277. The Asherah must then have been a simulacrum, which, like our maypoles laden with conventional attributes, was at once artificially constructed and planted in the ground. The sacred tree of the Mesopotamian monuments exhibits this feature more than once. From the earliest times of Chaldean engraving, it occurs, as I have above mentioned, under the form of a staff placed on a support and crowned by 2 branches. On a cylinder found by M. de Sarzec at Tel Lo, 2 long strings, plaited like whipcord, are even seen descending from the fork of the tree. According to M. J. Menant, all that it has been possible to find out from the archaic inscription on this cylinder is that it relates to a goddess invoked by a prince who proclaims himself her servant. 278. Figure 78. Chaldean cylinder. Hussey. Le Mas d'Armes. Paris, 1887, page 15. On other cylinders, reproducing scenes of adoration, or of sacrifice, the rudimentary tree sometimes accompanies and sometimes replaces the image of a naked woman with her heels touching and hands turned towards her breasts. Now, this hieratratic type is incontestably the representation of Ishtar, not the chaste and warlike Ishtar who was worshipped at Nineveh, but the voluptuous and procreative Ishtar venerated in particular at Babylon, and more or less related to the goddess of the Asherim. 279. This might justify the hypothesis of M. François Lenormand, who not only sought an equivalent of the Asherah in the sacred tree of Mesopotamia, but who also described, in the combination so often reproduced in Assyria of the winged circle suspended over the sacred tree, the old cosmogonical pair of Assur and his companion, the creative heaven and the productive earth. 280. It ought to be noticed that the representations of the sacred tree in art become particularly frequent under the Sargonidi. According to Mr. Boscawen, the symbolical image of the tree between the 2 genii is not found prior to the 9th century before our era, 281 and, with rare exceptions, is met with on Assyrian, not on Babylonian monuments. Now it was especially at the time of the Sargonidi or at least during the Second Assyrian Empire, that Ishtar was placed beside Assur as a divinity of the first rank. There remains to be seen what could have given the Semites the idea of representing by a tree their great goddess of nature. I will here call attention to the interesting essay which Mr. E.D.W.B. Tyler published in the Proceedings of the Society of Biblical Archaeology of June, 1890, under the title of Winged Figures of the Assyrian and Other Ancient Monuments. The learned Oxford professor points out that in by far the greater number of cases the sacred tree of the Assyrian monuments exhibits the form of the palm, and also that the 2 genii seem to hold towards the tree the point of a conical object, with a reticulated surface, exactly similar to the inflorescence of the male palm. On a bas-relief in the Louvre one of the genii is even seen putting this object into one of the palmettes at the end of the branches. We have therefore here a representation of the fertilization of the palm by the artificial transference of the pollen to the clusters of the female or date-bearing tree, a process which was known to the Mesopotamians, as passages from Herodotus and Theophrastus formally prove. 282. Figure 79. Assyrian bas relief. Perrault et Chippis. Histoire de l'art antique, Volume 2, f. 8. Others have maintained that this object was the cone of a pine or cedar, a fruit well known for its prophylactic reputation amongst the Assyrians. In adopting this theory, M. Bonavia adds that the fir cone doubtlessly performed the function of an aspergillum. The genii would have it to besprinkle the tree with the lustral water taken from the receptacle which they carried in the other hand, a receptacle which M. Bonavia takes to be a metal bucket, and Mr. Tyler a wicker basket. We would thus be in the presence of a true scene of exorcism such as are described in the magic texts of the period. Water, consecrated by certain formulae, figures indeed with many nations among the procedures employed to put demons to flight. 283. Figure 80. Inflorescence of the male date palm. M. Bonavia, besides, adduces the testimony of an Oriental, alleging that certain sects use to this day a fir cone for their sacred sprinklings. 284. Nevertheless, the monuments seem to decide in favor of Mr. Tyler, who places side by side the cone represented in the hand of the genii and the inflorescence of the male date palm copied from nature, figure 80. As a complete representation of the scene already become mythical, Mr. Tyler reproduces a bas-relief on which, in front of the two genii who advance towards the tree with the inflorescence in one hand, we find two personages kneeling in an attitude of invocation, and holding the end of an undulating ribbon which falls from the winged disc depicted above the tree. These personages have generally been taken to be praying, and the two ribbons to be the symbol of the tie which unites the god to his worshippers. Figure 81. Assyrian bas-relief. Layered. Monuments of Nineveh, PL 59a. Mr. Tyler sees therein two cords by which the deities guide or maintain the solar globe above the palm tree in order to hasten the ripening of the dates, whilst the two customary genii prepare to accomplish their fertilizing mission. The representation of the sacred tree, in which the traces of a deep and mysterious symbolism have so often been sought, would therefore only have the practical import of a scene drawn from everyday life. As for the intervention of superhuman personages in an operation generally accomplished by the hand of man, this would be merely a proof of the importance which the Mesopotamians attached to the cultivation of their palms and the fertilization of their fruits, at most an historical myth, attributing to gods the invention of one of the processes which have most contributed towards securing these results. Is this not what seems to be designated by the presence of the inflorescence in the hand of a personage dressed in the skin of a fish, Dagon or Oans, the amphibious god who is held to have instructed the Chaldeans in agriculture, as also in literature, the arts, and the other elements of civilization? I consider that Mr. Tyler has thoroughly grasped the primitive and somewhat material meaning of the subject handled in his essay. I have, however, already had occasion to show that, amongst the Assyrians, this subject had above all a symbolical acceptation. It must be remembered that they could not attach to the cultivation of the date palm the same importance as the inhabitants of Lower Chaldea. In fact, though the palm grows in Assyria, the date does not ripen there. They must therefore have seen in this figured representation something else and something more than the artificial fertilization of the palm. Mr. Tyler himself suggests, by way of hypothesis, that the genii facing one another might either represent the fertilizing winds, or the divinities whose fertilizing influence was typified by the artificial fecundation of the palm. This operation would therefore have become the symbol of natural fertilization, or rather of fertilization brought about by what we call natural agents, and which the Mesopotamians looked upon as personifications of the divine forces of nature. May we not go further, and inquire if this process might not have supplied a symbol of fertilization in general, a symbolical representation of the mysterious operation everywhere performed, under the most different forms, by the fertilizing forces of nature? The tree thus represented is, as we have seen, far from being always a palm. Sometimes it is a vegetable species which does not admit of this method of fertilization. Moreover, there are monuments on which the genii are seen holding the cone, not towards a tree, but towards the face of a king or some other personage. The object in question must here have a vivifying, or at least a prophylactic import, like the cedar or fir cone. Take the fruit of the cedar, We read in one of the passages on which François Lenormand hinged his assumption that the genii held a fruit of this tree in one hand, and hold it to the face of the sick person. The cedar is the tree that produces the pure charm and drives away the unfriendly demons, spreaders of snares, 285. On an archivolt of Khorsabad 2 winged genii are seen holding the inflorescence in the direction of a rosette. According to Mr. Tyler, this rosette would be nothing else than the crown of a palm tree seen from below or above. Figure 82. Bas-relief of Khorsabad. V. Place. Nimrod et el-Asiri, Volume 3. pl. 15. But, in general, the rosette, whether derived from the rose, the lotus, or any other flower, forms an essentially solar symbol. And the genii who here advance towards it can have no other function, if this scene has a symbolical import, than to revive the power of the sun, to fertilize the calyx from which he issues forth at each succeeding dawn. Or perhaps to gather his vivifying emanations for the replenishment of their sacred instrument. It is noteworthy that they hold the latter exactly as the gods of Egypt sometimes handle the key of life. In short, the Assyrians seem to have drawn from the sexual relations of plants, or, properly speaking, of the palm, the same symbolism, relating to the renewal and communication of life, as did other nations from human sexuality. It is, moreover, quite conceivable that the inflorescence of the date palm may have performed the symbolical function which elsewhere devolved upon the phallus, as the preeminent emblem of the fertilizing force. As for the palm, it naturally became, in this order of images, the symbol of generative nature, or, to be more exact, of the universal matrix so plainly personified amongst the Mesopotamians, and even the Semites generally, by the great astral or terrestrial goddess, represented in the Asherah. Yet the 2 genii with the inflorescence are not the only acolytes who appear, in Assyria, round the tree. We have seen, PLV, that the latter are often 2 monsters, griffins, unicorns, or sphinxes, represented for quite a different purpose. On a cylinder reproduced above, figure 64, both genii stand erect on a sphinx which places a foot on one of the lower branches of the tree, and puts forward its head as if to bite at one of the pomegranates at the end of the branches. This change of attitude would seem to correspond with a variation of the myth. The monsters approach the tree as if they intended to pluck a fruit or a flower, and this idea becomes still more accentuated if we pass to the neighboring nations, such as the Phoenicians and Persians, who took from the Assyrians the type of their sacred tree, but without either the 2 winged genii, or the inflorescence of the male palm. Now, we know that the Persians possessed the tradition of a tree of life, the hauma, whose sap conferred immortality. We find also, amongst the Western Semites, the belief in a sacred tree whose fruit had the same power. It will be remembered that the book of Genesis places in the Garden of Eden 2 paradisaical trees, the tree of life in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. 286 When the first human pair, following the treacherous advice of the serpent, had tasted of the fruit of the tree of knowledge in spite of the explicit command of the Creator, the latter drove out the guilty ones from the Garden of Eden, saying, Behold, the man is become as one of us to know good and evil, and now, lest he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of life, and eat, and live forever. 287 Therefore he drove them out, and placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubim with the flaming sword which turned every way, to keep the way of the tree of life. It is now no longer possible to interpret the traditions of the Hebrew people without connecting them with the beliefs of the other Semitic nations. Have we not learned from the version of the deluge, discovered some years ago in the cuneiform writings, how the Israelitish nation preserved certain Chaldean myths, whilst transfiguring them by doing away with their polytheistic elements and by introducing a moral factor? The Bible itself dates its oldest traditions from Chaldea, particularly the narratives referring to the Garden of Eden and its paradisaical trees. We will not here enter into the question as to whether the traditional Eden should be located in Mesopotamia or further towards the northeast. But the cherubim who guard its entrance certainly seem to be a creation of the mind revealed in the art and the creeds of Mesopotamia. They have nothing in common with the chubby cherubs of the Christian imagery. They bear a far stronger resemblance to the monstrous genii who guard the approaches to the Assyrian palaces. Their name in the Bible itself alternates with shor, a bull, and numerous indications lead us to assume that they were either winged bulls with the face of a man 288 or winged genii with the head of an eagle. 289 In the description of the temple which Ezekiel has left us, he says that the ceiling was made with cherubim and palm trees, so that a palm tree was between a cherub and a cherub. 290 This is exactly the position of the sacred tree between its acolytes on the monuments of Mesopotamia. Moreover, certain cuneiform texts seem to prove that the Assyro-Chaldeans were acquainted with a tree of life. Whether it was thus styled because it served as a simulacrum of the goddess of life, or whether it represented this divinity by reason of its own mythical function, the fact is none the less certain, according to Mr. Sayce, that the Divine Lady of Eden, or Eden, was termed in northern Babylonia, the goddess of the tree of life, 291 in Babylon, before receiving from the Semites the name of Bab-Ilu, Gate of God, was called. In the old language of the country, Tintirki, or Dintarare, which most Assyriologists translate as, the place of the tree, or grove, of life. 292. As for the fruits depicted on the sacred tree, whether they be clusters of dates, or bunches of grapes, they are naturally adapted to a tree of life. Since they yield some of those fermented liquors which in ordinary language still bear the name of eau de vie. 293. Sometimes they unquestionably represent pomegranates. Now the pomegranate, which contains hundreds of seeds, has at all times been considered an emblem of fertility, of abundance, and of life. All Semitic nations have used it, as a symbol, on the most different kinds of religious monuments, from the pillars of Solomon's Temple 294 to the stelae dedicated to the divinities of Libya. 295 The tree of life depicted amongst the bas-reliefs of the Parma baptistry bears pomegranates for its fruit, 296 and it is also a pomegranate which, according to a tradition related by M. de Gubernatis, was the fruit that Eve offered Adam. 297. It must be remarked that, on some Assyrian bas-reliefs, the climbing plant interlacing the sacred tree bears a strong likeness to the Asclepias acida. 298 Now, as we shall see further on, this is the very shrub which supplied the Hindus and the Persians with their elixir of life. Finally it is the lotus flower, which, contrary to all the rules of botany, sometimes blossoms upon the sacred tree and is plucked or smelt by the two acolytes. We have seen how this flower, which discloses itself every morning to the sun's rays, evoked ideas of resurrection and immortality amongst all the ancient nations of the East. When, therefore, we find it on the sacred tree of the Phoenicians or the Assyrians, we have every reason to believe that it there represents a flower of life. This divine flower, like the fruit of the tree of life, will doubtlessly have figured in myths whose text has not come down to us, but whose existence is sufficiently revealed by the monuments. In any case, the meaning of this symbolical efflorescence seems to be plainly enough indicated in a scene engraved upon a bowl of Phoenician origin, which M. de Cesnola discovered at Amathus in the island of Cyprus. The sacred tree here stands, in its most artificial form, between two personages clad in the Assyrian manner, who with the one hand pluck a lotus blossom from its branches, and in the other hold a crux ansata, see above, PLV, figure B. The Phoenicians, whose symbols were almost all derived from Egypt on the one side and Mesopotamia on the other, must have known what they were about in thus connecting the sacred tree with the lotus flower and the key of life. It would have been difficult to better express the equivalence of these two symbols. 299. It is evident that, in the absence of texts serving as a direct commentary on the representations of the sacred tree amongst the Semites, other hypotheses again may be formulated upon its original or derived meaning. Thus the Chaldeans must be included amongst the nations who saw in the universe a tree whose summit was the sky, and whose foot or trunk was the earth. 300. To be sure, this somewhat puerile conception of the universe seems to have been early thrown into the shade, in Mesopotamia, by the more subtle cosmogonical system which, according to Diodorus, made of the earth a boat floating upside down on the watery abyss. 301 The boat in question was one of those, shaped like a bowl or cauldron, which are portrayed in the bas-reliefs of Mesopotamia, and are still used at the present day in the basin of the Euphrates. The hollow interior formed the region of darkness, the domain of the dead and of the terrestrial spirits. At the top stood an immense mountain whose summit served as a pivot to the firmament, and from whose sides flowed the principal rivers. This, mountain of the world, or axis of the universe, became the object of quite an especial veneration. The Assyrians located it in the high chains of mountains northeast of Mesopotamia. The Chaldeans named after it some of the great staged temples which they built in the plains of their country. 302 It must be observed, however, that some hymns address it in terms which are perfectly applicable to a huge tree: O thou who givest shade, Lord who casteth thy shadow over the land, great mount, father of the god Mul. 303 Another hymn terms it a mighty mountain whose head rivals the heavens and whose foundations rest on the pure deep. 304. Texts, moreover, prove in a decisive manner that the notion of the cosmogonical tree had endured into the traditions, at least, of certain local mythologies. A bilingual hymn of Eridu, that ancient center of civilization which, at the dawn of history, flourished on the borders of the Persian Gulf, mentions a dense tree that grew on a holy spot. Its root, or fruit, of white crystal stretched towards the deep. Its seat was the central place of the earth, its foliage was the couch of Zekam the primeval mother. Into the heart of its holy house which spreads its shade like a forest hath no man entered, there, is the home of, the mighty mother who passes across the sky, in, the midst of it was Tammuz. 305. This passage seems to connect the cosmogonical tree with the great goddess of nature. Whether the latter be regarded as a celestial, telluric, or lunar divinity, Tammuz. The sun, is at once her spouse and child. A cylinder, which Menant attributes to the ancient art of Chaldea, shows us the goddess beside the sacred tree, with an infant seated in her lap. 306 Perhaps we ought to see in this the prototype of similar representations wherein Isis, Tanit and other mother goddesses appear, each with her son, the young solar god. Another reference to the cosmogonical tree occurs in a passage concerning the exploits of his Dubar or Gilgames, the Chaldean Hercules. This mythical personage, having reached the gates of the ocean, encounters a forest of trees, resembling the trees of the gods, which bore fruits of emerald and crystal. Marvelous birds live amongst the branches. They build nests of precious stones. The hero strikes one of these birds in order to pluck a large crystal fruit, and then he wishes to withdraw. But he finds the door of the garden closed by one of the female guardians who live in the direction of the ocean. The rest of the passage is missing. These details, however, suffice for us to infer that here again the subject in question is a celestial tree, bearing, for fruits, the planets, the stars, and all the jewels of the firmament. 307 One cannot but be struck by the strange similarities which this story offers to the legend of Heracles carrying off the golden apples from the garden of the Hesperides, in the direction of the night, beyond the ocean stream. 308. Might not the sacred tree have likewise served to portray, amongst the Chaldeans, an equivalent of the tree designated, in the Bible, as giving the knowledge of good and evil? Sayce does not seem unwilling to admit this comparison. He gives prominence to the fact that the name of the god Ea was written upon the heart of the cedar. Now not only was Ea the god of wisdom, but the possession of his sacred names communicated his own knowledge to him who pronounced them. 309 A passage explicitly associates with the cedar the revelation of the oracles of heaven and earth, 310. Moreover, the scene of the temptation is believed to have been discovered on a cylinder in the British Museum. Two personages, in whom Mr. G. Smith thought he recognized a man and a woman, stretch forth a hand towards a tree from which hang two large fruits. Behind the woman a serpent erects itself on its tail, see above, PLV, figure H, .311 m, J. Menant, however, maintains that both personages belong to the stronger sex. In any case, he adds, nothing authorizes us, in face of the silence of the texts, to discern in this scene the scriptural account of the original sin. 312 At the same time, whilst pointing out that subjects of this kind may lend themselves to innumerable interpretations, he calls attention to another cylinder which might still better be compared with the biblical narrative. It is the representation of a garden where trees and birds are visible. In the middle stands a palm, whose fruits two personages are engaged in plucking, whilst a third, himself holding a separate fruit, seems to address them. 313. The comparison attempted by M. Baudissin between the tree of knowledge and the prophetic trees whose office was to reveal the future seems to be less exposed to criticism. 314. The Chaldeo-Assyrians, in the manner of all the Semitic nations, practiced philomancy, i.e., the art of divination by the rustling of leaves, which was held to be the voice of the divinity. 315. Now, endeavors to gain a foreknowledge of the decrees of the divine will are often considered an encroachment upon the celestial power, a rash act, or even a sacrilege, which calls for punishment. Cuneiform tablets, commented upon by Mr. Sayce, tell the story of a god Zu who, covetous of the supreme rank, abstracted the tablets of fate as well as the attributes of Bel, and having made good his escape in a storm, began to divulge the knowledge of the future. After consulting the principal gods, Bel, to punish him, contented himself with changing him into a bird of prey and exiling him, like another Prometheus, upon a distant mountain. According to Mr. Sayce, Zu is none other than the bird of the storm, common to so many mythologies, which, in the rolling of the thunder, discloses to mankind the secrets of the future, the knowledge of good and evil. 316. It might almost be said that this legend lies midway between the scriptural account of the original sin and the Aryan traditions, which we are about to investigate. Regarding the theft of fire and ambrosia from the branches of the cosmogonical tree. Finally, Professor Terrien de la Cuillerie, having noticed that the sacred tree of Mesopotamia frequently exhibits the same number of branches, 7, 14, 15 or 30, thinks he finds therein in accordance with the days of the lunar month. He instances, in this connection, a Chinese tradition, prior to our era, which tells of a wonderful plant that appeared on both sides of the staircase of the imperial palace, during the reign of Yao. 317. On this plant a pod grew every day of the month till the 15th, then one fell every day till the 30th, if the month had only 29 days, a pod withered without falling off. It is not difficult to descry in this plant a lunar tree. The Chinese themselves termed it the calendar plant, Lik Keep. We must wait for more decisive proofs before admitting that the sacred tree of the Assyrians permitted of a similar interpretation on account of the number of the branches. Which does not always agree, indeed quite the contrary, with the subdivisions of the lunar month. We have, however, evidence that the calendar plant was not unknown to the Semites, and that it occurred amongst them in connection with the tree of life. The Apocalypse, 22. 2. Places in the midst of the celestial Jerusalem, the tree of life, which bare 12 manner of fruits, and yielded her fruit every month, and whose leaves were for the healing of the nations. Plate 6. Migrations of the eastern type of the sacred tree. Moreover, M. Terrien de la Cuillerie has shown that the belief in a tree of life existed amongst the Chinese. Traditions mention 7 wonderful trees which grew on the slopes of the Kunlun mountains. One of them, which was of jade, conferred immortality by its fruit. 318. The question, which I do not pretend to decide, is as to whether this tradition crossed directly from Mesopotamia into China, some 40 centuries before our era. Or whether it reached that country either by way of Persia or of India at a less distant period. 3. The Paradisaic trees of the Aryans. The paradisaical trees of the Aryans. Mythical trees of the Hindus. The tree of knowledge amongst the Buddhists, and its connection with the cosmic tree. Contests for the fruit of the tree. Analogous myths amongst the Persians, Greeks, and Scandinavians. How far this similarity of traditions denotes a common source. Logical coincidences in the applications of vegetable symbolism. Enrichment and approximation of mythologies by the mutual exchange of myths and symbols. Not only do the different species of mythical trees which we have just met with amongst the Semites occur amongst the Indo-Europeans, and the Hindus in particular. But nowhere can the ties which link the tree of the universe to the tree of life and the tree of knowledge be more clearly perceived than amongst the traditions of the latter nation. The Vedas make mention of the tree whose foot is the earth, and whose summit is heaven. 319. Sometimes it is the tree of the starry firmament whose fruits are precious stones, at other times it is the tree of the cloudy sky whose roots or branches shoot out over the canopy of heaven. Like those sheaves of long and fine-spun clouds which, in the popular meteorology of our country, have been named trees of Abraham. Amongst its branches it holds imprisoned the fire of the lightning. Through its leaves it distills the elixir of life, the celestial soma or amrita, i.e. the vivifying waters, which Mitra and Varuna, the two kings with the beautiful hands, watch amidst the clouds. 320 It also forms the way to the other side of the atmospheric ocean, beyond the river which possesses or procures everlasting youth. 321 Under its dense branches, Yama, the king of the dead, drinking with the gods, entices our elders by playing on the flute. 322 It is finally the tree of knowledge. Its sap begets poetic and religious inspiration. 323 In approaching its foliage, man remembers his previous existences. 324 From its top resounds in sonorous rolling the celestial voice, Vak, which reveals the will of the gods, the divine messenger, engendered in the waters of the clouds. 325 This latter aspect of the sacred tree is developed especially amongst the Buddhists. M. Senart has shown, in his learned and able essay Sur la légende du Buddha, how the sacred fig tree, Eurostigma religiosum, under which Buddha attained perfect illumination, in spite of the exertions of Mara and his demons, is directly connected with the cosmic tree of Indo-European mythologies, which produces ambrosia, and dispenses salvation. 326 But to the disciples of the new faith who loathed life and longed for extinction, the old celestial tree which led to immortality became merely the Buddhadharma, the tree of wisdom. A symbol both of the truths which lead to nirvana and of the master who discovered and taught them. 327 The Royal Asiatic Society continued in the same vein when, in its turn, it chose as emblem, with the well-devised motto, Tadorors qua Rami, one of the sacred trees of the Buddhists, the banyan tree, Eurostigma indicum, whose branches take root on touching the ground, and become so many fresh stems. Thus, eternal life, productive power, perfect happiness, supreme knowledge, all these divine attributes are in India the gifts of the tree which represents the universe. Vedic and post-Vedic traditions tell us the story of the rivalries which occur between the Devas and Asuras for the possession of this tree or its produce. The Vedas relate that the tree of the Soma was guarded by Gandharvas, kinds of centaurs in whom is generally seen the personification of the winds or clouds. A swift sparrowhawk with golden wings, Agni, took flight one day from the summit, carrying with it the broken end of a branch. Hit by the arrow of a Gandharv it let fall a feather and a claw. These produced the plants which recall the bird of prey by their pinnate leaves or sharp thorns, as well as those whose sap supplies the terrestrial soma, the intoxicating liquor of Vedic India. It is unnecessary, after Kuhn's Herabkunft de Feuers and de Gettertranks, to dwell upon the purport of those traditions which go towards explaining at once the shape of the universe, the phenomena of the storm, the production of fire, the fertilization of the ground by rain, and, lastly, the virtues of certain plants. In a different reading, the Amrita was in the possession of the Asuras who alone at that time were immortal. Indra, the god of the stormy sky, succeeded in abstracting it, and thus it is that the Devas obtained in their turn the privilege of immortality. 328. According to the Mahabharata it is a genius half eagle and half man, which, after subduing several monstrous animals on the borders of a lake, takes advantage of the negligence of the dwarfs who guard the sacred tree to break off and carry away the branch of the Soma. 329. The Persians placed on the borders of a lake 2 trees, each of which was guarded by a Gandharva. One of these trees is the white Hauma or Homa, which, according to the Yasna, wards off death and confers spiritual knowledge. 330 The other, according to the Bundahesh, is the tree of all seeds, which is also called the eagle tree. According to the version of the myth recorded by Kuhn, when one of these birds flies away, 1,000 branches grow on the tree, and as soon as it returns to the nest it breaks 1,000 branches, and causes 1,000 seeds to fall. 331 The sap of the hauma, however, is not only the fertilizing rain. Like the soma of India, it is also the fermented liquor which was obtained by pounding the twigs of an asclepiad, or some allied plant, and which, considered as the drink of the gods, played an important part in the sacrificial rites of the two nations. The Greeks seem likewise to have been acquainted with a tree of heaven. This was the oak whose hollow trunk sheltered the Dioscuri from their enemies, and from which hung the golden fleece. On the shores of the ocean, there where the sun's beams are imprisoned in a chamber of gold. 332 Perhaps we ought to include in the same category of mythical trees the oak of Dodona, in whose foliage was heard the prophetic voice of the Master of the Thunder. The juice of the grape, personified in Bacchus, that Greek equivalent of the god Soma, grants also a knowledge of the future. This god is a prophet, says Euripides. For, when he forces his way into the body, he makes those whom he maddens foretell the future. 333. The name mu beta rho omicron sigma alpha, which the Greeks gave to the food of the Olympians, corresponds phonetically with the Amrita. But the Aryans of Greece, faithful to their custom of referring everything to man, and inspired, perhaps, by a Phrygian myth, in preserving the old Indo-European tradition, changed the theft of the liquor into the abduction of the cupbearer. And it was Ganymede whom they made Zeus, transformed into an eagle, carry off in the midst of a divine whirlwind. We may add that it is doves which, in the Odyssey, bring ambrosia to Zeus. 334. The Greeks, again, more than any other branch of the Aryan race, developed the myth of the hero overtaken by the divine wrath for having communicated to mankind the use of fire and the possession of knowledge. Prometheus was considered not only to have stolen the fire from Zeus by lighting his torch either at the wheel of the sun or at Vulcan's forge, but also to have modeled the first man from clay and then infused into him the spark of life. Without adding comments which no text would justify, we may yet draw attention here to a small monument reproduced by M. Ducharme in his Mythologie de la Grèce antique. 335 Prometheus is there represented as engaged in molding the first man, with the help of Minerva, behind whom stands a tree encircled by a serpent. Lastly, we find again in Greece a third cycle of mythical tales which refer us still more directly to the Hindu tradition of the sacred tree. This is the expedition of Hercules to the garden of the Hesperides, whence he carries off the golden apples guarded by dragons. Whether these apples represent the luminous rays or the healing waters, another reading of the myth records that Hercules handed them over to Minerva, who put them back in the place where they must always remain, for they are immortal. 336 It is noteworthy that, on a Greek vase reproduced by Gigniot, the tree round which the dragon is coiled is depicted between two Hesperides, one of whom gathers the fruit for Hercules whilst the other diverts the attention of the dragon by offering it a jar, which scene may be more or less connected with Oriental representations of the tree of life. Adapted to the requirements of Hellenic taste and Hellenic mythology, Fig. 83. Figure 83. The Dragon and the Hesperides. Gigniot. Religions de l'Antiquite, Volume 4, pl 181. The Edda of Scandinavian mythology exhibits a perfect type of a cosmogonical tree. This is the Ash Yggdrasil, the most beautiful of trees, which has 3 roots. One spreads out towards the upper spring, Urder, where the Asses hold council and where the Norns, whilst settling the duration of the lives of men, pour water from the spring over the tree in order to secure for it an endless sap and verdure. The second root stretches towards the land of the giants of the frost. Under this root springs the well of Mimir, the first man and king of the dead. In this well all knowledge and all wisdom dwell. Odin himself, in order to quench his thirst with its waters, had to leave one of his eyes in pledge. As for the third, it descends to Niflheim, the Scandinavian Hades, where it is ever gnawed at by a dragon. On the highest bough of the stem an eagle perches whilst other animals occupy the lower branches. Finally, Odin spent 9 nights under its shade before discovering the runes. 337 An act which recalls the great meditation of Buddha under the sacred fig tree. Other passages in the Edda show us the contests for the possession of the hydromel, the liquor which is at once the drink of the gods and the source of poetry. It was carried off by Odin, who, in the form of a serpent, surreptitiously entered the den of the giant who was its guardian. Another myth which alludes more directly to life-imparting fruits is the legend of the goddess Idhun who kept in a box the apples of immortality. This was the fruit which, on approaching old age, the gods partook of in order to renew their youth. Enticed into a neighboring forest by the faithless Loki, Idhun was abducted, together with her treasure, by a giant disguised as an eagle. But the gods, feeling themselves growing old, obliged Loki to transform himself into a hawk and go and bring back Idhun and her apples during the absence of their abductor. 338. As regards the Slavonic peoples, Manhart and de Gubernatis have recorded more than one legend bearing witness to their belief in a cosmogonical tree. Such is, amongst the Russians, the oak tree of the island Bugin, on which the sun retires to rest every evening and from which it rises every morning. Watched by a dragon, it is inhabited by the Virgin of the Dawn, just as is the oak of Eridu by Tammuz and his mother. 339. In brief, both Semites and Aryans were acquainted with the tree of heaven, the tree of life, and the tree of knowledge. The first has for fruit the igneous or luminous bodies of space, the second produces a liquor which secures eternal youth, the third confers foreknowledge and even omniscience. This valuable produce is the object of mythical rivalries between superhuman beings, the gods, genii, and fabulous animals, on the one hand, who have the treasure in their possession or in their keeping, and the divinity, the demon, or the hero, on the other, who strive to get possession of it. Curious similarities crop up in the different accounts of this conflict, which sometimes ends in the victory of the assailant, and sometimes in his defeat or exemplary chastisement. Do such coincidences suffice to justify the assumption that all these traditions have one and the same origin, or even that they represent an old stock of folklore bequeathed to the Aryans and Semites by their common ancestors? More than 30 years ago, Frederick Baudry, recapitulating, in the Revue Germanique, Kuhn's work upon the myths relating to the origin of fire and nectar, drew attention, incidentally, to the tradition of the Paradisaic trees as evidence of a prehistoric communication between the Semites and Aryans, taking us back to the remotest times, before the fixation of languages and grammars. 340 François Lenormand, going further still, saw therein an indication of the community of origin between the two races. 341. First of all, I will point out the fact that the original unity of a tradition by no means implies the relationship of the nations amongst which it is found. The researches conducted in our own times, regarding the migration of fables, have shown with what ease a tale brought into being on the banks of the Ganges or the Nile may have made its way to the islands of Japan, the shores of the Atlantic, or the plains of southern Africa among nations differing widely in race and language. Of course, if the resemblance of the traditions is strengthened by the identity of the names they contain, especially when the people who hold them in common belong to the same linguistic group, we may admit that the formation of these beliefs preceded the separation of the different branches. Such, in particular, is the conclusion to be drawn from the connections noticed, amongst certain Aryan nations, between the names Soma and Hauma, Amrita and Ambrosia, Gandharv, Gandharva, and Kantoros. Nothing similar, however, exists between the Semites and Indo-Europeans amongst the words used by the two races to respectively designate either the tree of life and its produce or the personages concerned in its legend. Baudry, it is true, gets out of the difficulty by supposing that the communication might have taken place before the fixation of languages and grammars. This is a desperate effort to justify one assumption by another. The etymological independence which we find here, suggests, on the contrary, that the tradition of the Paradisaic trees either crossed, at some period, from one race to another, or else that it sprang up separately in each of the two centers. At first sight it may seem unlikely that myths which correspond so well in detail were produced simultaneously in several places. Yet there is not, in all these tales, a single peculiarity whose presence cannot be connected with the most ordinary processes of mythical reasoning, and that cannot be found, at least in a fragmentary state. amongst a number of nations related neither to the Aryans nor to the Semites. The idea of referring to the form of a tree, the apparent conformation of the universe, is one of the most natural methods of reasoning which can occur to the savage mind. The Mbokobis of Paraguay still say that when they die they will climb up the tree which unites heaven and earth. 342 To the Maoris, heaven and earth formerly clave together. It was a divine tree, the father of the forests, which rent them asunder by placing itself between them. 343 The Cajuses of India take the stars to be men who scaled heaven by climbing up a tree, and were obliged to remain in the branches, their companions, who had stopped on earth, having cut down the trunk. 344. We will leave out the Cajuses, who may have come into contact with the mythology of the Hindus. But will anyone maintain that the traditions of Paraguay, or of New Zealand, are connected with those of the Semites or Aryans? As well might we pretend that old La Fontaine and Virgil before him were inspired by the cuneiform texts or the Vedic poems when they described the mighty oak. De cola tet ocilitate voisine. Iti don't les pites touchant à l'empire de morts. The tree of life is no more difficult to account for than the cosmogonical tree. Is not a plant one of the symbols most capable of expressing the abstract idea of life? Whilst an animal evokes, above all, complex ideas of motion, strength and passion, the functions of the plant are concentrated, so to speak, in life, not alone in life subject to the conditions of birth and death, but also in life liable to periodical successions of inactivity in winter, and of reanimation in spring. What more natural and obvious symbol could there be than the gardens of Adonis, those pots of early flowers which were made to blossom, and then left to wither under the rays of the sun, in order to recall the death of the young god? 345 The Tahitans symbolize death by the casuarina, a leafless tree, allied to our horsetails, which they plant upon graves. 346 Is it not from the vegetable kingdom that we ourselves borrow our metaphors when we speak of a life, blooming, or cut down in its flower? Rose, ella vicu cec vivant les roses. L'espace d'un matin. We know what lofty precepts the mysteries of Greece drew from the constantly recurring phenomena of vegetation. 347 Egyptian monuments reproduce a sarcophagus from which an acacia emerges with the motto, Osiris springs forth, as if to call the god to witness that life comes from death. 348 It was especially trees with evergreen foliage, such as the pine, the cedar, and the cypress, which were employed to represent the hope in an eternal life beyond the tomb. M. Lagerd has brought together some singular examples in his researches sur le culte du cyprès, a worship which occurs, with this symbolical meaning, amongst the Greeks, the Etruscans, the Romans, the Phoenicians, the Arabs, the Persians, the Hindus, and the Chinese, without taking into consideration the nations of the New World. 349. The plant, however, has not only the faculty of typifying life. The power of communicating and of renewing life can also be attributed to it. By means of its grains or fruits it provides mankind with fresh strength. By its fermented juice it increases our vitality tenfold. Finally, it furnishes remedies, or simples, to which is ascribed the faculty of restoring the sick to health, and of recalling the dying to life. Now these qualities are met with precisely in most of the vegetable species from which the Aryans and Semites derived the outlines of their sacred trees. There is the oak, whose acorns the Western Aryans gathered for food in the primeval forests. There is the Asclepiad, from which the Eastern Aryans got their elixir of life. Then there are the cone-bearing plants, whose prophylactic reputation amongst the Semites of Babylonia is proved by numerous texts. Above all there is the palm tree, whose fruits still form a considerable part of the food of the people inhabiting the lower Euphrates, and whose fermented juice produces an intoxicating liquor well known to the Arabs. There is even the vine, which, according to M. Lenormant, was termed, in the ancient language of Chaldea, Gestin, literally, wood of life, 350 whilst the goddess of the tree of life, named, the Lady of Eden, in the north of Mesopotamia, is called in the south, the Lady of the Vine. 351. Lastly rain, which revives nature periodically, appears among nearly all nations as a seed of life. When therefore the configuration of the universe is referred to the type of the tree, it is natural enough to look upon rain as the sap which flows from its trunk or branches. In the island of Faro, in the Canaries, a tradition of the Guanches told of a wonderful tree whose top is surrounded by clouds, and whose branches let fall every morning, before sunrise, the water necessary for quenching the thirst of the natives. 352. Here we see the tree of life become connected with an allied class of myths which we find fully developed amongst the Aryans, the belief, namely, in the existence of a spring, river, or lake which prolongs or renews life. This tradition was not wanting in Chaldea either. The poem of the descent of Ister into Hades places in the gloomy realm of Aulat, Queen of the Dead, a fountain of life which could revive the dead, were its approaches not jealously watched by the Anunas or spirits of the earth. Ister herself must immerse herself therein before returning to the light of day and taking her place again amongst the gods. 353. This fresh analogy between the Aryan and Semitic traditions, however, seems to me to be rather an assumption in favor of their original independence. On both sides, to be sure, there is the notion of natural waters which renew life upon earth. But whilst in India, and even among the nations of Europe, the annual reawakening of nature is chiefly brought about by the rains which fall from the celestial tree. In Chaldea, as all travelers in that country bear witness, the fertility of the soil, and even the existence of the civilization, are dependent not upon the celestial waters but upon rivers, wells, and canals, which some 60 centuries ago made of this land, now a desolate and pestiferous waste, a vast and luxuriant garden. 354. There is therefore nothing to preclude the supposition that the Aryans and Semites might have separately imagined their tree of the universe, and even their tree of life, under the more or less rudimentary forms belonging to the traditions still to be observed amongst a number of uncivilized or savage peoples. The borrowal, or rather mutual infiltration of the two mythologies, had only to deal with the details and episodes which everywhere spontaneously clustered round this common nucleus, and which, spreading in the neighborhood, without disappearing from their respective cradles, ended not in obliterating but in enriching and assimilating the original tradition of each race. 355. Let it be granted, for instance, that both races vaguely pictured to themselves heaven under the form of a tree. If one race likened the heavenly bodies to the tree's fruits, can we wonder at the other doing the same, as soon as they became acquainted with this development of the myth amongst their neighbors? Let us assume that the Chaldeans learnt from the Indo-Iranians, or vice versa, or yet again both from a third people, the art of making intoxicating liquors with the juice of certain plants. Does it not appear likely that the myths suggested by this invention in its original home were transmitted along with the art itself? Thus it is that Christian infiltrations, by blending with the old stock of local traditions, unquestionably contributed in such a degree towards forming the legends recorded in the Edda of the Scandinavians and the Kalevala of the Finns, that it is now no longer possible for us to ascertain the proper share which either of those elements had in the formation of these legends. Comparative archaeology shows clearly how these exchanges are brought about, when it enables us to see how the Mesopotamian type of the sacred tree was adopted by the Persians to represent their tree of immortality, by the Buddhists to typify their tree of wisdom, and by the Christians to symbolize their tree of temptation. Each race, each religion has its independent type, which it preserves and develops in accordance with the spirit of its own traditions, approximating it, however, by the addition of extraneous details and accessories to the equivalent image adopted in the plastic art of its neighbors. Thus the current which makes the lotus of Egypt blossom on the Paradisaic tree of India has its countercurrent which causes the Asclepias acida of the Hindu Kush to climb upon the sacred tree of Assyria. Art and mythology comply, in this respect, with the usual processes of civilization, which is not the fruit of a single tree, but has always been developed by grafts and cuttings between the most favored branches of the human race. Chapter 5. On the Transmutation of Symbols. Theory of the blending of symbolic forms. Fusion of equivalent symbols. Production of intermediate types. Axe and drum. Wheel and rosette. Chrism, wheel, and crux and sada, transformations of the Trisula, symbols which have had an influence upon the representation of the conical Bethels among the Semites. Permutations between the triangle, winged globe, crux ansata, human profile, table of offerings, cuneiform star, and sacred tree. Whilst inquiring into the cause of the changes occurring in the forms of symbols, sufficient importance is not always attached to the attraction which certain figures exercise upon one another. We might almost state it as a law that, when two symbols express the same or approximate ideas, they display a tendency to amalgamate, and even to combine in such a manner as to produce an intermediate type. Through not taking into consideration that a symbol may thus unite with several figures differing greatly in origin and even in appearance. Many archaeologists have wasted their time in debating upon the origins of a sign or image which both sides were right in connecting with different antecedents, like those knights in the legend who broke a lance over the color of a shield of two hues. One of the adversaries having only seen the front and the other the back. When the necessity of seeking known or extremely simple antecedents in complex figures is not lost sight of, the study of symbols often results in the most singular verifications, especially in countries like India, where all the manifestations of art have a symbolical import. One should note in More's Hindu pantheon how the disc, the conch, the lotus, the flame, the axe, and so forth, frequently assume each other's forms, each of these symbols going part of the way to meet the others. Take, for example, two of the attributes which oftenest figure in the hands of Shiva, the axe and the drum, and see them merge into one another. Figure 84. Hindu symbols. More. Hindu Pantheon, PL 7, 14, 16, 47. Sir George Birdwood, one of the authors most conversant with the industrial arts of India, records how the principal decorative and symbolical types of India combine and interchange, regardless even of the distinction between the animal and vegetable kingdom. An identical phenomenon may be noticed in Phoenician art. There is a symbol inscribed on Cyprian pottery in Syrian coins which recalls at the same time the winged disc of Asia Minor, the sacred tree of Assyria, the Trisula of the Buddhists, the bee of Ephesus, and certain patterns of the Greek thunderbolt. See below, Fig. 114. Are these mere coincidences? To answer this question we must seek, in each particular case, not only the antecedents of the figures which impress us by their complexity, but also the communications which may have taken place between their prototypes, and, if need be, we must reconstitute the successive stages of these symbolic transmutations. Let us take, for instance, the image of the wheel. This figure, which offers the twofold advantage of possessing a circular form, and suggesting the idea of motion, is one of the commonest symbolical representations of the sun. Now different nations, amongst whom the sun is likewise symbolized by an expanded flower, have attempted to blend the two images. Thus it is that in Buddhist bas-reliefs we find wheels whose spokes are replaced by petals of the lotus flower, while in the island of Cyprus some coins bear roses whose leaves are hemmed in by bent spokes, or are even arranged in the form of a wheel. In the same way the solar ruelle, that amulet par excellence of the Gauls, readily became the monogram of Christ either in the form of the combined initials iota and chi, iota eta sigma omicron chi rho iota sigma tau, figure 85a, or chi and rho, chi rho iota sigma tau, figure 85b. In the latter case it is only necessary to add a loop to the top of one spoke to get the commonest type of the chrism, which M. Gaydos has accurately defined as a six-rayed wheel without the rim, and with a loop at the top of the middle spoke. 356. Figure 85. Ruelle and chrism. Roller. Catacombs, Volume 2, PL 43. And 87. Thus, again, in Egypt the chrism was combined with the key of life through a whole series of modifications which have been found in inscriptions on the island of Philae dating from the first Christians of Nubia, who were anxious to make the sacred sign of their new faith correspond with the principal emblem of their former religion. Figure 86. Egyptian chrisms of Philae. 357. We have seen how, amongst the Gauls, the steeds of the solar quadriga had combined with the arms of the Gammadion in such a manner as to produce the complex figure of 4 horses' busts radiating round a disc. 358 The transformations of the Trisula exhibit no less singular instances of similar combinations, whilst permitting us to ascertain, so to speak, the different stages of the operation. The sun, which, as I have had occasion to point out, was often typified in Asia Minor by a disc from which radiated 3 legs united at the thighs, was likewise symbolized there by different animals, such as the lion, the wild boar, the dragon, the eagle, and the cock. Now some Asiatic coins exhibit the cock beside the trisele, figure 87, on others, the trisele is superposed upon, or rather stuck to the body of, a bird, or a lion, without the aspect of the latter being changed on that account, figure 88. Elsewhere, finally, the 2 parallel symbols, first placed near and then upon each other, literally blend together, the 3 legs of the trisele being transformed into cocks' heads, or monsters' busts, which revolve in the same direction round a central point, fig. 89. Figure 87. Coin of Aspendus. Hunter, PL 7, number 15. Figure 88. Coin of Aspendus. Hunter, PL 7, number 16. Figure 89. Lycian coin. Barclay v. Head, PL 3, number 35. One's thoughts turn involuntarily to those figures drawn, in different positions, or with different faces, on cardboard discs, which are spun quickly in the hand to produce the illusion of a single image animated by a motion of its own. On some coins of Magna Graecia and of Sicily the trisele is composed of 3 crescents ranged round a disc. Certain archaeologists have concluded from this that the trisele had a lunar significance. It is quite admissible that the trisele, as a symbol of astronomical movement, was sometimes used, like the tetrasele and gammadion, to typify the circular course or even the phases of the moon. The Gobineau collection possesses a Persian cylinder exhibiting a trisele formed of 3 monsters, which seem about to swallow as many crescents. Figure 90. Lunar Triskelion. Revue Archéologique, Volume 17, 1874, PL 4, number 56. Are we, however, to infer from this, as Mr. Robert Brown does, that the trisele originated in the intentional grouping together of 3 crescents? 359 At first sight, this hypothesis would seem to find its confirmation in the comparison of certain coins which establish an actual transition from the trisele to symbols that are undeniably lunar. But these coins belong unquestionably to a later period than the oldest Lycian coins, on which, as I have above shown, the trisele has a solar import. Instead of exhibiting the antecedents of the trisele, the witnesses, and the stages of its independent development, is it not more likely that they represent lunar symbols gradually modified by the plastic attraction of the trisele? Or, to put it plainer, that little by little they so arranged their component parts as to assume the form of the trisele whilst preserving their original meaning? Figure 91. Trisele and crescents. 360. This adaptation of the trisele to the lunar movements is the more easily explained since the ancients seem especially to have distinguished in the Queen of the Night her 3 phases of crescent, half-moon, and full moon. Whence the Hecate triformis, depicted with 3 faces. 361. If it be desired to find the antecedents of the trisele they must rather be sought for, like those of the tetrasele, in the figure of the disc which projects 3 curved rays indicating motion. 362 Under this form it is already met with amongst the whorls of Hisarlik. At Mycenae it may be referred to the following type. Figure 92. Trisele from Mycenae. It is easy to understand how a figure of this kind may have sometimes assumed the form of 3 crescents, and sometimes that of 3 legs, according to the vagaries of art, or the dictates of symbolism. Another symbol, whose history gives perhaps a still better explanation of how an image may undergo in its development the influence of several distinct symbols. and react in its turn on the form of these latter through a real phenomenon of transmutation, is to be found in those conical stones whose figurative representation plays such an important part in the graphic arts of the Western Semites. We know that they were simulacra of the great goddess, at once telluric and lunar, who was worshipped under different names by all the Semitic nations. Tacitus informs us that Aphrodite was represented at Paphos by a stone of this kind, shaped like a pyramid. 363 His description, corroborated by other ancient writers, is illustrated, so to speak, on coins of Paphos, Byblos, Sidon, and other places, which exhibit several kinds of conical stones erected in the midst of the sanctuary. On other monuments, coins, slabs, and amulets, the same symbol is found by itself with changes of form in which is revealed the influence, the attraction, of figures belonging to another class of images. Figure 93. Sacred Stone of Byblos. Corpus Inscript. Semitic, Volume 1, Fasc I, pl. 6. M. Renan reproduces, in his Mission de Phénicie, the following symbol taken from a stone which was found near Damascus. Figure 94. Stone of Damascus. Renan. Mission de Phénicie, page 351. This sign, M. Renan adds, is common on Phoenician monuments. It seems to come from the image of a person praying, a figure no less frequent on the top of Phoenician stelae. We shall see that the supposed persons praying are merely a slightly altered form of the sacred cone. The relation of the sign on the Damascus stone to the simulacrum of Paphos is not to be questioned. It is even visible in the two small circles on either side of the triangle. 364 On the other hand, we at once recognize the general similarity of this figure to certain ornithomorphic globes of Asia Minor, with their triangular tails, outstretched wings, and rectilinear horns, see next chapter. The secret of this twofold resemblance is discovered in the engraving of a Moabite cylinder published by M. de Vogue, and attributed by M. J. Menant to the beginnings of Phoenician art. Figure 95. Moabite cylinder. De Vogue. Mill, d'Archéologie. Orient, page 89. We have here unquestionably in their separate state the two symbols which are combined on the stone of Damascus, i.e. the cone and the winged globe, one suspended over the other, with the same pair of small circles which flank the sides of the cone. Another combination which occurs fairly often on monuments of Phoenician origin exhibits on the point of the Bethel, or rather of its triangular representation, a horizontal crossbar, on the middle of which rests a disc, or a handle. Figure 96. Ansated cones 365. It seems to me difficult to call in question the resemblance of the cone thus modified to the Egyptian symbol of the crux ansata or key of life. Widen the foot of the latter somewhat, or contract the base of the former, and the resulting images will be identical. To such a degree, indeed, do these figures resemble one another, that it is impossible to determine to which of the two symbols belong certain intermediate figures, such as, for instance, the representation of the object erected behind the principal person on the famous seal of Ababel, father of Hiram, Fig. 96d. The narrowness of its base recalls the key of life, but the disc, encircled by the crescent, which takes the place of the handle, as well as the position of the object on the ground, suggest rather a modification of the sacred cone. Figure 97. Key of life. Lepsius. Denkmäler, Ab. 2, BL 86. How is this resemblance of forms to be accounted for if not by the attraction which one of the two symbols will have exercised upon the other? Now the key of life was certainly not formed under the influence of the sacred cone, if we may judge from their relative ages. There were cruces ansati upon the monuments of Egypt long before the Phoenicians had learnt to manipulate the chisel, perhaps even before the Semites had reached the shores of the Mediterranean. The crux ansata has alternately been taken for a nilometer, pluck, a key for regulating the inundations of the Nile, zoega, a vase placed on an altar, ungarelli, a perversion of the winged globe, lagard, a phallus, Jablonski. And the sort of apron which the Egyptians wound round themselves by way of a waistband, sais. Regarding its meaning, however, there is no diversity of opinion. In the hieroglyphic writings it forms an ideogram, which renders the sound and means to live, living. 366 On inscribed monuments it seems to be used by the gods as an instrument for awakening the dead to a new life. A bas-relief of the 12th dynasty, which shows the goddess Anukti holding the key of life to the nostrils of King Usertesen III, is accompanied by this inscription, I give unto thee life, stability, and purity, like Ra forever. It follows from this that, amongst the Egyptians, the crux ansata represented life, conceived of in its widest and most abstract meaning. 367 But is not the dispensation of life precisely one of the essential attributes of the great goddess, virgin and mother, destructive and prolific by turns? Who appears amongst all Semitic nations as the highest personification of nature under her twofold aspect, cruel and beneficent. Plautus does nothing more than render the Phoenician conception of Astarte when, in the 4th act of Mercator, he defines her as Diva Astarte hominum diarumque vis, vita, salus, versus idem quae est. Pernices, mors, interitus, mare, tellus. Coelum, sidera. Among the Assyro-Babylonians Nanatanida is called the strength of the living, 368 Zarpnit is termed the generatrix, 369 Alat guards jealously, in the world below, the well of life, which could revive the dead. 370 An inscription on a Mesopotamian cylinder, accompanying the image of a goddess, probably Ister, runs thus, O thou who art adorable, who givest salvation, life, and justice, vivify my name. 371 Lastly, although Tanit, the Virgo Coelestis of Carthage, assimilated to Juno by the Romans, is generally held to represent the virgin and austere side of Astarte's nature. It is probable that she combined the double character of her Semitic sisters. 372 On a stele of Carthage she is depicted on a triangular pediment with a child on one arm. And the geometric figure which serves as her symbol is frequently associated with lotuses 373 which are flowers of life, symbolical representations of the universal matrix. In these circumstances the sacred cone must necessarily receive, among the Semites, the same import as the crux ansata among the Egyptians, in the capacity of a symbol of life, or even as a talisman of high power. Exclusive of the phallic signification of which its triangular form admitted. 374. On the other hand, as is shown by the monuments, the crux ansata, together with the principal symbols of Egypt, was not long in spreading first among the Phoenicians, and then through the rest of the Semitic world. It has been found on bas-reliefs, tombs, pottery, gems, and coins in the whole region which stretches from Sardinia to Susiana, including the coast of Africa, Cyprus, Palestine, and Mesopotamia. Everywhere, seemingly, it had a religious, or prophylactic, meaning. Perhaps it is a sign similar to the tau with which were marked, in Ezekiel's vision, the foreheads of the just who will be spared. 375 On some monuments the divine, or sacerdotal, personages hold it in one hand, as in Egypt, 376 or, again, as we have seen, PLV, figure B, it is associated with the sacred tree and the lotus flower. Thus, between the two symbols, there was a frequent proximity, a similarity of meaning, and perhaps of use, and, lastly, the possibility of passing from one to the other without material alteration in their respective features. Is anything more needed to explain why the Phoenicians, possessing these two signs to express the idea of life as a supernatural dispensation, sought to blend the two figures in a third which preserved the essentials of its double antecedent? It would, indeed, have been singular if they had not done so. Have we not seen, at a later period, how the Christians of Egypt in their turn adopted the crux ansata, not only to replace the Greek or Latin form of the cross, but also to portray the monogram of Christ, which the Greeks had transmitted to them? The latter identification implies a much more perceptible alteration of these two signs than was the modification necessary for amalgamating the crux ansata with the symbol of Astarte. 377. It is proper to mention a coincidence which, though quite accidental, may have also helped to bring together the sacred cone and the key of life. The Egyptian monuments sometimes exhibit in front of the image of the divinity invoked thereon an isosceles triangle placed above a crux and sota. These two superposed signs, which read Tinx, render the prayer, bestow life. 378 Now it was the fulfillment of this very prayer which, among the Semites, devolved upon Astarte and her rivals. The fact, perhaps, will be pointed out that the Phoenicians were not able to read the hieroglyphs. This assertion must not be made in too positive a manner, for, after all, it was in the Egyptian writing that the very characters of the Phoenician alphabet originated. Moreover, in this, as in similar cases, there were not wanting interpreters, sailors, traders, soldiers, and travelers of every class. To explain to the inhabitants of the Mediterranean littoral the meaning of the graphic legends which were diffused with the scarabs, gems, and amulets of Egypt throughout the whole Eastern and Semitic world. Local imagination did the rest, and in this manner popular symbolism was enriched by a new type. 379. It is rather singular that this influence of the crux and sota upon the figurative representations of sacred cone is met with even amongst the Greeks. The great goddesses of the Asiatic littoral were early introduced into the Greek pantheon, under their double form of divinities virgin and warlike, such as Artemis, or voluptuous and prolific like Aphrodite. With their forms of worship came also their symbols, particularly the conical stone which already had its equivalent in the rude cipi of the Pelasgic simulacra. 380 Under the influence of Greek genius the sacred cone was not long in developing in a direction which made it approach the human profile. Among the terracottas of Boeotia we find a species of cone with the outlines of a head and the rudiments of arms, which represents a goddess, Aphrodite, or Harmonia. This is unquestionably the transition from the sacred cone to the human form. M. François Lenormant, however, adduces, as more ancient, a specimen where we merely see the cone with its rudiments of arms. 381 It may be questioned if these are really arms, and even if these shapeless stumps were not prior to any desire to recognize in this image the human figure. Figure 98. Ephesian Artemis. P. de Charme. Mythologie de la Grèce Antique, Figure 145. I would be all the more inclined to seek herein the trace of a modification due to the influence of the crux and sota, since another type of the classic pantheon carries us back still more directly to the image of the Egyptian symbol. This is the Ephesian Artemis who, with her head encircled by a halo, her forearms projecting from either side of the body, and her lower members wedged into a case, most strikingly recalls, so to speak, an anthropomorphized key of life, Figure 98. The resemblance, perhaps, is still stronger on some coins of Cyzicus, where the goddess appeared with chains hanging from the arms, Figure 99. Figure 99. Coin of Cyzicus. Revue de Numismatique, 1892, Volume 2, PL 2, Figure 4. Strange as this comparison may appear at first sight, it finds its counterpart in an amulet belonging, to be sure, to the latter times of paganism, which was discovered amongst the ruins of the Serapeum at Alexandria. Figure 100. The Antiquary, 1881, page 98. We have here, very probably, no longer a representation of the nourishing Artemis, modified by the intervention of the key of life, but a crux and sota altered by coming in contact with the simulacra of the Ephesian Artemis. Or some allied goddess. 382. The influence of the key of life is again visible in the following image of a Hermes consecrated to the Chthonian Mercury, god of fertility and of life. Figure 101. Mem. De l'Académique. De Inscr. E.T. Bell, Let, Volume 17, 2nd. Part, PL 9. Figure 12. M. Raoul Richet draws attention to another stele of the same shape in an inscription of Thessaly concerning funeral games. 383. The combination of the crux and sota with the sacred cone seems to have penetrated as far as India, if this conclusion may be drawn from an enigmatical figure to be seen amongst the symbols carved, at Amaravati, on the feet of Buddha, Fig. 102a. To be sure, the disc, or oval handle, which surmounts the cone, is replaced, in the Buddhist symbol, by a triangular handle, or the section of a second cone inverted. But this difference is another presumption in favor of our thesis. In fact, it is precisely this substitution of a triangular for an oval handle which characterizes the crux ansata of India, or at least the figure connected by Indian scholars with the Egyptian symbol of the paragraph continues, Key of Life, Fig. 102b, which reached India by way of Syria and Persia. Figure 102.384. The symbol of Astarte, thus modified by the influence of the Key of Life, seems to have continued its development amongst the Semitic nations in a twofold direction. On the one hand, upon the stelae of Carthage, consecrated to Tanit, the two extremities of the crossbar which stretches out between the handle and the cone are generally turned upwards at right angles. Figure 103. Corpus inscr. Semitic, Fasc. 4, 1889, tab. Lee, Figure 138. On the other hand, it must be noted, that in Cyprus and Asia Minor the base of the triangle completely disappears, Figure 104. We can hardly find out, in these figures, the outlines of the original cone. Yet the most competent writers who have expressed an opinion on this subject, Lenormand, Berger, Tyler, Perot, and others, have had no hesitation in recognizing therein the symbol of Astarte Tanit. Here, however, there was one Egyptologist who lost patience. Figure 104.385. Eug. Revillout, the learned professor of the École du Louvre, points out that these figures were merely the reproduction, more or less altered, of an Egyptian character, the sign SA, which means protection, Figure 105a. Similarly, if he is to be believed, the so-called sacred cone with arms and a head would be nothing but an Egyptian altar of a common shape, a table of offerings, Figure 105b. Figure 105.386. I am of opinion that M. Revillout is not mistaken, still those whom he accuses of being at fault are none the less right. It is certainly the great goddess who is symbolized by the ancetid cones, at least, when they appear on stelae with inscriptions dedicated to Tanit, when on coins, they accompany the head of Astarte. Or when they combine either with the lunar crescent, or with the disk encircled by the crescent, Fig. 104c. On a stele of Libya a disk between two upright horns surmounts the cone, Figure 107, in exactly the same manner as, in a bronze of Syria reproduced by Perot et Chippes, it forms the headdress of an image of Astarte. 387. On the other hand, why should we refuse to admit that the Semitic artist, when he reproduced the old simulacrum of the Phoenician goddess, already altered by what it had borrowed from the Key of Life, may have clung still more closely to the imitation of symbols emanating from Egypt? Revillout, observing that the figure F in our illustration No. 104 is placed, in the field of a Hittite cylinder, at the feet of a goddess, with prominent ears and an enormous body, does not fail to add that, in this description every Egyptologist will at once recognize the goddess Tower or Thuaris. With the body of a hippopotamus, with the head of the same animal, or of a lioness, and having in front of her feet, as was the prevalent custom, the sign SA. Far be it from me to call this in question. Since, however, neither the Hittites nor the Phoenicians worshipped, so far as I am aware, the goddess Tower. It is probable that the author of the cylinder wished to represent one or other of the great Asiatic goddesses, in association with their usual symbol, under forms taken from the Egyptian imagery. As in other instances, the Phoenician artists derived the features, and even the costume of their Astarte from the Egyptian type of Hathor. 388. Thus the worshippers of Tanit were able, without the slightest misgiving, to bend upwards the two branches of their ancetid triangle in order to make it resemble the image exhibited by the Egyptian altar. We must not, therefore, unreservedly accept an explanation which makes us invariably see, in the Carthaginian development of the ancetid cone, an attempt to depict Tanit under the human form. It was in this manner doubtlessly that the shapeless simulacra by which the Greeks were long content to symbolize their gods began to draw nearer to the human body in appearance. And I am far from denying that the Semites did not occasionally attempt to develop the representations of their sacred cone in the direction of the human figure, or, on the other hand, to lend to the images of their great goddesses features which recalled the symbolic cone. An intention of this kind is plainly disclosed in one of those singular figures engraved on the silver frontlet, found at Batna, which M. Renat has described and discussed in the Gazette Archéologique. Figure 106. Gazette Archéologique for 1879, pl 21. This, however, is an exception, and in most existing specimens the emblem of Tanit remains a geometric figure which can in no way be likened to the human profile even when rudely outlined. On the other hand, there is nothing to prevent the conical stone, whilst representing Tanit, from serving itself as an altar at the same time as a simulacrum, like the Phoenician Bethel and the Arabian Ansab. At least, it is quite possible that its figurative representation may have absorbed the image of the altar on which it stood in the sanctuary. Has it been noticed that on some Libyan stelae the symbol of Tanit seems to be made up of two distinct parts, the cone properly so called with its usual appendages, and a kind of stand or pedestal? Figure 107. Genesius. Monumenta, tab. 17. In most cases the sculptor will not have gone to such a length, but will have contented himself with turning up the two extremities of the crossbar in such a manner as to produce the so-called forearms which recall the two vases of the Egyptian altar. On a stele of Carthage these two extremities are replaced by two caducei, perhaps with a view to symbolize the two male divinities who composed, with Tanit, the great divine triad of the Carthaginians. 389. I will also draw attention to the fact that the symbol of the sacred cone, after being confounded with the key of life, and then transformed into an altar, seems to have again united with the crux ansata. Indeed, on a hematite cylinder of Hittite origin, now in the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris, a personage is seen who holds the object depicted below, figure 108a. This sign is unquestionably held like a key of life, and we may add that it exhibits the essential features of the latter. Moreover, it also includes the outlines of what might be called the symbol of the Ansatid table. Finally, it may be questioned if it is not likewise influenced by yet a third figure. In his memoir, which dates from the year 1847, M. Lajard had already grasped its resemblance to the cuneiform sign which frequently accompanies the names of the divinities in the archaic inscriptions of Mesopotamia, figure 108b, point 390. Figure 108. The parallel is all the more ingenious as at that time, now almost half a century ago, they did not know the exact meaning of this character, which has since been found to be an ideogram of the divinity amongst the Assyrians. It is quite likely that, through its constant association with the names of the gods, this sign may have acquired, even beyond Mesopotamia, a general symbolic or talismanic import, and that, consequently, there was a wish to detect its likeness in the object destined to represent the key of life, and recall the sacred cone, or at least its latest modification. When engaged in investigating the pre-Hellenic arts, or forms of worship of Asia Minor, we must never forget that the recently discovered Hittite civilization was the complex product of an intermixture between the influences of Egypt and those of Mesopotamia, engrafted perhaps on an old Semitic stock, and, at all events, impregnated with Phoenician elements. It ought, however, to be remarked that a figure identical with the cuneiform sign given above, is found amongst the characters of Cyprian writing, which characters are considered to be more or less related to the Hittite hieroglyphs. This is the letter which renders the sound of the vowel A391, and which, on a coin of Cyprus, reproduced by the Duc de Luynes, actually appears near the Ansatid table. Figure 109. De Luynes. Numismatique Cypriot, PLV, figure 12. Lastly, we have seen that Istarostart had also as a simulacrum an actual, or conventional, tree, often represented between personages facing one another. It seems as if a conical stone and a plant, even conventional, might be indefinitely placed in juxtaposition without their respective representations being prompted to borrow each other's forms. Yet this is what occurred in Syria, if we may judge from this amulet, of recent manufacture perhaps, but certainly of a very ancient pattern, figure 110a. This image belongs undeniably to the symbolism of the sacred tree. On the other hand, the triangular shape which the central object, plant, fruit or leaf, approaches in appearance, the handle or elongated disc surmounting its top, the two small crossbars which give the finishing touch to its resemblance to a cross. And especially an ancetid cross, all these features agree no less certainly with some Phoenician representations of the simulacrum of Astarte, Fig. 110b. Figure 110. Syrian amulet. That this symbol should have come down to the Syrian of our days has nothing to surprise us, when we hear from a recent notice sent by a French military surgeon, Dr. Vercover, to the Académie des Inscriptions et des Belles Lettres. That a still more authentic form of the same sign is to be found among the modern inhabitants of Tunisia. 392 He traces back the marks which tattoo the face and hands of the Aborigines to one and the same type, a doll with outstretched arms, and he adds, it is a reproduction of the anthropomorphic figure with outstretched arms, which, among the antique monuments of Phoenicia and Carthage, represent what is called by archaeologists the symbol of the Punic Trinity, viz. Our old ancetid cone with the extremities of the crossbar turned upwards, see figure 103.393. The line separating the animal from the vegetable kingdom is not drawn so hard and fast in symbolism as it is in nature. Viewing the unceremonious manner in which such dissimilar objects as the conical stone, the solar disk, the bird, the horns, the crux ansata, the table of offerings, the human profile, the cuneiform star, and the sacred plant come to borrow their respective forms and to blend one with another as in a transformation scene, we must perforce conclude that no hybrid combination is unacceptable to symbolism, when an amalgamation of ideas, or beliefs, is to be strengthened through blending the images by which they are expressed. Chapter 6. The Winged Globe, the Caduceus, and the Trisula. 1. The Winged Globe outside Egypt. The winged globe outside Egypt, the winged globe of the Egyptians, a combination of the disk, the sparrowhawk, the goat, and the serpent. The meaning of this symbol. Its migration into Phoenicia, Syria, Mesopotamia, and Persia. Modification of its forms. Its later combinations with the human image, the sacred bird, the sacred tree, and the conical Bethel. Its influence upon some symbolic figures of Greece and of India, the aureole, the thunderbolt, the chakra, etc., winged globes of the New World. There are certainly not many features common to the different representations which the ancient Egyptians made of the sun when they depicted it, according to the locality, in the form of a radiating disk, of a goat, of a ram, of a sparrowhawk, or of a scarab. Notwithstanding, they hit upon a means of contracting all these figures into one. Round the disk, now a globe, they twisted symmetrically two urea snakes, with heads erect and sometimes wearing the crown. Behind the uraei this globe received the outstretched wings of the sparrowhawk, on its top the undulating horns of the goat spread out. And from this fantastic mixture came those winged globes, which, while attaining their highest perfection under the 18th dynasty, formed, during the whole period of Egyptian art, so original and graceful a subject of ornamentation upon the pylons and the lintels of the temples. Figure 111. Winged Globe of Egypt. Lepsius. Denkmäler, Volume 3, PL 3b. It has been said, with good reason, that the winged globe is the Egyptian symbol par excellence. 394 According to an inscription at Edfu, it was Thoth himself who caused it to be placed above the entrances to all the temples in order to commemorate the victory won by Horus over Set, i.e. by the principle of light and good over that of darkness and evil. 395. Did the Egyptians imagine that the sun, or the soul of the sun, really assumed the form of a globe flanked by serpents, furnished with wings and surmounted by horns? Or, after having depicted the orb under its natural form, did they add uraei to symbolize its sovereignty, horns to recall its strength, and wings to indicate its faculty of translation through space? Perhaps it is here unnecessary to choose between the two systems which divide the opinions of Egyptologists. A third interpretation, which to me seems to better account for the formation of the winged globe, makes it the result of a conscious and intentional combination of various personifications of the sun. M. Maspero, who is one of the most competent and persuasive defenders of the theory that the Egyptians began by believing the beast-like or fantastic creatures depicted upon their monuments to be real, admits himself that the priests may have invented composite figures with the fixed intention of expressing the union of distinct symbols and ideas. 396. When the founding of a national monarchy in Egypt brought about the establishment of a common pantheon, the gods, whose attributes or signification offered the greatest similarity, were related to each other, either as members of the same family, or as different forms of the same being. Is it unreasonable to assume that this movement of unification between local personifications of the same divinity found its expression in the blending of the images by which they were represented? It is only necessary to turn over the leaves of the handsome volumes published by M.M. Perrault and Chippies on the Histoire de l'Art Clans et l'Antiquité, or to cast a glance upon the first few of the plates appended by Lajard to his introduction de l'étude du culte de Mitra, to be convinced that the winged globe was also one of the most widely spread and most venerated symbols in the whole of Western Asia. Phoenicia exhibits it frequently on stelae, bas-reliefs, cylinders, gems, pottery, and bowls. Frequently too, in that country, as in Egypt, the winged globe adorns the lintels of the temples. One of the most curious instances, quoted by M. Renan in his Mission de Phénicie, is furnished by the lintel of a Christian church built at Ed, near Jebel, from the materials of an ancient temple. The globe and the uraei have been cut into for the reception of a red cross. Below are inscriptions which the learned academician attributes to the worship of Adonis. 397. The winged globe of the Phoenicians is found wherever their art was introduced, in Carthage, Cyprus, Sardinia, Sicily, and among different peoples of Palestine. It has even been pointed out on Israelitish seals of the oldest epoch, 398, and nothing prevents us from supposing that, like the serpent, the golden bull or calf, and the idolatrous images denounced by the prophets, it served, perhaps, to furnish a figured representation of Yahweh. M. Renan, in his Histoire du peuple d'Israël, goes still further when he thinks he discovers the two urious masses of the Egyptian symbol in the Urim Tumim, or the two Urim, described in Exodus, rather obscurely, as a mechanical means of consulting the divine will. Perhaps the uraei of the winged globes, he suggests, one meaning yes and the other no, were moved by a spring hidden behind the disk. 399. Of course I leave to the eminent writer the whole responsibility of this theory, which is difficult to verify unless one be both an Egyptologist and a Hebraist. At all events nothing proves that the Israelites brought directly from Egypt the type of their winged globe, the latter rather reproduces the forms of Phoenician art, as is admitted, moreover, by M. Renan. To be sure, the winged globes of Phoenicia often strive to reproduce the classic type of Egypt, always, however, with variations which enable us to easily distinguish them. Sometimes the uraei seem to come out from the lower part of the globe, so that the superior appendages may as well depict serpents' tails as goats' horns, like those of Egypt. Figure 112. Winged globe of Phoenicia. Renan. Mission de Phénicie, pl 32. Sometimes these appendages are replaced by a tuft of feathers which, perhaps, represents a sheaf of rays, particularly when it occurs again below the globe in the shape of a tail. Figure 113. Wingless Phoenician globe with uraei. Renan. Mission de Phénicie, PLLV. Sometimes, again, the wings are bent downwards as in some archaic types of the Egyptian symbol. 400. Lastly, in some instances, the winged globe assumes rather the forms which we shall meet with in Asia Minor and in Mesopotamia. 401. It is somewhat difficult, in the absence of positive documents, to determine the precise meaning which the Phoenicians ascribed to this symbol. It may be that we should see therein a solar representation. Yet, from what we know of the Phoenicians, their religion referred less to the direct worship of the orb than to the worship of the mythic personages who incarnated the principal aspects of the solar power. 402. The Phoenicians often combined the winged globe with other equivalent symbols. It is one of these combinations which I think I detect in a somewhat singular figure painted on a vase found at Citium, in the island of Cyprus, by General Cesnola, Figure 114. Figure 114. Vase of Citium. Perot et Chippes, Volume 3, Figure 518. With regard to this image, the learned authors of L'Art d'un Atlantiquite ask, should it be called a pillar, stele, or palmette? For 03 to judge from its most striking features, the medial leaves, the terminal fleuron, the two pairs of volutes cutting the figure in opposite directions, lastly and especially its position between two animals facing one another which, standing on their hind legs, appear to be striving to reach with their mouths the extremities of the fleuron. All these details seem to manifest the intention of depicting the sacred tree of Phoenicia in its conventional form and with its characteristic accessories, Fig. 115. Figure 115. Sacred Tree of Phoenicia. Laggard. Mitra, P.L. Liv. A. Figure 3. On the other hand, the lower half of the image terminates in a regular pennate tail which one would think was copied from a winged globe of Western Asia. The medial leaves may be held to be wings, the lower volutes suggest the oblique appendages of the Assyrian disc which terminates in a loop. Finally, the upper volutes reproduce the scroll which surmounts some specimens of the Mesopotamian globe. 404. In fine, two things only are wanting in order to make it a winged globe, these are the globe and the wings. Yet, even should it be said that this is Hamlet with Hamlet left out, I cannot help asserting that the ubiquitous influence of the winged globe was never revealed in a clearer manner by the brush or the chisel of an Oriental artist. We may further instance, as an example of the same ever-present influence, the incised stone of Damascus on which I have above pointed out the amalgamation of the winged globe with the sacred cone of the Semites. For 05 if this cone represents the great goddess of nature, herself considered to be the spouse of the solar ball whom the winged globe symbolizes. It may be asked how far the aim of the fusion of the two symbols is not to accentuate still further the figurative representation of this mythic combination. With greater reason the same explanation applies to the figure of Citium, if we agree to recognize therein a mutual filiation of the winged globe and the sacred tree, which we have so often seen placed one above another on the symbolic monuments of Western Asia. North of Phoenicia, in the very middle of Asia Minor, amongst those Ketas or Hittites whose monuments disclose a complete civilization hardly dreamt of 30 years ago, the winged globe, once more a disc, is noticed on seals, stelae, sculptured slabs and bas-reliefs, in company with religious subjects. Here, however, it is reproduced in a somewhat clumsy and inexact fashion, sometimes even perverted in its essential characteristics. The globe becomes more independent of wings. The latter, in some cases, serve rather as its support than as its appendages. For 06 it changes also into a star inscribed in a circle. Figure 116. Winged Disc of Asia Minor. Laggard. Mitra, PLI, Figure 22. I will not dwell on these variations, the meaning of which is far from evident. Perhaps they originate in attempts to adapt the foreign symbol to local forms of worship. Perhaps they are merely to be ascribed to a whim, or an oversight, of the native artist when dealing with foreign models. It is indeed generally admitted that Hittite art, like the art of Phoenicia, derived its inspirations from Egypt and Assyria. On approaching Mesopotamia we find the winged circle amongst the principal symbols brought into view on the bas-reliefs and cylinders of Assyria and Chaldea. Sometimes it hovers above kings and priests, and again it presides at scenes of adoration and of sacrifice. The forms it assumes exhibit manifold variations, but these may be nearly all traced to two types. Figure 117. Winged Circle of Assyria. Layered. Monuments of Nineveh, First Series, PL 6. One of these presents to our view a disc surmounted by a scroll whose extremities curl upwards and thus produce the effect of two horns, not straightened out as in the Egyptian symbol, but curved in the manner of an inverted Ionic column. Below the disc, which sometimes takes the form of a rosette, or a wheel, a pennate tail opens out like a fan between two wavy or slightly bent appendages which fall obliquely from the upper part of the circle. The other type is distinguished by the presence of an anthropoid genius inscribed in the disc between the wings in such a manner that the horns seem to spring from his cap and the pennate tail forms a skirt with plaited flounces. 407 According to the nature of the scenes where this personage appears, his right hand is sometimes uplifted in an attitude of protection or of benediction, at other times he holds a crown or a bow. Or again, assuming the warlike attitude especially suited to the divinities of Assyria, he lets fly a three-headed arrow. 408. Figure 118. Anthropoid winged circle. Layered. Monuments of Nineveh, First Series, PL 13. Cuneiform texts elicit the fact that these winged globes are no longer exclusively a solar emblem, but that we are here in the presence of a divinity at once more abstract and more anthropomorphic than the sun, Asur at Nineveh. Bel or Ilu at Babylon. Perhaps this image even served to express the general idea of divinity, if we are to judge from its importance in the religious art of Mesopotamia. Sometimes, indeed, it there replaces the simple disk, the crescent, the ruel, the cross, the star, and the other symbols which in the field of the oldest cylinders are exhibited above divine personages, altars, pyres, the sacred tree, and so forth. Yet the winged circles of the basin of the Euphrates, like those of Phoenicia and of Asia Minor, certainly originated in the valley of the Nile. It is there alone that they can be traced back to their simple and intelligible elements, the disk, the sparrowhawk, the goat, and the Uriah serpents. Moreover, whilst in Egypt the winged globe is met with on monuments dating from the 6th dynasty onwards 409, it would be vainly sought for in Mesopotamia under the First Chaldean Empire, and even under the First Assyrian Empire. 410. It is only from the time of the Sargonidi that it appears on seals and bas-reliefs. The founding of Khorsabad, moreover, according to Mr. Layard, marks the epoch of the first appearance, in Assyrian art, of the scarab, the key of life, the lotus flower, and the other symbols borrowed from Egypt. 411. Even the discovery of the winged globe on older monuments of Mesopotamia would not be an argument against the Egyptian origin of the symbol. The researches of Assyriology have shown the commencement of intercourse between Egypt and Chaldea to belong to an extremely remote period. These relations seem to date, at least, from the time of Naram-Sin, the son of Sargon, who, according to a tablet of Nabonidus, confirmed by various chronological calculations, reigned in the land of Akkad in the 38th century before our era. 412 Some students even make them date from the Patesi of Tel Loh, whose monuments, discovered by M. de Sarzec, are perhaps contemporary with the 4th Egyptian dynasty. 413. If anything is surprising, it is that the principal symbols of Egypt did not sooner make their way into Chaldean imagery. They must, in fact, have been spread abroad, long before the formation of the Assyrian Empire, with the ivories, seals, and gems brought from Egypt by the armies and caravans, witness the numerous scarabs on the cartouches of Thothmes III and of Amenophis III, discovered by modern explorers in the basin of the Tigris. 414. Several experts in these matters, amongst others G. Rawlinson and J. Menant, have wondered if the winged circle of Mesopotamia had not its prototype in the sacred bird with outstretched wings, which was led about in religious processions, and which already surmounts the standard sculptured at Tel Loh. For 15 It is very certain that the Mesopotamian disk, thanks to the presence of a pennate tail, exhibits an ornithomorphic character far more accentuated than that of the winged globe of Egypt. This similarity, however, provided there be any grounds for maintaining that equivalent symbols tend to merge into one another, is merely a result of the importance attributed at an earlier date to the representation of the sacred bird in Mesopotamia. In other places, for 16 does not M. Menant record a faint analogy between the combination of lines which cross in the sketch of the winged disk, and the group of cuneiform characters which gives the ideogram of the supreme divinity as an 8-rayed star. Here again the general resemblance proves, not that the cuneiform sign gave rise to the symbol of the winged circle, but that the latter was, so to speak, sometimes cast in the mold of the sign used to render the conception of the divinity. Just as in Egypt it borrowed the outlines of another solar emblem, the flying scarab. 417. However this may be, the very principle of the ornithomorphic image is undeniably of Egyptian origin. It is Egypt alone that can have given the Assyrians the idea of introducing the globe, uraei, and horns, into the representation of the sacred bird. If any doubt remained in this respect, it would be dismissed by the examination of the intermediate forms which serve as a gradual transition between the winged globes of the two countries. In the rectilinear strokes terminating in a ball, or hook, which form the lower appendages of certain winged circles of Assyria. Some people have thought they recognized an equivalent of the claws which hold a ring in the representation of the Egyptian vulture or sparrowhawk. For 18 there would be nothing singular in the fact that the ornithomorphic globe, having borrowed the wings of the sacred bird, had also appropriated its claws. Yet in by far the greater number of Asiatic discs these wavy or curved lines undeniably originate in the Egyptian uraei, as may be proved by comparing the two figures below. Figure 119. Egyptian globe. Lepsius. Denkmäler, Volume 2, Figure 136. Figure 120. Mesopotamian globe. Lajard. Mitra, PL 36, Figure 13. It remains to be explained how the Egyptian symbol of the sun became, in Mesopotamia, the figured representation of the supreme god. Mr. G. Rawlinson conjectures that the Assyrians drew a circle to designate eternity, then added wings to express omnipresence, and introduced the human figure to symbolize supreme wisdom. For 19 it is possible, although indications are wanting in this respect, that a similar interpretation was applied to the winged globe in the sacerdotal schools of Babylon and of Tyre, during the period of metaphysical speculation. When Senkaniathan defined, as a symbol of perpetual motion, the double pair of wings belonging to certain divine figures derived by Phoenicia from the art of Mesopotamia, or of Egypt. But such subtle intentions would be sought for in vain among the early Assyrian artists, who made the ornithomorphic or anthropoid discs. It is far more likely that, under the encroaching influence of Egyptian symbolism and art, they restricted themselves to copying, in order to represent their supreme god, the symbol which they knew to express the equivalent idea in the imagery of their neighbors. In Egypt itself the sun appeared from remote ages as the essential manifestation, the visible face, the eye of the one and only God. The whole mythology of Egypt, at the period of its complete development, had ended by becoming, to borrow an expression of M. Paul Pierret, a solar drama. 420. Consequently, it is easy to understand that the winged globe, i.e., the combination of the principal images employed to represent the sun in the valley of the Nile, was adopted by the nations subject to the influence of Egypt in order to symbolize their own conceptions of God in his highest manifestations. The career of the winged globe was not to cease here. We see in its reception by the Persians how symbols pass from one nation to another, and even from one cult to a rival form of worship. Till Cyrus overcame the Second Babylonian Empire in 538 BC, Ahura Mazda, the omniscient Lord, had been perhaps exclusively represented in worship by the flame of the pyres, as was proper for a god similar to light in body and to truth in spirit. Henceforth he assumes the symbol of Bel and of Assur, the winged circle under one of the two forms given it by Assyria, but with modifications which were generally improvements. In the anthropoid type, the disc with its lower appendages becomes more and more of a waistband with loose ends. All trace of horns disappears. The genius, inscribed in the circle, exchanges the close-fitting tunic and the low cap of the Assyrians for the wide-sleeved dress and tiara of the Medes. Yet his attitude remains that of Assur. Sometimes, soaring above the royal chariot, the god shoots an arrow at wild beasts, or against the enemies of the sovereign. At other times his left hand is uplifted, and in his right he holds a lotus flower. Figure 121. Ahura Mazda. Lajard. Mitra, PL2, Figure 32. The other type also exhibits more graceful and freer forms, which may bear comparing with the best specimens of Phoenicia or of Egypt. M. Dulafoy, moreover, has shown that the architecture and ornamentation of the Persians were frequently influenced by Egyptian art, taken at its very source and not in its Assyrian imitations. 421. In Europe I am not aware that the winged globe has as yet been met with, except in the islands of the Mediterranean, whither it was directly introduced by the Phoenicians. Greece does not seem to have accorded it rights of naturalization, although it adopted Asiatic symbols of smaller importance, or less widely spread, such as the Gammadion, the Trisula, the thunderbolt and the lotus. It is met with at Carthage, to be sure, on coins whose execution reveals the plastic influence of Greek art. 422 But these coins are too closely connected with the religions of Asia in their subject, their legend, and their symbol, to allow of our ascribing them to Hellenic civilization. The latter was doubtlessly acquainted with the symbol of the disk, or of the solar wheel. But Greek art was too anthropomorphic to give unnatural forms to the embodiments of its divine ideal. It therefore reserved monstrous bodies for monsters, and if it added wings to the shoulders of some of its genii, or gods, these were mere accessories which perverted neither the forms nor the proportions of the human figure. When it took from Asia symbolic combinations in which the winged globe was originally represented, it replaced it by the thunderbolt, at once the weapon and the symbol of its own supreme god, as in those capitals of the Temple of Athene at Priene, where the thunderbolt is suspended over the sacred tree and its two acolytes, see above, pl. 4, Fig. C and E. 423. On seeing some representations of the thunderbolt which recall in a remarkable manner the outlines of the winged globe, it may be even asked if it was not owing to this latter symbol that the Greeks transformed into a winged spindle, Fig. 122d and E, the double trident derived from Assyria, Figure 122a. At any rate the transition, or, if it be preferred, the combination of the two symbols is met with in those coins of northern Africa where Greek art was so greatly impregnated with Phoenician types. Thus, on coins of Bacchus II, King of Mauritania, figures are found which M. Laggard connected with the winged globe, and M. L. Muller calls thunderbolts, but which are really the result of a crossing between these two emblems, Figure 122b and c. Figure 122. Combination of the winged globe and the thunderbolt. 424. There is a type of Jupiter fulmans, which a tardy syncretism attempted to combine, in plastic art as in the worship, with the solar ball of Tarsus, himself represented by the winged globe. Or rather by the winged god of Persian symbolism, Fig. 123. It must not be forgotten, however, that here again we are in the very middle of Asia Minor, and that this homage paid by local art to the great god of Hellenic culture did not react on the types of Europe. Even the winged wheel, of which the symbolism of our industrial arts makes so frequent use, only appears by way of exception on Greek and Roman monuments, if we leave out the sort of velocipede on which Triptolemus rides. And even in these rare instances it appears merely as the abbreviation of a chariot, or as a symbol of motion, and in no case can it be connected with the winged circle which, on certain Asiatic monuments, originates in the Egyptian globe. 425. Figure 123. Coin of Tarsus. On the other hand, the plastic influence of the winged globe seems to have spread far further than the figures in which we find it literally reproduced. M. Gaidas has pointed out certain representations of Ixion on the wheel which might well have been taken from the type of the Assyrian god inscribed in the disk. For 26 perhaps we should attribute to the same origin the halo of glory which the Christians borrowed from classic art, to surround therewith the head, or body, of their superhuman beings. To be sure, the earliest idea of the glory may have been directly furnished by certain aspects of the sun. Vallius Paterculus relates, that, at the moment when Augustus entered Rome the arc of the sun, symmetrically curved round his head, was seen to form a crown of the color of the rainbow. But it is none the less the case that the manner in which the aureole encircles the bust of Assyrian divinities refers us directly to the ring which serves Ahura Mazda or Assur as a girdle, and which represents, as I have shown above, the circumference of the winged globe, for 27, save that the disk has here discarded its wings and bristles with rays instead. Figure 124. Mesopotamian aureola. Menant. Pierre's Graves, Volume 2, Figure 45. It should be remarked that in the Assyrian aureoles, the rays, instead of widening and diverging from the center, grow narrower as they get further from it. It is this peculiarity, equally observable in classic and in Christian art, 428 that permitted of tracing their aureoles to the analogous symbol represented in Assyria from the 4th century before our era. 429. In India, although its symbolism does not seem to have adopted the winged globe, we likewise meet with certain traditional types which may perhaps have been subjected to the influence of the old Egyptian symbol. Thus, in a representation of Vishnu, in his avatar of the tortoise, I have noticed, at the Musée Guémet, a sort of wrapper, fashioned after the girdle with loose ends which characterizes the winged genius of Persia. The lower part of the body is formed of a carapace which recalls at once the tail of the winged disc and that of the scarab. The wings are wanting, but their place is taken by 2 supplementary arms, in conformity with the usual conventions of Hindu pictorial art. Figure 125. Avatar of Vishnu. Gigniot, PL 9, Figure 47. Elsewhere it is the chakra or solar disk whose lateral appendages, representing leaves, or flames, assume the appearance, or at least take the place, of the wings in the winged globe. These representations are, in truth, comparatively modern, but it is probable that their type is extremely old. Figure 126. Chakra of Vishnu. More. Hindu Pantheon, PL 9, Figure 1. It is, however, above all in the Trisula, that caduceus of India as it has sometimes been termed, that we will have occasion to note an evident intervention of the winged globe amongst the original creations of Hindu symbolism. In the New World I hardly know of more than one figure which bears an unquestionable resemblance to the winged globe. This is a human face, furnished with small pennate wings and a formidable pair of mustaches, which 2 English travelers, Messrs. Pym and Seaman, observed cut in a rock at New Segovia in Central America. Figure 127. Journal of the Roy. As. SOC, London, Volume 18, New Series, page 397. Mr. Robert Sewell considers that these mustaches are imitations of Assyrian scrolls, or Egyptian uriai. 430 But here the resemblance may well be accidental, and the choice of a globe or face, provided with wings or feathers with a view to typify the sun, is too simple a combination for it not to have been possible to occur independently in the symbolism of nations unknown to one another. On the other hand, M. D. Eichthal thought he discovered in the ruins of a sanctuary at Ocosingo, near Palenque, a fragment of the wing of a globe sculptured above a doorway. 431 But the globe is far from being depicted with such distinctness as to permit of our accepting this conclusion. Finally, we find amongst the bas-reliefs of Uxmal, in Yucatan, a geometric design whose lower appendage suggests in a striking manner the pennate tail of certain Assyrian, Phoenician, and Persian globes. 432 These, however, are isolated details, and it is the whole of the combination represented by the winged globe which must be found in all desirable conditions of authenticity ere we can deduce a case of real transmission. Figure 128. Solar symbol at Uxmal. Publications of the Bureau of Ethnography, Volume 2, PL 57, No. 5. 2. The Origins of the Caduceus. The antecedents of the Caduceus. Homeric description of the Caduceus. Transformations of the Greek Caduceus. The Caduceus of the Phoenicians and the Hittites. Assyrian ensigns, prototypes of the labarum. The Caduceus in its relations with the winged globe and the Ashira. Hindu Caducei. The Caduceus is one of the symbolic figures which have tried in the highest degree the patience of scholars. Its classic appearance of a winged rod, round which 2 serpents are symmetrically entwined, is very far removed from its primitive form. Greek monuments make known to us a period when it consisted of a circle, or a disc, placed on the top of a stick, and surmounted by a crescent, making thus a kind of figure 8 open at the top. In a still more remote age it seems to have formed a flowered bar with 3 leaves, Tauro iota pi tau alpha lambda omicron, as Homer says. Through what influence were these three leaves transformed into a disc, surmounted by an incomplete circle? The latter form appears so often on the Phoenician monuments that we are forced to wonder, with M. Perot, whether the caduceus was borrowed by the Phoenicians from Greece and its Hermes, or whether the latter did not rather appropriate this attribute from some Eastern god, his elder by many centuries. 433. Figure 129. Greek caduceus. Overbeck. Kunstmythology, PL 36, Figure 6. Figure 130. Punic caduceus. Perot et Chippies, Volume 3, page 232. Perot and Chippies seem themselves to give a decisive answer to their question when, in a later volume, they show us the caduceus on Hittite monuments of Asia Minor, where no one can dream of importations from Greece. 434. At Carthage the caduceus is nearly always associated with the sacred cone on stelae dedicated either to Tanit, the face of Baal, or conjointly to Baal Hammon and Tanit. If it is likely that this cone stands for the symbol of Tanit, would it be rash to assume that the caduceus represents either the companion of the great goddess of Carthage, the Phoenician god of the sun, or of the solar heat? Baal Hammon, or the usual hypostasis of Baal Hammon, his messenger, or angel, Malak Baal 435, or, finally, the third personage of the triad composed of Baal, Tanit, and Iol or Iolaus, the divine solar infant. Lost and found by turns like Hades and Adonis elsewhere. 436. In all these cases the caduceus might form the symbol of a solar divinity. And what strengthens this assumption is the fact that on some Libyan stelae the two caducei which flank the cone are sometimes replaced by wheels arranged in the same manner. 437. Does not the caduceus of the Greeks seem likewise to have been an essentially solar emblem? According to the words of Homer, it was a rod of gold which alternately charms the eyes of men and calls them from their slumbers. 438. It lures the dead to Hades, and can bring them back to the light of day. Lastly, like a real magic wand, it changes all it touches into gold. I in no wise infer therefrom that Hermes was a solar god, or even a god of the sun when below the horizon. With the Greeks themselves, however, tradition makes out that the caduceus had been given him by Apollo in return for the lyre. Perhaps the Phoenician caduceus passed to the hand of Hermes amongst those Greek colonists of Cyrenaica who contributed more or less towards introducing Punic, and even Egyptian elements into the religion as into the mythology of the Hellenes. 439. Perhaps, too, the transmission was brought about on Greek soil through direct intercourse with Phoenician traders, who cannot but have diffused, with their religious and artistic products, the attributes of their own national divinities. 440. Is it possible to retrace still further the history of the caduceus? Numerous origins and manifold antecedents have been attributed to it. It has alternately been considered to be an equivalent of the thunderbolt, a form of the sacred tree, a contraction of the scarab, a combination of the solar globe and the crescent of the moon, and so forth. All these derivations may have some foundation in fact. I once attempted to connect it with the winged globe, as a mere hypothesis, to be sure, but in terms perhaps too affirmative for want of having taken sufficiently into consideration the intervention of other figures in the genesis of its forms. 441. I would now be more inclined to admit that it was first of all an instrument, a weapon, a religious, or military, ensign, gradually modified by coming into contact with other figured representations, amongst which was the winged globe. Bas-reliefs of Assyria exhibit military ensigns, prototypes, perhaps, of the Constantinian labarum, which consist of a large ring placed on the top of a staff, and girt with two loose bandolets, figure 131. Figure 131. Assyrian standard. On the top of this ring, which M. Perot has no hesitation in comparing with the circle forming the girdle of Assur in certain solar adaptations of the winged globe, see above, Fig. 118, place either the horn symbolical of divine power amongst the Mesopotamians, or the crescent, so frequently coupled with the globe in the religious imagery of the Phoenicians. And the result will be unquestionably the image of the Punic caduceus. On Hittite monuments caducei are noticed which are terminated by a globe in relief, surmounted by a real pair of horns, a peculiarity which we again meet with on a Tyrian amphora reproduced in De Witt and Lenormand's Monuments Ceramographiques. Figure 132. Hittite Caduceus. Perot et Chippes, Volume 4, Figure 353. Figure 133. Variety of Greek Caduceus. Monuments Ceramogr, Volume 3, PL 36a. The result is the same if we invert certain solar globes of Phoenicia, which are merely an abbreviation of the winged globe of Egypt, as is easily seen from the two urious snakes which encircle them, and the tufts of feathers by which they are surmounted. Fig. 134. Fig. 134,442. The very uriae here form the counterpart of the loose scrolls below the Phoenician Caduceus, Figure 135a and b, as also underneath the Assyrian ensign, Fig. 130, and which are still noticeable in the stemmata of some Greek caducei. We find, on a Sardinian cylinder, reproduced by M.M. Perot et Chippes, a curious alteration of the winged globe, in which the ornithomorphic appendages are reduced to a reticular or pennate tail, Figure 134b. Putting aside the horns, which have at the same time assumed the aspect of a fork, we cannot but be struck by the resemblance of this symbol to those of the Phoenician caducei, where the disc seems to be supported by a conical stem, Figure 135a. In other places the horns are wanting, notably in a globe of Persepolis, which also rests on a triangular tail. Here, however, the uriae are lowered in such a manner as to form more plainly the transition from the bandolets, Figure 136. Fig. 135, Caduceus labiques. A. W. S. Vox. Phoenician inscript, Pi. I, Figure 2, and PL 7, Figure 20. It is worthwhile remarking that the winged globe was sometimes borne as a standard at the end of a staff, Figs. 138 and 139, in the manner of the Caduceus and the Assyrian ensign. Figure 136. Persepolitan sculpture. Gigniot. Op. Cit. T. 4, PL 22, Figure 117a. Does it follow that the Caduceus was necessarily a derivation of the winged globe? One might equally admit, and it is on this point I want to insist, that it had an independent origin, and, at a later date, carn under the influence of the winged globe, or, reciprocally, that certain reproductions of the winged globe were modified on coming into contact with it. 443. It must indeed be mentioned that M. Ph. Berger was able, with the same degree of likelihood, to connect the antecedents of the Caduceus among the Phoenicians with the Eschira, i.e., with the stake entwined with bandolets, Figs. 63, 79, and with the other analogous simulacra which we saw representing among the Syrians the goddess of the earth, or of nature. 444. In support of this opinion, or rather of the assumption that there is a transition from the sacred tree surmounted by the solar disk to the Caduceus of the Phoenicians and the Hittites, I have here brought together three figures taken from cylinders found in Asia Minor. Figure 137. Figure 138. Figure 139.445. In the first, Figure 137, the sacred tree is still plainly recognizable below the solar disk. In the second, Figure 138, it supports the latter. In the third, Fig. 139, we find nothing more than a stick supporting the winged disk in the manner of a standard. Let us now place side by side with these symbolic representations the following figures taken from Mesopotamian cylinders. Figure 140. Mesopotamian cylinders. 446. The wings of the globe have here disappeared. On the other hand, the figures A and B, which are unquestionably connected with the rudimentary forms of the sacred tree, cf. above, Fig. 61, draw nearer at the same time to the Caduceus, as this last emblem appears in Figure C under the form of a mace. Whether we have here at last the prototype of the Caduceus, or whether we are once again in the presence of other figurative representations which had merely felt the influence of this mysterious emblem, is a question which the relative age of the monuments concerned can alone decide. If, however, As everything goes to prove, it is to Mesopotamia that we must go for the earliest types of the caduceus. Nothing prevents us from assuming that the latter came directly from Asia Minor to Greece, without passing through the medium of the Libyan caduceus. As for the latest transformation which Greek art caused the caduceus to undergo, it may be questioned if the introduction of the serpents and wings is not here evidence of a phenomenon of symbolic atavism, or return to old, or foreign, forms, or even of the persistency of a plastic tradition whose intermediate links have not come down to us. According to some writers, the serpents of the classic caduceus would be due to a transformation of the stemata or scrolls which hang beneath the circle. Now, as I have above shown, these latter, in the winged globes of Western Asia, are themselves a metamorphosis of the Egyptian uraei. It must be also borne in mind that the serpent twined round the end of a pole forms the symbol of Baal-Hamon in the Punic imagery. 447. On the other hand, Ferguson alleges having noticed live serpents intertwined in this manner. The Greek artist would therefore have done nothing more than adjust to the caduceus an image provided by real life. 448. At any rate, it is owing to this aesthetic transformation that the caduceus was preserved until our own times to represent two functions of the ancient Hermes, which are more in vogue than ever with the human race, industry and commerce. Even in the matter of symbols nothing dies which deserves to live, and is capable of transformation. In India, likewise, the caduceus has survived to the present time under the form of two serpents intertwined. M. Guillemette has found numerous specimens amongst the carvings placed as ex voto in the Vishnu temples of southern India. 449. It is probable that this symbol was introduced into India in the track of Alexander. It is found, indeed, on the coins of Sophites, a native prince who copied the monetary types of the Seleucid kings, and it continued to be reproduced without interruption in the coinage of the Indo-Scythic sovereigns. Figure 141. Varieties of Indian caducei. 450. But it is also met with in India under a simpler form which, like the earlier type of the Greek caduceus, seems to be connected with the Asiatic caduceus formed of a disc surmounted by a crescent. This combination, which is sometimes placed on the top of a staff, and sometimes isolated like our astronomical sign, appears to have been confounded at an early date with the Buddhist Trisula, whose manifold transformations deserve a chapter for themselves. 3. The Transformations of the Trisula. The transformations of the Trisula. Definition, antiquity, and different interpretations of the Trisula. Its connection with the trident and the wheel. Its blending with the caduceus. Its interchanges with the winged globe, the scarab, the lotus, the lingam, the idol of Juggnath, and the tree of Buddha. The Trisula in the bas-reliefs of Borobudur. The Trisula in Europe. Summing up. I have already referred to the importance of the trident in the symbolism of Hinduism where, under the name Trisula, tri-3, and Sula point, spear, or pale, it occurs amongst the most important attributes of Shiva. This emblem exhibits no peculiarity of form here, it might as well figure in the hands of Hades, or of Poseidon. This is not the case, however, with respect to the Buddhist Trisula or, at least, the symbol which bears this name amongst the Buddhists. The Trisula of the Buddhists, termed also Vardhamana, a crescent, may be described, in its simplest form, as an omicron surmounted by an omega. Figure 142. The Trisula. It is, however, rarely met with under such a simple form. The upper arc of the omicron, or rather of the disc, is nearly always flanked by two small circles, or by two horizontal strokes which often assume the appearance of two leaves or small wings, figure 143 seek. The points of the omega change into fleurons, the disc itself rests on a staff or pedestal, and from its lower arc fall two spires similar to serpents' tails, the ends of which are sometimes curved upwards, figure 143. And sometimes downwards, figure 154. At times the Trisula appears to have only an ornamental significance. Thus we see it crowning balustrades and porticos, adorning sword scabbards, and forming necklace pendants and earrings. 451. Figure 143. Trisula of Amaravati. Journal of the Royal Asiatic Society, Volume 18. New Series, Figure 1. But in most cases it unquestionably discharges the function of a symbol, and even of a religious symbol. Engraved on numerous coins by the side of religious emblems and images, it stands at the beginning and end of votive inscriptions in the caves of western India. 452 The sculptures of the bas-reliefs exhibit it, in turn, on the staff of banners, on the back of an elephant, on an altar where homage is paid to it, and, lastly, on a pillar from which flames emerge, Figure 144. Figure 144. Trisula on blazing pillar. Ferguson. Tree and serpent worship, PL 71. At Bharhut it occurs above the throne of Buddha. At Almoravati it is one of the signs cut on the sole of the master's feet. 453. The oldest representations of the Trisula are found, in conjunction with the principal symbols of Buddhism, the swastika, the stupa, the sacred tree, and so forth, on the coins of Crenanda. 454 A native sovereign contemporary with Alexander or the earliest Seleucid kings. Figure 145. Coin of Crenanda. Nevertheless the Trisula was far from being solely used by the Buddhists. In caves it is sometimes placed near symbols of the solar worship, and on the coins of the Indo-Scythic princes it is not only struck beside images of the Hindu god Shiva but, what at first surprises us, beside those of Greek divinities, such as Zeus. 455 It is, moreover, possible that it became a mere monetary sign, as often happens with religious symbols used in coinage. Among the Jains, who have so many affinities with Buddhism, the 24th and last of the Tirthankaras or legendary saints of the sect has the Vardhamana as a symbol. This personage even bears, according to Colebrook, the surname of Trisula. 456. It may be wondered, at first sight, that the innumerable texts left by Buddhism give us no positive information with regard to the meaning and origin of the Trisula. Few symbols have given rise, in our own times, to more varied explanations. Some have seen therein the monogram of Buddha, for 57 others the symbol of the Dharma, the law, which sums up the doctrine of Buddhism, for 58 others again a representation of the Triratna, the threefold jewel formed by Buddha, his law, and his church. 459 There are those who have discovered in the Trisula the juxtaposition of the Dharma chakra, the wheel of the law, to the ancient letter, Y, which itself is said to stand for the mystic formula Yi Dharma. 460 Some scholars think they recognize in it the combination of 5 letters symbolizing respectively intelligence, Ma, and the 4 component elements of matter, air, Ya, fire, Ra, water, Va, and earth, La. 461. Eugène Goblet thought he found therein the Vardhamana Kaya, the propitious one of the 65 signs which, according to Buddhist tradition, adorn the impression of Buddha's foot. 462. Finally, according to some writers, we must seek its origins amongst the less abstract images of the naturalistic forms of worship which preceded Buddhism. M. Kern, laying stress on the actual meaning of Vardhamana, the present participle of a verb signifying to grow or increase, makes it the image of the horned moon, and sees in the central protuberance of the Trisula the nose with which we ourselves sometimes adorn the representation of the lunar crescent. 463 Edward Thomas seeks therein an ideal combination of the sun and moon. The alteration of the primitive form would, according to him, be due to a modification in the forms of worship, or to the overthrowing of the sovereigns termed lunar by a solar dynasty. 464. Mr. Burgess recognizes therein an image of the thunderbolt, 465 Sir George Birdwood, a phallic emblem, or else the tree of life, 466 Mr. Monier Williams, the 2 feet of Vishnu, with a star or embossment in the middle. 467. Lastly, M. Beale takes it for the superposition of the flame on the lotus flower, and M. Senart, of the trident on the wheel. 468. Among all these more or less contradictory opinions the interpretation of M. Senart is not only the simplest and most rational, but it is also strictly confirmed by the evidence of the monuments. There are many Trisulas in which the upper part of the figure is separated from the disc, some again in which it assumes distinctly angular forms, instead of the rounded shape of the omega. There are others, finally, in which it becomes beyond doubt a trident, as amongst the sculptures of Buddha Gaya and of Borobudur. 469. The trident superposed upon the disc is also met with upon the coins of the anonymous prince known by his title of Basilius Soter Megas, and on those of several native kings. 470. Figure 146. Sculpture of Buddha Gaya. Numismatic Chronicle, Volume 20. New Series, PL2, Number 37. The only point on which I have some doubt is when M. Senart puts forward the trident as the original feature, and, so to speak, the primitive nucleus of the Hindu Trisula, which would make it, at least in its origin, an essentially civate symbol, destined to represent the flash of the lightning. As for myself, I should be more inclined to seek this nucleus in the disk, and, consequently, to connect the Trisula with the solar symbols. From the most remote times the worship of the sun was widely spread throughout India, and, as nearly everywhere else, the sun was first of all represented there by a disk, as may be seen from the sculptures of the ancient caves. And the ingots used for bartering before the introduction of coins properly so-called. 471 At a later date the disk became a wheel, and the Buddhists, who applied so many solar images and symbols to their form of worship, made it the wheel of the law, formed of 1,000 spokes darting out 1,000 rays. The secondary character of the omega, or trident, in the Trisula plainly follows from certain figures brought into view by Edward Thomas in his valuable work on the solar symbols of India. Figure 147. Ancient coin. Figure 148. Cave of Baja. Numismatic Chronicle, Volume 20. New Series, PL2, Figures 39 and 40. These are circles drawn between 4 omegas. One of these circles exhibits 4 arrows radiating from the circle between the crescents. These figures indicate clearly the function of the trident in the Trisula. Doubtlessly, in the hands of Shiva, as formerly in the hands of Neptune, and, at a still earlier period, in those of the Assyrian god of the air and the storm, the trident must symbolize the flash of the lightning. But may it not be questioned whether, considered apart, it should not be held to be, in a wider sense, the image of a three-tongued flame, and, consequently, when coupled with the disk, an emblem of fire, or of solar radiation. Among the sculptures of Borobudur, in the island of Java, the trident, which in some religious scenes is exhibited above the disk, or rosette, is replaced at times by a three-pointed flame. 472 EUG. Burnouf had already noticed, in the colored representations of the Buddhas of Nepal, that the headdress of the master exhibits a ball terminating above in a kind of flame. And that on many Sinhalese statues this flame takes the shape of a kind of lyre or trident. 473 Finally, according to Mr. Beale, the Trisula personifies, amongst the Buddhists of the north, the heaven of pure flame superposed upon the heaven of the sun. 474. The Trisula is then certainly a Hindu symbol. It seems, however, to have felt, at an early date, the influence of the caduceus. Perhaps even it was in order to approach the latter in appearance that the primitive trident of the Hindu symbol assumed the rounded forms of the omega and placed itself in direct contact with the disk. Those who have some hesitation in admitting the possibility of discovering in a complex symbol the traces of a double antecedent, as we find in a child the characteristic features of both its parents, need only cast a glance over the following picture, whose contents I have taken from the coinage and figured monuments of India. I wish to call a special attention to the figures D and E. They resemble one another so closely that writers commonly rank the former as a Trisula when they find it on the coins of certain Indo-Scythic princes. Yet there is no doubt but that it is directly connected with the caduceus. Moreover, Ferguson himself has written with respect to the Trisula, it bears a singular resemblance to the sign of the planet Mercury, or to the caduceus of the god who bears this name. 475. Figure 149. Caducei and Trisulas. 476. It is also representations of serpents intertwined, closely allied to the caduceus, which supply us with the earliest type of the lower appendages, in the shape of spires, observed in the Trisulas of Sanchi and Amaravati, figure 143 and 154. On the other hand, the most complex forms of the Trisula exhibit an unquestionable likeness to some types of the winged globe which have been observed in Asia Minor, Mesopotamia and Persia. In both figures the center is occupied by a disc which is sometimes converted into the wheel, or the lotus flower. Does not the upper part of the Trisula, which I have termed the omega, recall the horns of the Mesopotamian emblem, if we only take into consideration the knob between the horns caused by the upper arc of the disc, figure 150. Or else the projection caused by the tuft of plumes which surmounts the disc of certain winged globes, figure 151. Figure 150. Cylinder of Chalcedon. Laggard. Culte de Mitra, PLE, figure 2. Figure 151. Coin of the satraps of Tarsus. Laggard. Culte de Mitra, PL 64. The shaft, frequently conical, on which some trisulas rest, takes the place of the fan-shaped tail, and the spires traced on both sides of this support correspond with the lines, ending in a loop, which descend on either side of the tail in the ornithomorphic discs of Western Asia. In order to account for this likeness, I will venture on the hypothesis that these forms of the Trisula must have been subjected, during their development, to the plastic influence of the ancient Egyptian symbol which had come to India by way of Assyria and Persia. The time is past when, dazzled by the sudden discovery of Vedic literature, and fascinated also by the verification of our relationship to the Aryan races of Asia, we turn towards India to seek them the universal source of symbols and dogmas, myths and gods. Since we caught a glimpse of the great antiquity of the civilizations which had reached their prime on the borders of the Euphrates and the Nile at a period when the ancestors of the Aryans were still wandering over the tablelands of Central Asia, we are far more inclined to locate in Mesopotamia, or even in Egypt, the earliest artistic centers which shed their light over the ancient world, from the Mediterranean to the Indian Ocean. On the other hand, India, up to the Mahometan conquest, did not live in the isolated condition to which historians were long pleased to relegate it. Sir George Birdwood goes, perhaps, a little too far when he asserts, in a general manner, that nearly all the symbols of India are of Mesopotamian origin. 477. But it is none the less an established fact now, that the products of Western art and symbolism must have made their way to the valley of the Indus before the appearance of the oldest stone monuments on which ancient India has left us a vestige of its beliefs. 478. Without taking into consideration the intercourse which is supposed to have existed between the dwellers on the banks of the Indus and the most ancient empires of the Euphrates and the Nile, and without laying stress either on the factories which the Phoenicians are said to have established in southern India, I will recall to mind that Darius I had annexed the valley of the Indus, and the actual province of the Punjab, about the end of the 7th century B.C. 479. Such competent authorities as James Ferguson and General Cunningham have shown that India borrowed its earliest style of architecture from the Persians. 480. And in the northeast of the peninsula there have been repeatedly found products of Persian art which date back to Darius and his successors, especially cylinders and coins bearing the winged circle. 481. It was in one of these finds that one of the coins of Tarsus containing a winged circle so nearly allied to the Trisula was found, figure 151. It seems to be now generally admitted that the Indian alphabets are of Semitic origin. 482. Why then should religious symbols not have followed the same paths as the symbols of language and the creations of art? In the centuries following the expedition of Alexander, it was Greek, or rather Greco-Asiatic art which influenced the development of Indian architecture and sculpture. Coins show us first of all sovereigns of Greek origin, who Hellenized Bactria, the Kabul country, and the valley of the Indus as far as the Ganges basin. Then Scythic and Parthian princes who maintain, until the 2nd century of our era, the language and traditions of this civilization imported from the West. For more than 2 centuries the Greek pantheon alone supplies images for the coins of Western India. At most a few Buddhist emblems occur here and there, the bow tree and the stupa under Agathocles, and the wheel under Menander. From the time of Gondophares the representation of Shiva alternates with that of Poseidon, yet the type of the two divinities remains so similar that on some coins it is difficult to decide if it is the Greek or the Hindu god. 483. At the same time, however, there occurs in India a veritable invasion of Iranian divinities. Mr. Percy Gardner and M. James Darmesteter, the former through investigating the coins of the British Museum, and the latter through the study of Persian traditions in the Hindu epic poem, came simultaneously to the somewhat startling conclusion that Western India, after being Hellenized under the Indo-Bactrians, had been largely Iranized under the Indo-Scythians. For 84 on the coins of the latter not only do Zeus, Pallas, Helios, Selene, Poseidon, Heracles, and Serapis alternate with Mithras, Mao, and Adar, as well as with Shiva, Lakshmi, and even Buddha, but also the classic forms of the thunderbolt. The caduceus and the cornucopia occur side by side with the Buddhist trisula and wheel as well as with the civate trident and bull. India has always been the favorite home of religious syncretism. But at no period of its history did it open its portals to so many different forms of worship, even under Akbar, that great Mughal who was willing to combine in a single religion the beliefs of the Mohammedans, the Hindus, the Parsas, the Jews and the Christians. How could symbols have escaped an impulse which carried away the gods themselves? At any rate Buddhism would have been unfaithful to the spirit of its whole symbolism if, when acquainted with the emblems by which neighboring religions represented their great solar divinity, or even their supreme god, it had not sought to appropriate them either by adopting them as they stood with a new signification, or oftener by assimilating them, through slight linear alterations, with one or other of its favorite symbols. It is, as we have seen, among the sculptures of Amaravati that the trisula assumes the form most closely allied to the ornithomorphic disc. Now, nowhere else has the general influence of Greco-Asiatic art over native architecture and sculpture been verified in a more obvious manner. Already in the year 645 of our era the Chinese pilgrim Huiyuan Tsang likened the sanctuary of Amaravati to the palaces of the Tahia, i.e., the inhabitants of Bactria. For 85 the same fact has been recorded in our own times by James Ferguson. There is, he writes, so much of what is Greek, or rather Bactrian, in the architectural details of Amaravati that this monument must belong to a period nearer to the Christian era than the character of the inscriptions would lead one to suppose. And the eminent archaeologist adds that the study of these sculptures seems to him destined to elucidate especially the interesting question of the intercourse, and even of the exchange of thought, between East and West. 486. The winged circle and the caduceus are not, moreover, the only factors which have reacted upon the genesis, or at least the development, of the trisula. In an interesting paper, read in 1886 before the Royal Asiatic Society, Mr. Robert Sewell was perhaps the first to seek to the west of the Indus, and even in Egypt, the origins of the trisula, which he connects with the scarab. The birthplace of a symbol is one thing. The origin of the figures which may have influenced its development is something very different. With this reservation, however, I must admit that there is nothing far-fetched in this parallel, especially if, following Mr. Sewell's example, we interpose between the two figures the type of the scarab with raised wings and bent legs which surmount certain Assyrian columns. Figure 152. Journal of the Royal Asiatic Society, Volume 18. New Series, Figure 13. But in Egypt itself, as M. Perot shows, the flying scarab borrowed the outlines of the winged globe for 87 by which fact, according to our theory, its resemblance to the trisula is sufficiently explained. It must be observed, moreover, that several of these Assyrian scarabs hold between their forelegs the disc adorned with the uraei. 488. It may be noticed, by the way, that among the Egyptians the trident already occurs in conjunction with the winged globe, at least in the texts. The inscription of Edfu, which relates how Horus was transformed into a winged globe in order to fight the armies of Set, gives him as a weapon a three-pointed spear. 489. On a number of monuments the disc of the trisula changes into a rosette, imitating an expanded lotus blossom, as on the gate of Sanchi. The same monument further exhibits lotuses at the ends of two stalks which spring from the basis of the central fleuron. Finally, the two extreme points of the omega take a shape which suggests the calyx of a flower. We have already shown the solar character of the lotus in the symbolism of the Hindus. For 90 in the Trisula, the transformation of the disc into a lotus is therefore the equivalent, the plastic rendering of the transformation which, among the Buddhists, substituted the Padma Mani, or jewel of the lotus, for the Sura Mani, or jewel of the sun. Whence the well-known formula, Om Mani Padme, O. The jewel in the lotus, 491. Elsewhere the Trisula seems to reproduce the civate emblem of the lingam between two serpents standing erect. This figure, which when superposed upon the disc has perhaps a doubly phallic import, certainly seems quite foreign to the original doctrine of Buddhism. Yet here again the Buddhists have shown themselves to be masters in the art of adapting the symbols of other religions. M. Gustav Leben, in his Voyage au Nepal, quotes a characteristic instance of the fanciful interpretations with the help of which Buddhism brings about or justifies these adaptations. The linga, he writes, is likewise adopted by the Buddhists of Nepal as an emblem of the lotus in which Adi-Buddha manifested himself, in the shape of a flame, at the beginning of the world, 492. Figure 153. Caduceus on an amphora. 493. From the Elite de Monuments Céramographiques, Volume 3, P.L. Sci. It ought to be mentioned that, in the opinion of some writers, such as C.H. Lenormant and Baron de Witt, the caduceus among the Greeks symbolized the combination of the two sexes in the same individual, hermaphrodism in fact. 494, and in the valuable publication of those two archaeologists upon the Elite de Monuments Céramographiques de la Grèce we find a variety of the caduceus where a vertical projection, similar to the representation of the phallus, springs from the center of the crescent, which in this case is somewhat separated from the disc. On the coins of the Sungha dynasty the lingam placed between the serpents becomes the headdress of Buddha. The disc stands for the master's head, and the lateral appendages of the Trisula are represented by two projections which stretch out horizontally on either side of this head. 495. The Trisula is thus seen to be converted into an anthropoid figure. A transformation of the same kind, but still more accentuated, is observable in the three famous idols of Puri which General Cunningham long ago proved to be three ancient Trisulas, figures 154 and 155, 496. Figure 154. Trisula of Sanchi. Musée de Moulages, Brussels. These emblems were doubtlessly a great object of popular veneration at the period when Puri was a Buddhist sanctuary. When Brahmanism came to establish itself there it contented itself with changing them, by means of a few slight alterations, into the image of Vishnu, or rather Jagannath, and his brother and sister. In thus appropriating the old solar symbol, still discernible in spite of its successive alterations, Vishnu, moreover, did nothing but recover what belonged to him, since he is, in Hinduism, preeminently the solar divinity. Finally, the Trisula, whose plasticity is only equaled by its power of absorption, borrows forms from the vegetable kingdom with the same freedom as from the human physiognomy. M. Rousselet points out the resemblance of the mystic symbol of the Buddhists to the Kalpavriksha or tree of knowledge which the Jainas represented by a stem with three branches on the mitre of the Tirthankara sculptured on the caves of Gwalior. 497. Figure 155. Idol of Jagannath. Rousselet. Linda de Rajas, page 517. A similar combination is observable on coins of the Sungha dynasty, where the upper part of the Trisula, forming the headdress of Buddha, is transformed into a regular crown of branches. 498 On other monuments the stem on which the Trisula rests becomes the trunk of a tree whose branches are laden with conventional fruits and interlaced with necklaces of jewels. 499. This vegetalization of the Trisula, or, properly speaking, of the trident which surmounts it, is nowhere more evident than among the sculptures of Borobudur, where it literally merges into the bow tree through a series of gradual transformations. Figure 156. Trident of Shiva. More. Hindu Pantheon, PL 42. The shape of the points of the Trisula, M.Ch. Leemans writes in his able commentary upon the atlas published under the patronage of the Dutch government, may sometimes have been derived from that of a flame, or else from the calyx of a flower, or again from a symbolic tree. 500. Fig. 157, Egyptian lotus. The same observation applies moreover to the trident of Shiva, which at times exhibits the forms of a lotus calyx depicted in the Egyptian manner, figure 157. Perhaps other transformations of the Trisula might still be found at Borobudur. I will restrict myself to pointing out a detail which is not without interest: the same disc which, when transformed into a most complicated ornament, is sometimes crowned by a trident, is also met with between two serpents, which brings us back to the origin of the winged circle, the globe of Egypt with the uraei. Figure 158. Bas-reliefs of Borobudur. 501. Borobudur, Atlas, PL-XY. And CCCLXX. Moreover, this ornament, between which and certain forms of the Trisula the transition is easily traced, commonly surmounts the entrance to the pagodas depicted in the bas-reliefs, in exactly the same manner as the winged globe adorns the lintel of the temples in Egypt and Phoenicia. Figure 159. Bas-reliefs of Borobudur. Borobudur, Atlas, PL-XXI, number 105. It is proper to point out that in the West there are some figures which exhibit an odd resemblance to the Trisula. Such is, in the first place, the Cyprian image to which I have drawn attention, figure 114, as presenting to our view a combination of the sacred tree and the winged globe. The upper volutes with the flowered projection bisecting the center of the arc recall the 3 points of the Trisula with their central fleuron. The pair of volutes whose lower parts are bent downward on both sides of the base, suggest the Ophidian appendages which, in the Buddhist symbol, descend on either side of the pedestal. Lastly, in both cases, the middle part of the figures shows 2 leaves which by their position, as well as by their shape, suggest 2 small wings. Mr. William Simpson, an English artist, well known on account of his archaeological work in connection with the monuments of India, has pointed out the resemblance of the Trisula to some representations of the thunderbolt graven on coins of Elis which date from the 5th century B. C. 502. Figure 160. Thunderbolt of Elis. Figure 161. Sculpture of Borobudur. This thunderbolt especially resembles a somewhat enigmatical figure sculptured among the bas-reliefs of Borobudur, where, to all appearance, it plays the part of a Trisula. 503. On the whole, there would be nothing remarkable in these similarities, since the thunderbolt and the Trisula, as we have just seen, are both a development of the trident. What is more singular is to find a kind of Trisula engraved on the flank of a lamb which adorns the serpent-shaped scroll on a pastoral staff dating from the Middle Ages. 504. Have we here an exchange or a mere coincidence? This is a question which I will not venture to decide, although nothing is wanting in the Christian symbol to make of it a real Trisula, neither the disc, nor the central point imitating a fleur-de-lis, nor the rounded projection of the 2 lateral points. After all, if we have been able to find the antecedents, and, so to speak, the factors of the Trisula, and even its probable signification in the creeds which preceded Buddhism, we have not learned much as to the meaning of this symbol in the religion which made most use of it. The fact is, that here the plastic figures cannot make up for the silence of the written monuments. So long as symbols remain images and are applicable to concrete objects, or physical phenomena, it is not impossible to discover the meaning which they in all probability bore. But when, having entered upon what may be called their derived or secondary phase, they become signs and express abstract ideas, which is nearly always the case in Buddhism, the field of interpretation becomes, so to speak, unlimited for critics, as sometimes also for the faithful. The proper signification of the Trisula remains then in the suppositive stage, although the purpose of its transformations does not always escape us. The issue of some hitherto unpublished text can alone reveal to us the general and authentic meaning of this symbol, before which millions of our fellow creatures have bowed down, but whose name we do not even know with any degree of certainty. My purpose, moreover, was less to solve a problem whose solution has so far escaped the most competent minds, than to trace the transformations of the Trisula in the course of its plastic development. And to show once again with what ease symbols of most dissimilar origin merge into one another as soon as, in their form, or in their meaning, there occur points of contact which are sufficient to facilitate this transition. Conclusion. In most of the instances which I have here quoted, it is easy to discover through what ways the specified symbol was transmitted from one nation to another. In this respect, the migration of symbols proceeds directly in conformity with what may be called the history of commercial intercourse. Whatever the similarity of form, and even of meaning, may be between two symbolic figures of different origin, it is proper, ere we assert their relationship, to show the probability, or at least the possibility, of international relations which would have served as a vehicle of transport. This point once set at rest, it remains to be seen who was the giver and who the receiver. It may be asked, for instance, why it is not the Greeks who communicated the thunderbolt to Mesopotamia, or the Hindus who transmitted the lotus to the Egyptians. It is here especially that the advantages we possess over preceding generations come into play. There was a time when the origin of the gods, myths, and symbols spread over the whole surface of the Old World could be vaguely located in India. And another, when it would have been rash not to ascribe to Greece the honor of all intellectual and religious creations possessing any moral or artistic value. But the researches carried on for the last half-century have henceforth placed on a definite basis the ancient history of the East, and the latter, in its turn, has enabled us to assign their relative distance to the principal centers of artistic culture which have reacted upon one another since the beginnings of civilization. We may differ in opinion as to whether the Ionic column borrowed its volutes from the horns of the ibex, or the half-closed petals of the lotus. We may even argue whether Ionia received it directly from Golgos by the ships of the Phoenicians, or from Tyrium, by the caravans of Asia Minor. But whoever has noted its presence on the monuments of Khorsabad, or of Kuyunjik, will not refuse to locate in Mesopotamia its starting place on its journey to the Aegean Sea. This is only one example of those types and motives whose development doubtlessly owed its importance to the independent inspirations of Greek genius, but whose origins must nevertheless be sought for in Phrygia, in Lycia, in Phoenicia, and even beyond these countries, in the valleys of the Tigris, the Euphrates, and the Nile. In India likewise the most ancient products of sculpture and of carving, when they do not bear witness to the direct influence of Greek art, as in the Buddhist bas-reliefs of Yusufzai, and the Bacchanalian scenes of Mathura, are connected with the monuments of Persia through the adoption of what might be called classic motives in Persepolitan architecture. Such are those capitals formed by animals, sometimes face to face, sometimes back to back, which are, as it were, a plastic signature, in the former case of Assyria, in the latter of Egypt. I am far from denying that there arose among some nations independent and self-governing centers of artistic creation. In this respect it will be sufficient to make mention of China and pre-Columbian America. But it must be admitted that art in the extreme East was profoundly modified through the influence of the Buddhist types which proceeded directly from India. We might even take into account a still older element which would directly connect the art, as also the religion, of the Chinese Empire with the development of Mesopotamian civilization, if, as is assumed by M. Terrien de la Cuillerie, who has brought together a considerable amount of presumptive evidence in support of this theory. The ancestors of the Chinese were descended from the nation which occupied Chaldea and Elam some 23 centuries before our era. 505 at any rate. It would be astonishing if, in the course of so many centuries, infiltrations had not occurred between the civilizations which were developing in this parallel manner on the Asiatic continent. As for ancient America, Gustave d'Eichthel had already called attention to the similarities which are met with on the monuments of Central America and of Buddhist Asia. For myself, I am more and more inclined to admit, not the Asiatic origin of the inhabitants of America, which is quite another question, but the intervention of certain artistic influences radiated from China, Japan, or the Indian archipelago to the shores of the New World, long before the Spanish conquest. In short, whether we start from Japan, from Greece, from India, or even from Libya, from Etruria, or from Gaul, we always arrive, after many halting places, at two great centers of artistic diffusion, partially irreducible as regards one another. Egypt and Chaldea, with this difference, that, towards the 8th century before our era, Mesopotamia took lessons from Egypt, whilst Egypt learnt little of any country. Now, as we have noted more than once in the present volume, not only did symbols follow the same paths as purely ornamental schemes, but they were also transmitted in the same manner, at the same periods, and in nearly the same proportion. Concerning symbols as well as artistic products we everywhere find, by the side of aboriginal types, the deposit of a powerful current which has its more or less distant origin in the symbolism of the banks of the Euphrates, or the Nile. In a word, the two classes of importations are joined together to such a degree, that in writing the history of art we write to a great extent the history of symbols, or at least, of their migrations. The knowledge of these migrations, in its turn, throws quite a new light not only upon the presence of the same emblems among nations who never professed the same creed, but also upon the formation of certain complex images which cannot be accounted for save as the result of a reciprocal action between symbols often differing greatly in origin and in meaning. Through thus always finding, often among nations far apart, either the same symbolic combinations, or the same features in different combinations. We might be tempted to believe that symbolism had at its disposal only an extremely limited number of signs and figures to provide for the plastic requirements of the religious sentiment. Need I add that this is not so? The variety of symbolic representations has no more limits than the spirit of analogy. But certain figures, when once formed, have so captivated the eye and the imagination that they have become the commonplaces of figurative language. And the artist's hand could not free itself from their influence when engaged in producing new symbols. It is equally easy to understand that, having forgotten, or having never known, the meaning to be attached to a foreign pattern, the copyist should have attempted to connect his productions with some other known and popular type. At other times, again, the symbolic syncretism is intentional and premeditated. Whether it be in the desire to unite, for the sake of greater efficacy, the attributes of several divinities in a single figure, as is shown in certain pantheistic figures of Gnostic origin. Or a wish to state, by the fusion of symbols, the unity of the gods and the identity of creeds. As in the mystic monogram wherein the Brahmaists of contemporary India have testified to their religious eclecticism by interweaving the OM of the Hindus with the trident, the crescent, and the cross. 506. Sometimes, too, the sacerdotal interest must have tended towards accentuating the analogies rather than the dissimilarities of symbols, in order to assist the absorption or unification of the doctrines which they represented. Finally, we must take into consideration the popular tendency towards syncretism which, when not held in check by a rigorous orthodoxy, acts upon symbols, as well as upon creeds. By introducing into the new form of worship the images consecrated by a long veneration. Or else it is the innovators themselves who take advantage of symbolism in order to disguise, through borrowing from antique forms, the newness of their doctrine and, if need be, to transform into allies the emblems, or traditions, which they are unable to boldly extirpate. Need I recall to mind Constantine choosing as a standard that labarum which might be claimed both by the religion of Christ and the worship of the Sun? It is singular to find the same policy attributed to the first Christian king of Norway. According to an old song of the Shetland Islands, Hakon Adalstian Fostri, obliged to drink to Odin at an official banquet, traced quickly upon the bowl the sign of the cross. And when his companions reproached him for doing so, he told them that it was the sign of Thor's hammer. 507 We know, indeed, that in Germanic and Scandinavian countries the cross of Christ more than once drew near in appearance to the two-headed hammer of Thor, as in Egypt it assumed, in more than one inscription, the aspect of the key of life. 508. Buddhism was even less scrupulous. In some of its sanctuaries it did not hesitate to preserve the images of the worship paid by the natives of India to the sun, to fire, or to serpents, whilst ascribing these rites to its own traditions. The solar wheel thus became easily the wheel of the law, the cosmic tree represented the tree of knowledge, under which Sakya Muni attained the perfect illumination. The seven-headed serpent Naga was transformed into the guardian of the impression left by the feet of Vishnu, itself to be attributed henceforth to Buddha, and so on. Some years ago there were discovered at Bharhut the remains of a Buddhist sanctuary whose bas-reliefs exhibited emblems and religious scenes with inscriptions which served as their legends, or rather as their labels. Great was the joy of Anglo-Indian archaeologists at the receipt of this intelligence. We were to have at last an interpretation of Buddhist rites and symbols, formulated by the Buddhists themselves 1 or 2 centuries before our era. We had unfortunately to lower our expectations when a minute investigation showed that it was merely an ancient temple of the sun taken possession of by the Buddhists at a later date. They had contented themselves with placing on the figured representations of the solar worship inscriptions which connected them with their own creed. 509. Some have gone as far as to say that religions changed, but that the form of worship remained always the same. Thus formulated the proposition is too absolute. But it is certain that each religion preserves, in its rites and symbols, survivals of the whole series of former religions. And no complaint need be made of this. It is not the vessel that is important, but the wine which we pour into it. Not the form, but the ideas which animate and transcend that form. When the Christians and the Buddhists concentrated on the image of their respective masters the principal attributes of the sun, beginning with that halo of glory whose prototype dates back to the aureoles carved upon the Chaldean monuments, did they mean to do homage to the orb of day? In reality, they only claimed to refer to the venerated physiognomy of their founder, the symbol which has not only formed from time immemorial the most radiant expression of celestial glory, but which also characterized, in an especial manner, the highest personification of the divinity in contemporary creeds. We must call to mind the reply of a father of the Church to those who accused the Christians of celebrating the festival of the sun: "We solemnize this day, not, like the heathen, on account of the sun, but on account of him who made the sun." 510. Constantine went further still when he composed, to be recited on Sundays by his legions, a prayer which, according to M.V. Duruy, could at once satisfy the worshippers of Mithras, of Serapis, of the sun, and of Christ. 511. Symbolism may combine with the most mystical tendencies, but, like mysticism itself, it is a powerful ally of the religious sentiment against the immobility of dogma, and the tyranny of the written word. M. Anatole Leroy-Beaulieu has shown, in his valuable researches into religion in Russia, how, thanks to the symbolic interpretation of texts and ceremonies, the conservative ritualism of the old believers has managed to arrive at the liberty of doctrines, and even, in some instances, at a complete rationalism, without breaking with the traditional symbols of Christianity, and even of the Eastern Church. 512. There comes a time when religions which deal largely with the supernatural come into collision with the progress of the different branches of knowledge, and above all with the growing belief in a rational order of the universe. Symbolism then offers them a means of safety, of which they have more than once taken advantage, in order to keep abreast of the times. If we take nations in a lower stage of development, we find among them fetishes, i.e., beings and objects invested at pleasure with superhuman faculties, then idols, which are fetishes carved to resemble a human being or animal. But we do not find any symbols as long as there is neither the desire to depict what is abstract by what is concrete, nor the consciousness that there is no identity between the symbol and the reality thus represented. When the mind opens itself to the conception of abstract or invisible gods, it may preserve its veneration for its ancient fetishes, but under the condition of looking upon them henceforth as but representative signs of the divinities. Lastly, when people can conceive of a supreme God of whom the ancient divinities are simply the ministers, or the hypostases, these antique representations may yet have a part to play. Provided however that they be referred to the perfections and attributes of the superior being in whom the divine world is resolved. Such is the evolution observable in the midst of all the ancient worships, and which still continues, often unconsciously, in many a contemporary religion. It implies, as a last conclusion, the belief in the equivalence of symbols, that is to say, the conviction that symbolic representations are all inadequate, inasmuch as they attempt to explain the inexplicable, but that they are all justifiable. inasmuch as they aim at bringing us closer to the supreme reality. And, moreover, that they are all beneficial in so far as they contribute to awaken ideas of the good and of the beautiful. In this respect the functions of symbolism cannot but increase. For, in religion, as in art and literature, it corresponds with a necessity of the human mind, which, very fortunately for our aesthetic development, has never been able to content itself with pure abstractions, nor remain at the surface of things. Here, indeed, is the secret of the impulse which increasingly moves the new generations to break with the commonplace conventions of superannuated traditions, as also with the superficial platitudes of a false realism. Addenda. Chapter 2. Section 1. The slab found at Huy on the Meuse representing a priest whose vestments are adorned with gammadions has an equivalent in the Musée de Cluny, at Paris, where an abbot of Cluny, who died in 1394, is figured on his tombstone as wearing sacerdotal robes ornamented with gammadions in the same manner. Chapter 3. In the Korrespondenzblatt der Westdeutschen Zeitschrift, 1892, page 179 seek, Mr. Oehlenschläger speaks of a bas-relief in the Cathedral of Spires which recalls the group of Samson killing the lion in the Cathedral of Nivelles, with the same Mithraic affinities. Chapter 4. And seek. I have received, too late to take advantage of it, Dr. Bonavia's recent book, The Flora of the Assyrian Monuments and its Outcome, 1 volume, London, Archibald Constable and Company, 1894, which deals with many questions treated in this volume. Ingenious and suggestive as his views are, I see nothing in them to alter my general conclusions. For instance, he insists, still more than I do, on the importance of the horn symbol in Assyrian worship, going so far as to qualify their whole religion by the picturesque term of hornism. He has made a strong case, when he looked to this symbol as an antecedent to the caduceus, the fleur-de-lis, the anthemion or palmette, the Ionian volutes, the horseshoe, the crescent, the thunderbolt, the trisula, certain keys of life and so forth. I am ready to admit that in shaping the fork or trident of their storm gods the Assyrians have been influenced by their habitual way of representing conventionally the sacred tree adorned with the symbolical horns. But does not the learned author go too far, when he infers that this weapon in the hands of the god is meant for a pair of horns mounted on a stem and, therefore, that the thunderbolt originally represented only a double pair of horns with the sacred stem in the middle? There would be nothing surprising if the Assyrians had symbolized lightning by a pair of horns, although this remains a supposition so long as not confirmed by some text. One could understand a description or representation of the storm god as a mighty bull, or even as a horned man striking his victims with the head. But when we see this supernatural being, whether horned or not, holding in his hand a bident or a trident, there is no need to go further and to take this weapon for anything else than what it appears to be, a spear or javelin with several points. But Dr. Bonavia goes still further and contends that it may not be at all a representation of lightning, simply a horn stick, a charm against the evil eye in the hands of a protecting deity. To this, without entering into details, I shall answer, firstly, that according to all Assyriologists, this kind of trident is essentially the attribute of Ram-Manu, the god of the atmosphere and therefore of the storm. Secondly, that there is a text where lightning is described as a weapon with several heads, W.I. 2:19, trad. Says, thirdly, that there exists on Assyrian monuments a gradual and unmistakable transition, as shown in this book and by Dr. Bonavia's own illustrations, between his horn stick and what became the thunderbolt of the Greeks, without any apparent break of continuity in the meaning of the symbol. If somebody alleges that such break remains possible, with him lies the onus probandi. G. Gay.